Yes, you've read the title right. This is no clickbait. In this video, I will walk through and analyze every single song that the band 21 Pilots has ever released. Over the next several hours, we will be dissecting 106 songs. We will start with the 2009 self-titled album and be moving chronologically through each album as well as each single release. Each single that wasn't on an album, that is. We will be touching on aspects of the lore that spans from Blurryface to Breach as well. Although, if you would like a more in-depth breakdown of the lore, I suggest that you go and watch the Blurryface saga video on my channel. It breaks down the entire history and unfolding of the lore. Each song will be analyzed line by line and will feature footage of live performances if they're available. There are just some songs that don't have any live performances. I've also tried to stylize each era with its own graphics and color schemes as well. So without further ado, buckle in, listen along, get cozy because it's going to be a long few hours. Alright everyone, we've got quite the lineup here and lots to go through. So first off, obviously, we're going to be starting with the 2009 album, 21 Pilots, self-titled as it is more known as. This album released December 29th, 2009, and is comprised of 14 tracks and with a runtime of 1 hour and 2 minutes. At the time of this album's release, drummer Josh Dunn had not even joined the band yet, and at this time in the band's history, the band was made up of 3: Tyler Joseph, Chris Solly, and Nick Thomas. This is the first official release from the band, and it was all recorded, produced, and written by Tyler and his band in the basement. This album very much showcases an early eclectic 21 Pilots sound that would flesh itself out over the years, but I would characterize this album's specific sound as Midwest emo / alternative rock.
Someone hears our music, you feel like we're, when you're trying to fit us into a genre, we sound confused. We sound like we don't know what we like. But the truth is we know exactly what we like, and it's a lot of different things.
It actually peaked at 139 on Billboard's Top 200 in 2017 in the wake of the band's popularity after the release of Blurryface. The album cover was designed by a friend of Tyler's named John Redstadt, which features an individual on a bed with toxic sludge coming out of their head. We can see a treehouse, a lock, a tire, a shoe, and buildings from what I presume are from the Columbus skyline. All of these items have importance to either the album or later works in their career, and I want to go back to the album cover at the end, as I believe it holds importance to what this album is actually trying to say to the audience. But without further ado, let's jump into the first track of the album. Also, these songs mean what they want to mean for you. These are just my opinions. Don't get upset at me in the comments, please. Implicit Demand for Proof is the first song off the self-titled album, and sets the tone for what this project is thematically going to be about. It is a piano rock ballad that begins with an almost waltz-like ambiance, and abruptly transitions into a more apprehensive song about wrestling with doubt and the proof for the existence of God and/or God's absence in the wake of Tyler's questions and doubts. I know you're not a liar, and I know you can set fire this day. Go ahead and make me look away. Strike me down, I am calling your lightning down from your dark hiding place. Go ahead and show me your face. Verse 1 is about Tyler's desire to see evidence of not only God's existence, but God's awareness to his pleas. Go ahead and make me look away, in response to setting fire this day, could be a reference to the biblical kingdom of Sodom and Gomorrah, which were destroyed by raining hellfire. In this story, the angels of the Lord tell the characters of the story to not look at the destruction and run away instead. Coupled with the next line of baiting God to smite him with lightning, the main theme of this track reveals itself, a plea for the existence of a higher power, even at his own detriment, to reveal itself. The chorus, "Rain down and destroy me," has more than one meaning as well. The actual lyric being rain, R-E-I-G-N, signifies a use of power and dominion, while viewing it as rain, R-A-I-N, could be seen as the method in which God will destroy him, by such as a flood or a severe storm. Since the beginning of time, the higher powers of the world have been seen as having the ability to control weather as either a blessing or a punishment. Verse 2. I mean no disrespect, I am simply very perplexed by your ways. Why would you let us use your name? Verse 2 is somewhat of a tongue-in-cheek response to God's lack of proof in his life specifically. Why would you let us use your name? It's worth noting here that Tyler doesn't explicitly name God anywhere in this song as the object of his frustration and doubts. This is a question as to why someone so powerful and mighty, a being outside of reality, would make themselves known on any level to man. If there is a God, Tyler sees his demand for proof as something that is inherently natural, as, due to the circumstances or negative life experiences, his existence seems illogical. The track ends in a swirling storm of passion, anger, and screams of just what this track is named after: an implicit demand for proof, a plea for authentication from God, even if it's at the cost of his own life. I recently found this reel on Instagram about some backing vocals that were recently found and were isolated, so I'll play those at the end of this whole section here, just so you can kind of listen to those.
Lord, I need your strength, I need your strength, I need your strength, I need your strength. It's down! Right!
Fall Away is the second track off of the self-titled album and clocks in at 3 minutes and 2 seconds and can be best classified as a piano-based rap track. Fall Away details a desire to not part ways with someone or something and succumb to his suppressive and oppressive tendencies. The chorus details: I don't want to fall away. I don't want to fall away. I'll keep the lights on in this place because I don't want to fall away. This falling away could be giving into depression or despair, or a fall away from faith, a common saying used by those who express doubt in God and his existence or goodness. This becomes clearer in verse 1.
I disguise and I will lie and I will take my precious time as a day's melt away as a standing line, and I die as I wait and my grind, and I try to delay what you make of my life, but I don't want your way. I want mine, I'm dying and I'm trying, but believe me, I'm fine, but I'm so very far from fine.
Waiting in line is a theme that we'll see throughout this record, and it'll fully manifest itself in the album Closer to March to the Sea in a later track. This first verse details a mixture of laziness and contentness and comfort that is holding Tyler back from fulfilling from what he feels like God has called him to do. The pre-chorus details a wearing thin conscience and an idea that the longer he waits and the more he stagnates, the murkier his desires and capability to see and do good become.
Every time I be selfish, ambition is taking my vision, my crime is my sentence, repentance is taking commission, is taking a toll on my soul, I'm screaming submission, and I don't know if I'm dying and living, cause I'm a sake of face for name's sake, abuse of grace, and taking aim to obtaining a name and a new epistle, but my name is Islam, I can't walk in the same, and my name is became to the rain.
As Tyler realizes he has become more selfish and has given more and more into temptation, he finds himself doing quote-unquote good works out of a place of saving face. The intentions behind his desire to do good is more so about the appearance of being a good person than it is doing the good work itself. This internal strife mixed with his doubt about God's existence is like being split in two or falling away. The Pantaloon is the third track on the album and clocks in at 3 minutes and 33 seconds. The Pantaloon is a bit of an uneasy track backed by something akin to a harpsichord, I think. Traditionally, a pantaloon is a comedic character in an Italian theater comedy that deliberately keeps lovers separated. Think of almost like a jester-like figure. This individual is usually an older man wearing pantaloons, which are long, baggy pants that ruffle at the ankles. This song is about generational cycles, whether it's mental sickness of the physical kind or of the mental kind, such as those that affect mental faculties such as dementia or Alzheimer's. The protagonist of the song ultimately cannot escape his inherited title of Pantaloon. Verse 1 begins with discussing how the person's grandfather died early on in his life, and it can be inferred that his senility had a negative effect on the younger generations. Verse 2 explores how his father follows the same cycle as his grandfather, becomes a pantaloon, and ultimately feeding into the chorus, time has begun to wear down the man and the protagonist of this song as the physical things he used to cherish are deteriorating along with him. You are tired, you are hurt, a moth ate through your favorite shirt, and all your friends fertilize the ground you walk, lose your mind. His friends have long since deceased and are now buried in the ground. He begins to lose his sanity in the bridge. He's seen too many stare-downs between the sun and the moon in the morning air how he used to hustle all the people walking through the fairgrounds. He's been around so long he's changed his meaning of a chair now, because a chair now is like a tiny island in the sea of all the people who glide across the very surface that made his bones feeble. The end can't come soon enough, but is it too soon? Either way he can't deny he is a pantaloon. Now we move on to the protagonist's life. He has grown old as well, and in his old age he has become jaded and disillusioned. Everything now reminds him of times past and people lost, and he takes it out on other people. Even if he has second thoughts at the time, he is ready for death because he cannot deny that he has become the same thing he has tried to avoid his entire life. This theme specifically is something that would mirror the eventual lore of the later albums, especially when it comes to the relationship between Clancy and Nico, or Blurryface, becoming the very thing you seek to destroy. The song ends with the protagonist continuing the cycle of fear and nightmares, all under the mask of a jester, or a pantaloon. Addict with a Pen is the fourth song off of the album with a runtime of 4 minutes and 46 seconds. This track is one of the bigger fan favorites from this album, and for good reason, and is perhaps one of the more in-depth and lyrically honest. It is a piano-based track filled with a few alien extraterrestrial-like synthesizers. It begins. Hello, we haven't talked in quite some time. I know I haven't been the best of sons. Hello, I've been traveling in the deserts of my mind, and I haven't found a drop of life. I haven't found a drop of you, and I haven't found a drop of water. This song is ultimately a prayer. He is feeling guilty that he has not talked to God in a while and has been struggling in a search for him, and his forgiveness likening it to traveling in the desert without water. The desert wouldn't be as harsh if he had water. The hardships wouldn't be so difficult if he felt God's presence and love. There is only one verse in the entire song, but it's quite lengthy, so bear with me.
I try desperately to run through the sand as I hold the water in the palm of my hand. Cause it's all that I have and it's all that I need. And the waves of the water mean nothing to me. But I try my best in all that I can to hold tightly onto what's left in my hand. But no matter how tightly I will strain, the sand will slow me down and the water will drain. I'm just being dramatic and fake. I'm only acting again as an addict to the bed who's addicted to the wind as it blows me back and forth. I'm spineless and pretend. Of course I'll be here again. See you tomorrow, but it's the end of today, end of my ways as a walking denial. My trial was filed as a crazy suicidal head case.
But you specialize in dying. You hear me screaming, Father, and I'm lying here just crying, so wash me with your water. Let's start at the beginning. If you've ever tried running in sand, you understand that it's quite difficult because the morphing nature of sand, when weight is applied, you start to sink and you have to produce more and more effort to get your feet off the ground. Doing this while holding water in one's hand would add to the difficulty, as you would imagine as well. He's trying desperately to hold on to this water, a symbol for his faith in God as he attempts to traverse this desert, a symbol for his mental health and his difficulties with it. But no matter how hard he tries, it seems as though his faith continues to be shaken and lost in times of difficulty and hardship. Tyler then continues by seeing that perhaps he is addicted to this pain in some chaotic way, that as an addict with a pen, he is able to transform these hard experiences into lyrics for him to share. This is a well he daily comes back to draw from. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. Tyler continues to come back and continue to fight even though it seems as though the results are the same every single day. He deems himself a hopeless case regardless of his daily efforts to find the water. However, the track does end with a glimmer of hope. God specializes in dying, an interesting thing to say. Well, specifically in the Christian faith, Jesus died on the cross, alluding to the fact that God is also no stranger to suffering and tragedy, as he himself bore those experiences as well. In a place of surrender, rather than holding tightly and onto a little bit, he asked to be immersed in the waves of water referenced earlier. A full immersion, a baptism, if you will. The song ends, however, right where it began, back to the chorus, continuing the cyclical nature of this song, and cycles being a continual theme in their lyrics. The following footage is actually from a Battle of the Bands competition in Ohio in 2009, and this was actually before the album had even come out. So, just some cool footage. Friend Please is the 5th track, and it's 4 minutes and 12 seconds long. The song is very synth-heavy and features a dramatic shift into a plucky bridge. It's a bit of a roller coaster. Fun fact, it is believed that this is the first song that Tyler ever wrote. This song is about Tyler urging a friend considering suicide to stay alive. Verse 1. I feel for you, but when did you believe you were alone? You say that spiders crawled inside and made themselves a home. Where light once was, petrified of who you are and what you have become. You will hide from everyone, denying you need someone to exterminate your bones. This friend believes they are on an island, separated from others. They do not recognize themselves anymore and feel as though they have become infected with mental spiders, and the only way to get rid of them is to exterminate the whole house, exterminate the full set of bones. The chorus. Tyler urges his friend to remove what is making them blind to reality. He understands and earnestly sympathizes with them that they are not alone, as he emphasizes that they would be taking their life not only away from him, but someone who cares for them. But, as in verse 2, they continue to go about life glossy-eyed and a specter of who they once were, denying their problems and pain and acting as if though everything is normal. The bridge. The night is perhaps the most common motif in the 21 Pilots' lyrical repertoire and works as a time and place of the greatest mental strife and struggle. Tyler is wanting this friend to reveal what they are planning to do when the night comes, when the struggles come, to either figure out if they have a plan in place to combat those or if they have some darker ideas in store. He finally resolves to remain with this friend until the night is over, even if it means foregoing sleep and continuing to listen to this friend talk until the sun physically or mentally or metaphorically rises again. March to the Sea is the 6th track on the self-titled record with a runtime of 5 minutes and 31 seconds. Buckle in because we're going to have a bit of a history lesson for this one. During the Civil War, Union General William Sherman took 62,000 men on a march to the sea, quote-unquote, which was from Atlanta, Georgia to Savannah, Georgia. On this march, they quote-unquote smashed things. The goal of this march was to undermine Confederacy morale and civilian support for the South in the Civil War. It essentially debilitated the South and was a major step toward ending the Civil War, as they destroyed everything from military, industrial, to civilian property. This campaign would be turned into a poem and then eventually a song, which details the events as they unfolded in all its destructive, yet successful glory that helped preserve the Union and lead to the freedom of many. This poem would be put into song, of which 21 Pilots' song, March to the Sea, is both musically and thematically very loosely based on.
Our campfires shone bright on the mountain that frowned on the river below.
Like I said, very loosely based on. There's miles of land in front of us, and we're dying with every step we take. We're dying with every breath we make, and I'll fall in line. A stranger's back is all I see, he's only a few feet in front of me. And I'll look left and right sometimes, but I'll fall in line. These lyrics point towards a conformity. We can assume that this is some sort of societal commentary, as the people surrounding him are strangers. Tyler is following society, following the crowd, following the sheep. Occasionally, maybe he'll look around and get distracted by what is beyond the line, but for now, he continues to march. No one looks up anymore because you might get a raindrop in your eye, and heaven forbid they see you cry, as we will fall in line. And about this time of every year, the line will go to the ocean pier and walk right off into the sea, and then we'll fall asleep. The first part of this verse speaks to a lack of vulnerability within society, as especially around the time this record came out in 2009, emotional vulnerability was seen as much more of a weakness as it is seen today within society. This song is a continuation of a musical landscape, as it portrays walking through a desert-like place, similar to Attic with a Pin, with water being similarly far off, but always drawing closer. If water is still being seen as an allegory to God's presence, or Tyler's faith perhaps, this line could be also interpreted as if he starts to see the world through water, or God, the world, will judge him for it. And as we near the end of land, and our ocean graves are just beyond the sand, I ask myself the question why I fall in line. And then out of the corner of my eye, I see a spaceship in the sky, and hear a voice inside my head say, "Follow me instead." As he continues to question why he is following everyone else on this march of ultimate self-destruction, he continues to be curious of his surroundings and no longer pays attention to the back of the strangers in front of him. Perhaps the spaceship in the sky is seeing God peripherally, and the voice certainly is a charge from heaven to abandon the line and follow something else instead, to join a different line. Then the wages of war will start, inside my head with my counterparts, and the emotionless marchers will chant the phrase, "This line's the only way." And then I start down the sand, my eyes are focused on the end of land, but again the voice inside my head says, "Follow me instead." As he is charged by God to follow him instead, the world around him instills a vision of doubt and despair, as the line he is currently in is the only way, one way. In my opinion, the line of the marchers is one of nihilism and defeat. Abandoned by all emotion, marching towards their eventual death without rhyme or reason. This line is more enticing, more comfortable for Tyler, as the societal narrative that nothing matters and hopelessness could, in some twisted way, be seen as relief. Still, the voice inside his head tells him to follow him, not the marchers. "Take me up, seal the door, I don't want to march here anymore. I realize that this line is dead, so I'll follow you instead. So then you put me back in my place, so I might start another day, and once again I will be in a march to the sea." Finally, it seems like this UFO takes Tyler back up into the spaceship and gives way to the voice inside his head and abandons the line. He sees the line as destructive. It's very similar to the surrender we see in Attic with a Pin. He allows himself to be consumed, to be sealed away, or taken away. However, the next day, the cycle continues again. But as long as he surrenders before going off the edge of the cliff with the marchers, he can be given the strength to start again. Even if he falls back in line, he cannot stay there long enough to become a victim of the emotionless marchers. Victim to the eventual end result of something like nihilism. The void of life behind a philosophy like nothing matters. Because what is the point of living if nothing matters? We're now at the midway point of the album at track 7, Johnny Boy, with a runtime of 4 minutes and 39 seconds. This is another track that will require a bit of backstory. In 2008, in the United States, the country went through an economic recession because of the housing bubble in the real estate market. This event caused a lot of people around the world, but specifically in the US, to lose their jobs. One of those being Tyler Joseph's dad, Chris Joseph, as heard in this interview.
I think he alluded to me a few times in songs, but one song, it's called Johnny Boy.
Yeah. And
it was at a point where I was in a private school, and this is when the economy wasn't doing well. I was an admissions director, and they needed to, I didn't have that position anymore. They said, hey, we got to get rid of this position. And I was without a job for a while. So, you can still collect unemployment. A lot of people were out of work at that time. And that was, he wrote the song Johnny Boy.
So this song is loosely based about his experience watching his father go through job loss, and the use of Johnny as the main character is significant as well. Perhaps you've heard of the name John Doe, which is the alias of a normal everyday guy with no importance or significance. It's a placeholder of sorts, a catch-all. This name as the main character is meant so that the charge of the song can be applied to anyone. He stays home from work this time. He never really told his wife. He never really told a lie, but this time he decides that it's all right. No one really knows his mind, and no one knows behind his eyes. The man deserves a medal, but he's never really won a prize before. He goes to lock the door. We flesh out this image of a normal, everyday guy who is upstanding in his relationships, but has never really been recognized for his consistency or dedication. Perhaps decided at a company or by his family members, we're not really sure. I'm also not really sure what the lie he decides is all right could be referring to, so let me know your thoughts if you have any. Here's the chorus. Get up, Johnny boy, get up, Johnny boy, get up, 'cause the world has left you lying on the ground. You're my pride and joy, you're my pride and joy. Get up, Johnny boy, because we all need you now. Tyler charges Johnny to get up again. No one else is going to do it for him, but the people around him in his life depend on him and treasure him and need him to continue to keep going. Someone said, away you go, and someone said to you, goodbye. They deflect the disrespect when they say they blame it on the times. Because we all know you're qualified to fix a chair and love your wife, and they all know you're qualified, but they lie when they blame it on the times. The people around him of authority, whether at a job or someplace else, come off as disingenuous in letting go of Johnny, as it's just a symptom of the times that they live in, the economic hardships of the society around them. They treat him as a John Doe, like any other person. Johnny is seen as the status quo. But Tyler is charging this individual that although the world may see him as the bare minimum, the people around him are willing to surround him and encourage him to be more than the world is saying, how the world is defining them. The unfeeling, detached world may see him as just another guy, but to his family he is a dependable, loving, hardworking, adaptable, and someone that they're ultimately proud of. It's a charge to not be dissuaded by the callousness of the world and lean on the words and people around you. I don't necessarily believe that this song is completely about Tyler's dad, but I believe that what they experienced as a family together provided a springboard to make this song as an encouragement to people around the world that were dealing with similar situations due to the economic problems of around 2007 to 2009, which was around this time of the album's release.
Yeah, well, it is. It was written to me. I was Johnny Boy. Get up, Johnny Boy, because, and it was during a time where things were tough because, we made enough money to get by. And then I, was unemployed for a matter of months. And he felt his dad. He probably felt insecure seeing that I was, looking for a position, another job. So.
Song. We don't usually play this one live. We're going to do it for you guys. This one's called Oh Misbeliever.
Oh Misbeliever. Oh Misbeliever can be also seen as Misbeliever. It is the 8th track on the album with a runtime of 3 minutes and 37 seconds. The song heavily induces winter themes and vibes and is backed up by sleigh bells to kind of hammer that point home. And this song basically sounds like it's snowing outside. Oh, misbeliever, my pretty sleeper, your twisted mind is like snow on the road. Your shaking shoulders prove that it's colder inside your head than the winter of dead. I will tell you I love you, but the muffs on your ears will cater your fears. My nose and feet are running as we start to travel through snow, together we go. This unbeliever seems to be suffering from anxiety, as the imagery generated from these lyrics are something akin to a duck swimming on the surface of water. Calm on the surface, but paddling like crazy underneath. This person is fighting a war in their head, and this is juxtaposed with the quietness and calmness of a snow-covered atmosphere. It seems as though this person's anxiety and fears are rubbing off on Tyler, yet he still decides to fare the snowstorms with this person, determined to walk with this unbeliever through their issues. The chorus of the song is as follows. This chorus is a continuation of the themes present within the pantaloon of growing older coming with weariness, a decline in mental faculties, and growing emotionally cold. O misbeliever, my pretty weeper, your twisted thoughts are like snow on the rooftops. Please take my hand, we're in foreign land, as we travel through snow, together we go. Misbeliever's thoughts are building up like snow on rooftops. A little bit of snow is not a problem, but over time, as snow accumulates, it can cause roofs not built correctly, or built correctly for that matter, to break and cave in. Similarly, the buildup of negative thoughts and mentalities is eventually going to reach a breaking point with this individual, as it would with anyone. But he is determined to walk with this person through the winter. Even if he doesn't understand his surroundings or exactly what this person is going through, he knows every season must come to an end. He seems determined to walk with this person until their mental winter has officially passed. Aircatcher is the 9th song on the record with a track time of 4 minutes and 14 seconds. This is definitely one of the lesser known songs on the self-titled record, however, it is the first song that Tyler ever performed in a concert setting, according to a video that I can unfortunately no longer show because it's no longer available. But this song is very similar thematically to a track on the preceding album, Regional at Best, called Glowing Eyes. This song is about temptation and slipping into depression. I don't fall slow like I used to, I fall straight down. You've stolen my air catcher that kept me safe and sound. My parachute's what got me safely to the ground, but now my cord's not working and I see you staring me down. This slip into temptation or depression has become easier and easier as this oppressive force has taken away his coping capabilities personified in this parachute. The chorus is what makes me think that this song could also specifically be about depressive spiraling. I won't fall in love with falling, I will try to avoid those eyes. Falling in love with falling, being addicted to one's own sadness. However, he knows the cycle is not healthy and will try to avoid the eyes of this temptation. Avoid being swallowed by the oppression of direct eye contact with this temptress. I think you would beat the moon in a pretty contest, and the moon just happened to be the very first thing that I missed. I was doing fine on my own, and there wasn't much I lacked, but you've stolen my air catcher, and I don't know if I want it back. As previously established, the night is a continual motif for times of difficulty and hardship within the 21 Pilots ethos. Comparing this person or temptation to the moon is comparing it to the light of hope within the night itself. The moon and its reflective properties at night point towards the sun, point towards the coming of a new day, as the moon actually reflects the light of the sun. As this temptation morphs and evolves, it pushes him further away from his air catcher, his parachute. It's distorting his reality and perception as he becomes more disillusioned, and he falls faster and faster. The outro of the song also features all three original members of the band singing, one of the only times that this ever happens. Tyler, Nick, and Chris, the original three members, only show up together one other time, on the next track, Trapdoor. Trapdoor is the 10th track on the album with a runtime of 4 minutes and 37 seconds. This track is, in my opinion, the most lyrically straightforward compared to the rest of the album, so I won't spend too much time on it. However, I do think it features some of the best vocals from Tyler on the entire album. He wakes up early today, throws on a mask that will alter his face. Nobody knows his real name, but now he just uses one on a grave. As a whole, this song is about falling into the pits of loneliness and despair, while everyone around him seemingly lets it happen or is not trying to help or intervene in some way. I don't fully get what this line about the grave means, but I would like to think that it's about Tyler's life and his time in the band and creating this band, and more specifically, the band name. For those of you who don't know, the band is named after a play called All My Sons, written by Arthur Miller. Set in World War II, the play follows a businessman who knowingly sells defective planes and airplane parts to the US military, which would lead in the eventual death of, you guessed it, 21 pilots. If this song is from Tyler's perspective, and his music is his outlet to speak about things he normally wouldn't feel comfortable in doing, it would make sense that the graves of those pilots are what he now goes by. He's seeping his identity in this band as a way to deal with and maybe even deflect some of the problems within his own life. Take me out and finish this waste of a life. Everyone gather around for a show. Watch as this man disappears as we know. Do me a favor and try to ignore as you watch him fall through a blatant trapdoor. As Tyler falls into depression and despair, it seems as though those around him are watching and waiting. The lyrics fostering images of the gallows, as a trapdoor would open to allow for prisoners or criminals to face their death on a noose. This was a popular public event back in the old days, and he is comparing his mental spiral possibly to something public, as a spectacle to those around him. No one is trying to help or save him, watching and waiting for the show. Or, Tyler doesn't want someone to watch him fall through the trapdoor as he asks them to ignore it. The final words of the track, because nobody knows he's alive. The final words of the track imply that although others around him see him maybe as a lost cause and in a situation that he may or may not get out of, he is still alive and still fighting. He is still trying to figure it out, and he is still trying to escape the trapdoor. Unlike Trapdoor, the next two songs will probably require the most amount of explanation out of all the songs on the album. A Car, a Torch of Death is the 11th song on the album and goes on for 4 minutes and 45 seconds. This song is broken up into 3 different sections for each of the subjects in the song's title: A Car, a Torch, a Death. This song is also, in my opinion, the most subjective and confusing of all the songs on the record, but I will give it my best shot. The air begins to feel a little thin as I start the car, and then I begin. To add the miles piled up behind me, I barely feel a smile deep inside me. And I begin to envy the headlights driving south. I want to crack the door so I can just fall out. But then I remember when you packed my car, you reached in the back and buckled up your heart. This is obviously the car section of the song. We see Tyler get into a car, looking back on all the times in the past and realizing that he is feeling pretty numb. The cars driving south could be people in his life or people around him that are living the life that he wants to live, maybe free from the mental anguish and suffering that he has been experiencing across the full length of this album. South as a direction would be used throughout the discography of the band later in their career, as seen in The Judge. A car is also something that would be heavily utilized in the entire lore of Trench and Blurryface as the vehicle by which inner demons take him to places he'd rather not go. Not to mention car radio off a vessel, which, in the absence of his radio, the car becomes a place of isolation and mental confrontation. It seems as though Tyler would rather jump out of his moving car than continue to look at these people passing by. This could potentially be a metaphor for suicidal ideation, but we are then introduced to another character in the story. Some speculate as God or a friend or the fan base as a whole. There is someone or something that has given something to Tyler on this journey he is taking in this car, a heart. They've entrusted him with their heart, and with that, there is some level of expectation that Tyler won't abandon it or will take this heart to where it needs to go. I like how the pop song professor puts it in this, and this could very well be a metaphor for the fan base. It could be a situation where Tyler is leaving a concert and bringing his fan base with him wherever he goes, at least mentally speaking. He's getting into the car leaving a concert knowing that the people that were impacted by the band's music have to go back to silence and live their lives away from the reprieve that a concert can be. This is a sacrificial love of sort that is keeping Tyler from abandoning this car and the heart in the back seat. And I think that this idea is given further confirmation in the following refrain. For me to drive away with, I begin to understand why God died. In Christian theology, Christ is the one who dies for the sins of the world. It is what sets it apart from all other world religions. That although there is suffering and pain in the world, rather than remain in heaven unaffected, God chose to put on human flesh and dwell among us, and then experience and live a life that would lead to a death that he did not deserve for the love of all mankind. John 3:16, essentially. If you take the second character to be a friend or the fan base, this would make a lot of sense as to why Tyler is becoming overwhelmed with feelings of sacrificial responsibility. He is overwhelmed with feelings of love for a group of people or a person that he understands why someone such as Jesus would be willing to go as far as laying down his life for the sake of another's well-being. Onto the torch. The demon sat there waiting on her porch. It was a little dark, so he held a makeshift torch. And when my car was far out of sight, he crept in her room and stayed there for the night. We are now introduced to a third character in the story, a demon. The second person from earlier is supposedly referred to as a female. The torch to me is the most confusing part of the entire song. It seems as though the demon creates a makeshift torch, which is a fire, obviously. Now, fire could be seen as a good thing as it provides light in the darkness of something like night. However, it being a makeshift torch sort of infers something negative, that it is something that is haphazardly put together. In that case, fire would be a dangerous thing. And in this case, the torch could be something destructive. This home, wherever this woman is living, is where Tyler is figuratively or literally driving away from, and when he leaves, the demon stays the night in her home, in her room. The night obviously being a continual motif, the demon was awaiting for this female to come home. This could potentially back up this fan base theory that I was talking about earlier, as this person is returning from being with Tyler and the band at a concert and are coming back to their own problems at their home and their own reality to face and struggle their own inner demons. Onto the death. And then I felt chills in my bones. The breath I saw was not my own. I knew my skin that wrapped my frame wasn't made to play this game. And then I saw him, torch in hand. He laid it out what he had planned. And then I said, I'll take the grave. Please just send them all my way. Now, it seems as though Tyler is confronting this demon, as the breath that was not his own could only have been the demon in this case, I would think. And his skin may not be thick enough to survive this encounter, perhaps. The demon begins to lay out what he has planned for this person, for this woman. Obviously, and probably not great things. To which Tyler responds that he will then take on the trials instead. He will take on the grave. Now, this whole story could be an imitation of what Christ does, or it could be Tyler trying to imitate Christ as he requests that all the people like this woman are to be sent his way. This could be taking some level of responsibility for these people or taking their hardships alongside with them. This more or less introduces the second possibility for what people think this song could be about. It could be a rendition of Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane. As Jesus faced his arrest and eventual crucifixion, he went away to the Garden of Gethsemane, where he prayed and pleaded with God so hard for his own life that he started sweating blood. This is referred to hematidrosis, where the body is under so much strain that and emotional distress that one begins to sweat blood instead of regular sweat. In these moments, Jesus then submitted himself to become a sacrifice for all instead of pleading for his own life. In a similar fashion, supposedly Tyler is allowing himself, on some level, to go through mental anguish in order to maybe potentially help those through his music and better relate to those individuals. In some ways, this could be seen as a death, as he is purposely subjecting himself to create in a headspace that would produce something that would resonate with people who are dealing with serious issues, whether that be depression, anxiety, or even suicidal thoughts. I see this as the most plausible explanation, as it is something he certainly did to provide the band's most critically acclaimed album, Trench, where he talks about subjecting himself to time in his underground bunker music studio and refused to come up for air until he felt like he had a story worth telling. I believe this is further confirmed in the closing lines of the track. The air begins to feel a little thin as we're waiting for the morning to begin. But for now, you told me to hold this jar, and when I looked inside, I saw it held your heart. It seems as though Tyler has decided to wait with this person until the morning, the end or pause of mental struggles. He feels as though his audience has entrusted him with their heart, and has chosen to be an aid or outlet in waiting for the morning. This song is truly great, and certainly a fan favorite, and I would love to hear what you all think in the comments if I have missed anything or you think it could be interpreted like in another way. If you think about it, and if you've watched my video on the full lore, this story is really a prototype for what exactly happens in the story of Clancy. On to Taxi Cab. Taxi Cab is my favorite song off of this album personally. This is another track steeped in religious undertones and will take a little bit to explain as well. Taxi Cab is the 12th track, clocking in at 4 minutes and 45 seconds. This is a side note, and I won't go into too much detail here, but I like to view this as a sequel to A Car, a Torch of Death, as in this song, Tyler is in a hearse, supposedly in a state of almost death. If you view this after his quote-unquote death in the previous song, it's pretty interesting to say the least, but let's start at the beginning. I want to fall inside your ghost and fill up every hole inside my mind, and I want everyone to know that I am half a soul divided. These lyrics are obviously talking about his desire for God or the Holy Spirit to mend his broken state and to impact his fragmented spiritual health. These lyrics are interesting as they are some of the first manifestations of what eventually would become the character of Blurryface, a soul divided, a person split, a figure that represents the fear, the insecurity, and instability that Tyler feels as though takes up half of his psyche at times. He feels as though this split personality has fractured his soul, and he is asking God to mend the gap between his broken self and a healed mind. Onto the chorus. Sometimes we will die, and sometimes we will fly away. Either way, you're by my side until my dying days. And if I'm not there and I'm far away, I will say, don't be afraid. We're going home. This chorus section is definitely up to interpretation, but I view it as him coming to a realization that either in defeat or victory, God is always with him. Or it is God responding to his request in the first verse, saying that he won't forsake Tyler and to not be afraid. I believe this could be seen as a continuation of a first-person narrative, or it could be seen as a conversational piece documenting a back and forth between Tyler and God. Either way, verse 2 continues the first-person narrative. I want to strip myself of breath, a breathless piece of death I've made for you. A mortal, rotting piece of song will help me carry on, but at least you heard. This line is referring to suicidal tendencies and ideation. Tyler's desires to remove breath, which would in turn kill his physical body, obviously. Even then, it is though he recognizes that in some way, whether in life or in death, his body, mind, and soul is a sacrifice. However, his music has given him a way to continue. His outlet and creativity has provided a lifeline to keep going. Referring to his music or a song as a mortal, rotting piece of song is as if he's self-criticizing his own work as not being good enough, not being worthy enough of a reason to continue on and to keep going in his life. Even if it is not viewed as quote-unquote good stylistically or lyrically or whatever, he's content with the faith that his message and his work has been heard by God. That is something that he himself has created. I'm reminded of the following passages because of this line. In the same way, the Spirit helps us in our weakness. We do not know what we ought to pray for, but the Spirit himself intercedes for us through wordless groans. On to verse 3, which is in my opinion the most lyrically rich and spiritually accurate in the whole album. We're going to do this entire verse at once and then break it down piece by piece. So the hearse ran out of gas, the passenger person grabbed a map, and the driver inside it contrived a new route to save the past, and checked his watch and grabbed a cab, a beautifully planned taxi cab. A cab had a cleared out back, and two men started to unpack. Driving once again, but now this time, there were three men, and then I heard one of them say, "I know the night will turn to gray, I know that the stars will start to fade when all the darkness fades away. We had to steal him from his fate so he could see another day." And then I cracked open my box. Someone must have picked the lock. A little light revealed the spot where my fingernails had fought. Then I pushed it open more, pushing up against the door. Then I sat up off the floor and found the breath I was searching for. Then there were three men up front, and all I saw were backs of heads. And then I asked, am I alive and well, or am I dreaming dead? Then one turned around to say, we're driving toward the morning sun, where all your blood is washed away, and all you did will be undone. So let's start with the first section with the hearse and the taxi cab. Tyler is presumably in a coffin, in the back of a hearse being driven to what we can assume to be a graveyard or something of that nature. But Tyler is still alive at this point, as each of the verses indicate an aware person retelling this story. This hearse represents death. It represents the end of life, obviously, as it is a vehicle by those who have passed are transported to graveyards or cemeteries or wherever they will be buried. With Tyler's honesty to suicide in the previous verse, we could infer that perhaps this hearse running out of gas could refer to potential unsuccessful attempts or something along those lines. As this hearse runs out of gas, it is revealed that there is a driver of this hearse. In response to the hearse running out of gas, the driver begins a new plan, this plan to save the past. Rather than be defined by what he has done, the driver is working towards a way to redeem Tyler's life. He grabs this taxi cab. And before we continue, let's talk about what a taxi cab is and hint at what it could represent. Taxi cabs are used as a means of transportation to get you somewhere you want to go, simple as that. However, something interesting of note with this specific taxi cab is that it is described as beautifully planned. Now, most of the time, taxi cabs are random or at spots of large foot traffic in order to get more customers. However, this one seems to have been premeditated on its arrival. It appears right when it is needed, right when the hearse is out of gas. Keep that in the back of your mind as we continue. Now, in the taxi cab, there are these three men, besides Tyler in the car. One of the three talks about a time when the night is over, a time when the rising sun will begin to gray out the night sky, and the stars will disappear in daylight. This individual also speaks about saving, quote-unquote, him, or Tyler, from his fate, furthering the idea that this could be about an attempt on his own life, so he could in fact see this day, see the morning, or see the sun. We then go back to Tyler, who is testing out the integrity of this coffin. The locks keeping him inside have been picked, and he is able to get out of it. This light makes me think that as he is pushing his way out of the coffin, the emerging daylight is showing where Tyler has fought to get out of the box. The lock was already broken, but it was Tyler who had to push open the door. This action, this desire and purposeful leaving of the coffin introduced him to those driving the cab. There are three men driving the car, a reference to the Christian Trinity, and they have given Tyler a new chance at freedom and a removal of shame. They are heading towards the morning, toward hope, toward a hope. At this destination, his wrongs will be made right, and he can begin anew again. So what does this mean? The song has undeniable religious connotations, so I'll analyze it through that lens specifically. The taxi cab is metaphorically a vehicle for salvation. When the hearse ran out of gas, it wasn't random or a last-ditch effort, it was the perfect plan all along. And it came to pick up Tyler when he needed it the most. I view this song as the following. Tyler was on the verge of some kind of what we can assume probably a literal death caused by mental anguish or a suicide sort of attempt. Losing to himself. Right on that line between life and death, something stopped him in his tracks. These three men, the Christian God. God provided a new way with a new destination, a taxi cab, salvation. Maybe this thing that met Tyler in his darkest hour was actually a taxi cab in real life. There's really no way of knowing, but whatever it was, metaphorically or literally, it had showed in the light of day that Tyler not only had fought, but he had a desire to live. The lock on the coffin had been broken. The chains of death had been broken, but Tyler ultimately had to make the decision to choose and leave the coffin. God had already given salvation, but he is not going to force it upon him. He still has to accept it. When choosing to leave this coffin, he finds what he's been looking for all along: air, reprieve of some kind, a reason to live. Tyler might not have planned to leave that coffin, but the three men up front had always planned to take him to a place of new beginnings, where the past mistakes and actions have been washed away, where he can be made new, where he can continue to stay alive. The second to last track on the album, track 13, Before You Start Your Day, 3 minutes and 53 seconds long. This is another track that will not require a ton of explanation, and it is pretty self-evident. And I'm not trying to be a hater here, but I really don't rock with this song at all. Really any part of it. But hey, if you like it, then all power to you. Open the slits in your face and start your day. You don't have much time to make your slits look just right. These lines are pretty similar to Trapdoor, of an individual in the morning going through a routine of getting ready that attempts to hide and mask the pain endured during the nighttime. This is continued in verse 2. Look in the mirror and ask your soul if you're alright. Put on the glitter that your soul hides behind. This individual continues to put on a socially acceptable makeup, so to speak, that hides the darkness inside and its effects on them. This song seems to not be about Tyler, but about someone else, as the chorus suggests. You're in my mind, I'm singing. I honestly don't know what to make of this chorus, but it seems that Tyler is encouraging this person, that he is thinking about them and hoping the best for them as they go through this difficult time. And in the bridge, we see him encouraging this person that they don't need to make themselves into something that they are not. Know you are made holy, open your eyes and see. The clouds above will hold you. The clouds above will sing. Viewed within the Christian lens, all people are made in God's image, in a way reflecting the holiness of God in a way. He's encouraging this person to see that they are made special and made with a purpose. A reminder for them to think about before they start their day. Isle of Flightless Birds, it's the final track on the self-titled album and has a runtime of 5 minutes and 45 seconds. And before the release of Paladin Straight off of Clancy, this was in fact the longest song that the band has ever released. This song wraps up what Tyler has been trying to say throughout the length of the album. It is a synopsis and a charge for the listener moving forward as they begin to deal with their own problems in their own lives. Jumping into the pre-chorus. Now is the climax to the story that gives the demons and angels purpose. They fly around while we are walking and mold our emotions just to please them. Throughout the journey of this album, we have reached the end. We have reached the point where a decision is to be made. One that gives purpose to morality and one sense of right and wrong. But this sense of right and wrong seems dependent on something: emotions. Oftentimes, we can overlook negative or positive actions in our own lives depending on what emotion we can use to justify our behavior. We are stuck on the ground while they are flying around in the air fighting unseen battles. Into the chorus. I am cold, can you hear? I will fly with no hope, no fear. And the ground taunts my wings, plummet as I sing. As the world seems to be stuck on the ground, Tyler is trying his best to get into the air. Although he doesn't seem optimistic that his efforts to fly will result in anything other than plummeting to the ground, just to see what happens. I believe that Tyler's attempt to fly is an allegory for his desire to make music and to make it in that industry. It would be weird for him to ask if you can hear that if he's cold, if it meant anything other than his music being a necessary vessel of communication. He's not fully sure in his ability to make this stream work. And at this point in the band's history, it was probably a serious possibility that he would have to abandon this stream of making music as a career. He sees himself as joining everyone else on the ground, living a quote-unquote normal life, while desperately trying to make his music thing work out. All we are is an isle of flightless birds. We find our worth in giving birth and stuff. We're lining our homes against winding roads, and we think the going is tough. We pick songs to sing, remind us of things that nobody cares about, and honestly, we're probably more suicidal than ever now. If you decide to live by what you think is wrong and what's right, believe me, you'll begin to wish you were sleeping, your weeping will creep in your head, and you'll cry. But if we wake up every morning and decide what we believe, we can take apart our very heart, and the light will set us free. The world is an isle of flightless birds, a bunch of people too afraid to fly and seek out new places. We find purpose in living the cookie cutter life, the American dream. Get a house, start a family, and settle down. In this place of settlement and contentment, people often line their homes against winding roads. I think that this line is pointing to self inflicted problems or making problems out of something that aren't that serious. We decide to put our homes on winding roads. We decide to make an unnecessarily big deal about the consequences of our actions. Our entertainment and art is shallow and not even scratching the surface of what works of creativity should invoke. And despite being relatively comfortable, flightless birds, we find ourselves as a society being more mentally unstable and unwell. You would think that with the comparatively unmatched wealth and security of the modern age, that prematurely ending one's life would be an impossibility in someone's mind. It would be the last person someone would think about. But the trend in our society as a whole is trending in the other direction. Here, I believe Tyler is saying that if you go and live your life by an abstract rule of morality, fashionable to change based on any situation, you will fail. If you don't take flight, you will fail. Subjective morality will make anyone act inconsistently, as the main force behind it is personal discernment. Tyler is arguing that the problem with this is that, as people, we are so full of inconsistencies and paradoxes. If we try to live based on what we believe at any given moment, we will ultimately be left in a fractured state, as no concrete moral axiom can hold together ourselves, as it is always changing. Hopefully that makes some sort of sense. The alternative that Tyler is providing here is that we must decide in the morning. Decide before the moments in our day force us to betray the integrity of our own subjective morality. Have a central belief that is followed no matter what. No matter how we feel, no matter what is comfortable, we have something that we believe in our life that we abide by no matter what. And in turn, what this does is free us from being dictated by emotions, by our heart. This idea goes deeply with the band's push for people to find purpose and stay alive. And Guns for Hands is another good example of this, and we'll look at that later. How frustrating and so degrading his time we're wasting as time will fly by. And the sky will cry as light is fading, and he is waiting oh so patiently, while we repeat the same routine as we will please comfortability. And please think about why you can't sleep in the evening, and please don't be afraid of what your soul is really thinking. Your soul knows good and evil, your soul knows both sides, and it's time you pick your battle, and I promise you this is mine. This is specifically a reference to God, and Tyler is saying that there are people wasting time while God is calling them to a higher purpose. For him, God has been something he can depend on in the nighttime. Everyone will experience hardship in life. Tyler is charging the listener to stop wasting time and find that which you hold most dear before the night inevitably comes again. Stop living life of comfort and complacency with the rest of the flightless birds. Inner conflict might be something you need to listen to, something you need to get to the root of. It's not something to be ignored. We have an inherent built-in sense of morality, going back to the idea in Before You Start Your Day. The Christian idea that we are not only physically made in the image of God, but something deep within us recognizes a divine reality and morality as well. Tyler charges the audience to make a decision and to make a choice. He has made a choice. It's not easy, it is a battle, but his battle is to use his music to push people to purpose, push people to live for something beyond themselves, to fly away from the Isle of Flightless Birds. Coming off of Isle of Flightless Birds and wrapping up this album, I will leave you with the words from 2010 off of the band's MySpace account that I found on the Wayback Machine regarding this album. These songs were a result of struggle. Struggle is something that everyone experiences. Why we all walk around pretending that we don't know is a problem deeply rooted in our human makeup. You will find heavy and dark lyrics strategically disguised by catchy melodies and creative song structures. We would like you to think and write for yourself, writing down what you think is imperative. A human must create. That's why we were created. The act of creativity can often be a painful process, especially when the ideas that are working to be manifested are true deep difficulties within the human experience. I want to go back, as mentioned, to the album cover for a minute. This individual has a lot going on in his head, represented by this toxic-looking sludge and various items and structures. A common message throughout the band's history is redirecting pain, anger, frustration, and turning it into a productive thing. Something that can focus these emotions into something productive, something creative. This is just a theory, but I see this album cover as creativity striking in the most vulnerable moments. After the mind is allowed to excrete all of its waste, oftentimes creative types are brought to inspiration on how to express how they feel through creative work. After the restless hours in bed being tortured by the thoughts and feelings of the mind, it wouldn't surprise me if this is where Tyler found himself, and found his greatest inspiration and drive for creating this album in particular. This light bulb. An idea. This is very early in the band's career, and although Tyler himself has been making music for a little while, now at this point, for himself, he's becoming more focused, more determined, and more serious about his craft. Your soul knows good and evil, your soul knows both sides, and it's time you pick your battle, and I promise you, this is mine. Well, everyone, congratulations. We are now moving on to our second album. We have finished the self-titled album. We've made it through that first bracket of songs. It's now time to move on to the sophomore album, although unofficial, the second album of this band, Regional at Best,
which was released in 2011, about a year before the band would sign with the record label Fueled by Ramen. Unlike the self-titled album released in 2009, two members of the band had decided to leave at this point in the band's history, Chris Solly and Nick Thomas. The void that this left in the band was filled by none other than Joshua Dunn, and from this point on, 21 Pilots would be a two-piece band. Now, you won't find this album on Spotify or anything like that, due to the nature of the album having tracks that would eventually be re-recorded on later records like Vessel, and the label required the band to shelve this project in order to be signed. It's a complicated situation, and it stinks that you can't find the songs on the album except for something like YouTube.
So right around the time that we got signed was the time that we kind of had already released Regional Best. But then the time between when we released Regional Best and when we were ready to kind of officially release our first professionally done major label record, we had written more songs since then. That's why songs like, Semi-Automatic and Fake You Out and Truce and House of Gold aren't on the Regional Best, the old record that technically doesn't exist. So what happens was our label said, hey, do you want to release Regional Best as is? And maybe we can remaster or something. No, we have new songs. We want to record a new record, but we'll pull some songs from Regional Best and have that be a part of Vessel. So technically, Regional Best doesn't exist because it falls in that kind of purgatory of right as we were releasing music independently and right when we got signed and we were able to release and record music.
This album has many songs that are on the preceding album, which we will not be including in this section for Regional at Best. Those songs are Guns for Hands, Holding On To You, Ode to Sleep, Car Radio, House of Gold, and Trees. I will say there are some RAB truthers who believe that the Vessel songs present on this record are in fact better than their re-recorded versions off of Vessel, but you can go back and check for yourself and make your own opinion. There are a few different versions of Regional at Best that were released, but for the sake of this video, we will be doing the newsletter edition, which has the most amount of songs. This will give us 10 tracks to listen and work through for the RAB era. I haven't said this yet in this series, but later on I will include any music videos that were released and explain how they can tie into the song. But for now, on these earlier projects, there's not a ton of visual media that the band has coupled with these songs, so just keep that in mind. Without further ado, let's get into Regional at Best. 21 Pilots' second album released July 8, 2011. The album cover features Tyler's brother Zach at a Little League baseball game when they were younger. We don't know the significance of this picture, but we can infer that this album will be surrounding themes of childhood innocence and the pains of growing up. This is also the first time we see the band's logo in printed media, and you can see it right here. If you zoom in, some people think that's on purpose, but some people are also just schizophrenic, so I'll let you decide for yourself. In this album, we very much see a deeper dive into electronica aspects, and despite the track's runtimes all being over 4 minutes, there's a more focused and driven personality, so to speak, in the messaging. I encourage you to listen along on your phone or something while we dissect each song. So let's jump into the first track, Slow Town. Slow Town is technically the fourth song off the record and has a runtime of 4 minutes and 37 seconds. In my opinion, this song is the primordial version of Stressed Out. It's about reminiscing on childhood times when things weren't as emotionally heavy or burdens weren't as heavy and were much lighter. The song also transitions from a more slower, more methodical portion to a faster, electronically buzzing section to kind of give off that theme of the quickness of growing up and the frantic state we can sometimes find ourselves in whenever we realize that childhood is far in the background. But let's start with the chorus. Hey, wouldn't it be great if we could just lay down and wake up in Slow Town? Today, I want to go away because things are too fast now. I want to be in Slow Town. This portion sees Tyler wanting to go to sleep or escape from the present situation and wake up in this place called Slow Town. Slow Town is essentially childhood, time in the past when things didn't matter as much and time seemed to move very slowly. Like when you're a kid, everything seems to take forever, waiting to get out of school, finish chores, whatever, but as an adult, everything flies by. This is actually a scientifically proven concept. Children perceive time in a slower way because they are constantly experiencing new things. As an adult, you experience less and less newer things, which makes most things seem insignificant and seemingly pass by more quickly. They call this the neural metronome, and it's moving at a faster pace. The chorus. I put my socks on my feet just so that my soul won't fall through my toes, and I walk through my door just so I don't fall through the floor. I think these examples he gives as how he acts outside of Slow Town are pointing towards the actions he does every day to stay sane and grounded. He has to get up and keep moving so that he doesn't feel left behind in life or lose to his mental struggles. As an adult, you cannot be in Slow Town. You have roles and responsibilities you have to fulfill. I remember when my brother and other kids from other houses would get together, I'd ride my bike and my brother would ride his. Put cards in our spokes and make our engines sound like traffic. When using Pokemon cards, please do not use the holographics. So bold and fearless in the risks we take, laugh in the face of gravity as its laws we break. On trampolines so high we reach for the sky, but I don't look up anymore and I don't know why. Part of these verses are pretty self-explanatory. For the cards and the spokes, I'm not even going to write this in the script, just let me try to explain it. You kind of put the card in this part of the tire and the spoke, and then when the tire hits it as it spins, it kind of makes a noise. It kind of makes a really nice noise, you know? Anyways, something the youngins used to do back in the day, you know what I mean? Now, this is also something I'm a bit of an expert in as a Pokemon card connoisseur myself. It's pretty simple. You just don't want to use holo cards because they're special and you don't want to damage them, and they're usually worth more. You want to keep them pristine so that you can sell them to people for tens of thousands of dollars. Anyways, Tyler continues with how as a kid, maybe on a trampoline or something, you felt as though no rules applied to you. That you could break the very laws of nature if you wanted to, and if you tried hard enough. There was a higher sense of curiosity, but he finds himself not even looking into the sky anymore. We're going too fast, save us. Simply put, the world is going too fast for Tyler, and he wants to slow things back down and try to recapture some of that childhood innocence and courage. A time when problems that seemed big were actually very small in comparison to the things an adult would have to deal with. Forest. Forest is technically the 6th track on the album and sits at a 4 minute and 11 seconds. This is a fan favorite song and it was originally released by the band as sort of a street poetry video. The song is about community and celebrating together with music. It's about harmony and peace with other people and finding common ground at a place like a concert, where you can come together with strangers that you don't even know and celebrate or enjoy something that's important to everyone in the room. Verse 1. I don't know why I feed on emotion. There's a stomach inside my brain. I don't want to be heard. I want to be listened to. Does it bother anyone else that someone else has your name? Tyler feels as though he has a vital dependency on emotions, on feelings they bring or the longing for something that they invoke. He doesn't want to simply be seen, he wants to be understood. You know what it's like when someone is hearing you but not really listening to you? They're not really invested in what you have to say and are maybe more preoccupied with what maybe they want to say instead. Although your name may not be unique, you are. Your name only describes you to the point of identifying you, especially in Western cultures where names aren't as significant to your identity as they would in other parts of the world. Two people could have the same name but be vastly different people, yet they are called the same thing by everyone in their lives. I want to hear your thoughts on this line specifically, so let me know in the comments. But for now, here's the pre-chorus. I scream, you scream, we all scream because we're terrified of what's around the corner. We stay in place because we don't want to lose our lives, so let's think of something better. The first part of this pre-chorus is a play on the I scream, you scream, we all scream for ice cream, which I'm not a huge fan of, but it's changed so that instead of ice cream that's got all these people riled up, it's anxiety about the future. People will often become frozen in place in the face of persistent passage of time and be paralyzed either by the fear of messing up or something like that, and in turn you won't actually do anything at all, like analysis paralysis. But Tyler wants to think about something better. Down in the forest, we'll sing a chorus, one that everybody knows. Hands held higher, we'll be on fire, singing songs that nobody wrote. The forest is seen as a refuge where people can gather together and enjoy music. It's sort of this euphoric place where people all have a mutual understanding about something they don't fully understand, to gather together and celebrate music for the sake of music, for the result of it bringing everyone together and under one commonality. My brain is given up, white flags are hoisted. I took some food for thought, it might be poisoned. The stomach in my brain throws up onto the page. Does it bother anyone else that someone else has your name? In its desire to be fulfilled by emotions, the brain has given up and instead taken food for thought, relying on logic and reason instead. But even this is tarnished. It's not beneficial to his well-being. This causes his brain to metaphorically throw up, to expel all the thoughts he has about his emotions and its fight and inability to coexist with logic. This constant unease in his head throws up onto the page and prompts him to write music. The bridge is quite lengthy, so bear with me. Quickly moving towards the storm, moving forward, torn into pieces over reasons of what these storms are for. I don't understand why everything I adore takes a different form when I squint my eyes. Have you ever done that when you squint your eyes and your eyelashes make it look a little not right? And then when just enough light comes from just the right side, you find out you're not who you're supposed to be. This is not what you're supposed to see. Please remember me. I'm supposed to be king of a kingdom or swinging on a swing. Something happened to my imagination. The situation's becoming dire. My tree house is on fire. And for some reason, I smell gas on my hands. This is not what I had planned. As Tyler's moving forward in life toward adulthood, he finds himself moving towards depression and anxiety embodied by this storm. He finds himself questioning his faith as he questions the point of these storms in the first place, that their existence provides him with feelings of doubt and unbelief. The lines about squinting your eyes are simply about whenever you look too closely at something you are enamored by, that often we find ourselves seeing it differently. Maybe how looking inward too closely sometimes provides a sense of hopelessness and an aha moment that you actually more lost than you thought. The next section is a continuation of the lost childlike wonder and excitement. Our imagination as kids had a future of infinite possibilities without limitation. But as time has passed, that future has become narrower and the possibilities have shrunk. This treehouse represents childhood escape, and I believe whatever treehouse he had as a kid was very important to him, as this is not the only time he brings up it, lyrically. But there is also a treehouse featured on the self-titled album art. Treehouses are obviously in trees. You know what else has trees? Forests. This forest he's singing about is like a recaptured sense of childlike wonder and infatuation. It's almost as if the new alternative for dealing with the loss of innocence is to go to a concert or something. It's one of the only places where people are all gathered for a single cause, to enjoy the music that resonates with them. I've always seen this song as a depiction of heaven or something, but let me know your thoughts. Glowing Eyes is the electronically centered 7th track on the album and sits at 4 minutes and 26 seconds. This song is one of the first in the band's catalog that has a very cheery and upbeat sound, but lyrically is about some pretty bad things. This song also features background vocals from someone not in the band, a man named James Truslow, a fellow artist that Tyler befriended. People thought the backing vocals were Josh for the longest time, but obviously, and alas, they are not. We all are stranger creatures than when we all started out as kids. Culture forbids. We have romantic fantasies about what dying truly is, fall off the grid. Again, we go back to the process of growing up changing you as a person, and an end to childlike imagination and visions of grandeur. Partially because the culture requires it in order for you to become a quote-unquote normal and functioning human being. This reality causes Tyler to ponder ideas that whatever is beyond death must be better than whatever he is experiencing in life as an adult right now. He has romantic fantasies about death. There is an aura of mystery around it that intrigues him and pulls him in. The pre-chorus. We live for the night's decor. It reveals what we dream of. Here's the night again, aka mental strife. Once the night has arrived, the expectation and the responsibilities of the day are no longer required, and the mind is allowed to think beyond survival. It's allowed to overthink. Specifically, it leads him to overthink and get in tune with his feelings. I know there's someone at the door. They called for help, of this I'm sure. But do I want to say goodbye to all the glowing eyes? I'm holding on to what I know, and what I know I must let go. But I would rather play a song for the eyes to sing along. The glowing eyes represent the negative thoughts and feelings in his life that don't seem to go away. Glowing eyes will certainly come up again later in the lore. Someone or something is trying to get him out of this room with the glowing eyes, but Tyler isn't sure if he actually wants to leave. Because these thoughts and inner demons are something that he has grown comfortable with in a way due to their constant presence. It's almost like an abusive relationship where the abused person doesn't want to leave because they feel that the other person is all that they know. He would rather make songs about his problems than actually deal with or leave the room that they are in, to distract them. And on the surface, this song sounds like a happier song, but it's a distraction in and of itself from the depression in the lyrics. We all know somebody who knows somebody who's doing great. I know some people who know people who are flying straight, but I'll kindly enter into rooms of depression, while ceiling fans and idle hands will take my life again. The first part of the second verse is talking about more so the idea of what people think is successful or living life with minimal concern or problems. This person doesn't really exist, but the idea of them is something people compare themselves to constantly, and in turn end up beating up themselves even more when they play the comparison game. Tyler easily finds himself slipping into depression instead. I get this picture of the self-titled album art again when he talks about idle ceiling fans, stuck in a bedroom at night with your thoughts. The final part of the song, the bridge. This room is far too dark for us to stay around. Redemption's not that far, and the darkness is going down. This section is coupled with the end of the song. Their eyes will sing along, make them stop. It makes me think that he has grown tired of appeasing these glowing eyes through songs and is looking for a way out. The room has grown darker and darker, and the glowing eyes have grown brighter and brighter. This line speaks towards the morning, or his faith in God as a redemption from the glowing eyes. He wants them to be stopped by this figure. He's allowed himself to stay in the room with the eyes for too long, and he's ready for them to stop. But it doesn't seem like they will stop anytime soon. And there's no mistaking it that the bishops are the embodiment of this inner demon in the later lore, and they have yellow glowing eyes. Kitchen Sink. Kitchen Sink is the 8th song on the album and plays for 5 minutes and 34 seconds, making it the longest track on this album. This song is by far the favorite of people, and a lot of people in the community would say this is their favorite song, and it's also become a bit of a meme as of late. This song features Tyler's brother Zach, who is also the one on the cover of the album, and this song would be best summarized by Tyler himself in the following interview.
There was a song that I wrote. It's on a demo type thing that it's out there somewhere online. However, the kids are getting music these days. And it's called Kitchen Sink, and there's a line that says, "A kitchen sink to you is not a kitchen sink to me." Now this is deep. Ready? This is to sandwich my Dumb and Dumber answer that I had earlier. I feel like our generation of people, we struggle with some things. We struggle with a lot of suicide and depression. And not that I claim to be any sort of professional opinion on those topics, but what I found out is those two issues are really centered around the idea of purpose. What's the purpose? Like, what's the point? We have a lot of questions, big questions, right? And we don't have the answers to those questions, and that can really discourage us as young kids that are wanting answers to questions. So I found out, it's like, well, how can I create purpose for myself? Because I feel like if I had purpose, I'd be able to conquer these two things. And I found through art that you can create the beginning of purpose for you. Not all of purpose, because that's just such a huge thing. But the beginning of purpose can be found by creating something that only you understand. For example, in your darkest hour, when you're trying to figure out whether or not it's worth it to stay alive or just to give up, if you have something that you've created and you know that you're the only person on this earth that can explain that thing, then that can be the thing that you hold on to, and that can be the thing that can help you get through that moment of your darkest hour, I like to call it. So for me, something happened to me at a kitchen sink that was it was awesome, it was good, it was emotional, it was great. But the point is, I used that moment to help me get through my tough times, because the point is, I'm not going to tell you what happened at that kitchen sink. A kitchen sink to you is not a kitchen sink to me.
Nobody thinks what I think, nobody dreams when they blink. Think things on the brink of blasphemy, I'm my own shrink. Think things are after me, I'm my catastrophe. At my kitchen sink. You don't know what that means, because a kitchen sink to you is not a kitchen sink to me. Okay, friend, are you searching for purpose? Then write something, it might be worthless. Then paint something, it might be wordless. Pointless curses, nonsense verses. You'll see purpose start to surface. No one else is dealing with your demons, meaning defeating them could be the beginning of your meaning, friend. Tyler feels alone in his negative thoughts. He thinks nobody else thinks like he does. His headspace has isolated him to a point where he feels as though he is the only person in the world struggling with the same things he is. And in a way, he's right. He begins to develop ideas and beliefs that would go against his religious beliefs and be considered heretical. He sees himself as his own therapist, but his problems are not so much external as they are internal. He is his own worst enemy. As described in the interview, something happened to Tyler at a kitchen sink that gave him the power to stay alive, that changed his perspective. I'm not going to theorize about what happened, as it's his own crucial life experience and his to tell whether he decides to or not. He pushes that this moment for him is not the same thing that will happen to someone else going through similar struggles. It's something this person must seek out and define for themselves. Tyler encourages the listeners to take part in creativity, to make something only you can understand, and explain how that is the beginning of purpose. What I believe is the purpose in this search is found through defining, defeating, and overcoming those demons. People may want to put an immediate end to their suffering and their personal mental anguish, and rightly so, but perhaps part of the void of purpose is to be found in the constant fight and battle with those demons. In the wise words of Jake the dog from Adventure Time,
to live life, you need problems.
That's so stupid!
If you get everything you want the minute you want it, what's the point of living?
Nobody thinks what you think, no one. Empathy might be on the brink of extinction. They will play a game and say they know what you're going through, and I try to come up with an artistic way to say that they don't know you, and neither do I. So here's a prime example of a stand-up guy who hates what he believes and loves it at the same time. Here's my brother, and his head's screwed up, but that's alright. No one can fully resonate with what you're going through, maybe broadly, but your problems are in fact unique to you. So it's up to you to create something out of your own unique circumstances to put into the world. Tyler admits this is not a perfect solution, but it's a step in the right direction. Tyler then introduces his brother, who gets his own verse, who I'm going to try to get through. It's so much of a tongue twister. All right, let me take a drink of water. Time gains momentum the moment when I'm living in them. I'm winning a momentary, sinning a moment passing after. A re-beginning moments mending memories, pretending enemies are friends of me, sending me straight to bending me. My bad behavior, but I bet I could have been a better man. Copy and paste caught me, and copy, better rhymes bother me. The better the rhythm, the better I am, but I bet I'll battle with them battle. Better I am. Gambling man. Better bet I am a gambling man. I am. Sheesh. Zach talks about life moving too fast and the quick blend of moments between sainthood and villainy. He finds himself doing the right thing and sinning in the next moment. He makes friends with his demons only for them to lull him into a false sense of security and catch him in bad choices and behaviors. He also finds music as an outlet for dealing with his problems, similar to his brother, and his confidence to win is greater than their power to keep him down. However, his verse ends with a doubt that he can win, starting the cycle all over again. The chorus throughout the song changes also at the very end of the track. Leave me alone, don't leave me alone. He has previously shut himself off from God and the people around him as he deals with his problems, but as we reach the ending of the song, we see him plead that these people don't actually leave him alone. as if he's finally realized the value in fighting his battles with someone by his side. I also think that having Zach specifically on this song as well as the album cover is important in some way, but I don't know if that's for us to know about or that we will ever really know about. Anathema. This is my favorite song in the album, track 9, 4 minutes flat, Anathema. Anathema means a formal curse or ban, or someone who is particularly and formally loathed. If you haven't been able to tell through Tyler's lyrics in the past, he feels particularly cursed himself. But let's go into verse 1. You will never know what's behind my skull, so won't you say goodnight so I can say goodbye. You will never know what's under my hair, so won't you say goodnight so I can say goodbye. And you will never know what's under my skin, so won't you say goodnight so I can say goodbye. And you will never know what is in my veins, so won't you say goodnight so I can say goodbye. This is a very holistically viewed approach of himself. Simply put, Tyler is saying no one will fully understand him, won't understand everything that's going on with him and his battle with his inner demons. He wants this person to leave so that he can feel peace in suffering alone. Now, this could be God he's talking to or a friend. Saying goodbye is probably a reference to suicide, but it doesn't seem like this person will leave Tyler alone. Although he feels like a lost cause, it's inferred that this person is refusing to leave him in the nighttime by himself. Won't you go to someone else's dreams? Won't you go to someone else's head? Haven't you taken enough from me? Won't you torture someone else's sleep? Now I can see how this would be Tyler speaking to his inner demons, pleading for them to leave him so he can sleep and get some rest, even resorting to asking them to bother someone else so that he can have some peace. But personally, I see this as Tyler talking to God himself, feeling as though God has taken things from him he can't get back. He feels as though God is distant, but also not leaving him be. He wants God to move on and go work on someone else because having him around makes his pain uniquely worse. And this idea is confirmed for me in the following verse 3. I start to part two halves of my heart, and I don't know where I should go, and the tears and fears begin to multiply, taking time in a simple place in my bed where my head rests on a pillowcase. And it's said that's where a war is led, but I forget that I let another day go by. I want to be afraid, but it seems like these days I'm caught underwater and I'm falling farther. My heart's getting harder, I'm calling my father. Am I screaming to an empty sky? Empty sky, no way, that's me, because one half of my heart is free. Empty sky, no way, that's me, comma, because the other half of my heart's asleep. There is a split in Tyler's heart from the half that believes in God to the other which doubts in him and his presence. This fracture causes intense emotional strife and continues with each passing day. He wants to fear God, but his dire situation is pushing him away from faith and belief. He feels as though his prayers are like screaming into an empty sky. He demands proof. But then we see each half of his heart. One is free and one is asleep. One half of his heart believes in a greater good and God's presence, and the other is so deeply affected by hardship and struggle that it has fallen asleep to any awareness of his presence and goodness. Fun fact, parts of this third verse are actually taken from Tyler's solo project I think that he made in high school called No Fun Intended. This is definitely one of my favorite songs, though, from the album, and I'd like to know what you think about this song down below. Lovely. Oh, do I have a deep cut for you guys right here. Hopefully I can show it. We'll see if copyright doesn't strike me down or not. But if I can show it, I'll say it right now. Lovely is the 10th song on Regional at Best and runs for 4 minutes and 21 seconds. This song was released on the album as you would expect, but it was also re-released a second time during a tour in Asia in 2013. The band released an altered version of this song in Japan in 2013 that even charted on the Japanese Billboard Top 100. The band has a promotional pseudo-music video that they released that's been lost to time and disappeared, but I found it, and hopefully I can show it. Also, the song is very lyrically similar to Friend Please from the self-titled album. You say things with your mouth, cobwebs and flies come out. I hear a second voice behind your tongue somehow. Luckily I can read your mind, flies and cobwebs unwind. They will not take you down, they will not cast you out. This person is saying one thing, but Tyler can tell they are essentially dead inside. That the demons inside of this person, the internal demons, have influenced them so much They've been consumed by this depression that the words that they are saying are heavily influenced because of their hold on this person. Dear friend, here we are again, pretending to understand how you think your world is ending, sending signals and red flags and waves. It's hard to tell the difference between blood and water these days. I'll pray that one day you'll see the only difference between life and dying is one that's trying, and that's all we're called to do. So try to love me and I'll try to save you. This cycle is nothing new for Tyler and this person, as it's something that frequently occurs. This person is expecting the worst thing to happen to him and is anxious, throwing up warning signs in the process. They feel as though they are dead inside, and Tyler is encouraging them that fighting this fight and this pain is part of being alive. It is in fact what makes us alive. He is encouraging this person not to be shut down, but instead be open to love and to be helped. Won't you stay alive? I'll take you on a ride. I will make you believe that you are lovely. This person should stay alive because Tyler would take care of them and put them on an adventure of sorts. He will be dedicated to going through life with them. He wants to make this person begin to see themselves as he sees them, as lovely. Verse 2, your redemption won't grow stale. We are now just setting sail. On the seas of what we fear, treason now is growing near to me. Tyler says that this newfound pursuit in staying alive and having faith won't grow stale, and that as they begin to travel through their problems, they become more and more uncertain, however. It's important to note that it seems as though the narrator shifts from Tyler's perspective to the person being helped. As treason draws near, as the waters of fear begin to grow higher and higher, it would make sense in the bridge that this narrator has changed to the other person. And then furthermore, in the upcoming bridge, there is an act of surrender. Everything that Tyler was encouraged this person specifically to do. I'm coming clean, God hit me straight on. This person has decided to surrender their control to their problems and allow God to work. They ask that they may be hit straight on, a full submission, similar to what we see in Addict with a Pen. They are coming clean. They are letting themselves go and be honest with themselves and with others about their problems and allowing themselves to be helped. Oftentimes, the hardest people struggling with these problems is to allow them to be helped, as their fear and problems have isolated them and to the point that they think they have to go about it alone. Ruby. Ruby is the 11th song on the record with a runtime of 4 minutes and 30 seconds. And I'll let Tyler himself explain what this song is about.
The song is called Ruby. It's about a girl who goes to my church, Josh and I's church. She's just a little girl. She's got Down syndrome, so she inspired me. This song is called Ruby, named after her. Her parents are in the house tonight, so give them a round of applause. Let's make this awesome for them, huh? Alright, so it's a newer song, which you know that we don't like to have you guys just sit there and watch us play. So what we're going to ask you guys to be a part of this song. You guys cool with being a part of this song with us?
Ruby, I hope I see you. I've waited all this week. For you to walk my way, your soul will capture me. Your mama painted your room a shade of pink, she said, but with your great arrival, that shade has turned to red. Tyler has been waiting until Sunday, the day he goes to church, to see this girl, Ruby. Something about her and how she goes through life is so pure and powerful that it enraptures him. Not super sure what this line means, but probably has something to do with her name being about a red-colored gem. Ruby, take my hand, please lead me to the promised land. Tell me where I'm from. Your eyes say sha-da-dee-da-dum. Ruby, your royalty, in your homeland they all call you queen. Tell me where are you from. Your eyes say sha-da-dee-da-dum. Tyler sees Ruby as a window into the divine, as someone not consumed by the problems of this world like he can sometimes be, but someone so radically enjoying life that Tyler sees her as being from a different world or a different place, being from heaven, as we'll later see in the song. You're an angel fallen down, won't you tell us of the clouds? You have fallen from the sky, how high, how high? Tyler continues, you're true and pure, you hold the cure, we're all diseased, you hold the key. People may see Ruby's Down syndrome as a hindrance to her and her family, but it allows her to remain true and pure, to hold a secret everyone else around her doesn't seem to have. A secret of joy and happiness. Like someone who has seen the hope and joy of heaven surrounded by people who can't even fathom it or choose not to believe in it. It's as if a citizen from heaven was sent down to earth to be a window into what life is like above the clouds. Tyler believes that her faith is far stronger than his, and that is a reflection of how he wants to be. He outros the song with the line, "Tell our dad I'm sorry." Tyler wants Ruby to advocate to God on his behalf, as she is someone who is closer to God than he could ever be, at least according to him. Tyler is guilty for the sins he has committed and his lack of faith, and sees Ruby as a messenger or someone he can entrust with going to God on his behalf. It's really a beautiful song, so give it a shot. Be Concerned. Be Concerned is the 13th song on the album and goes on for 4 minutes and 8 seconds. This song features a fellow artist named Joseph from an Ohio-based Christian group. But this song is definitely one of the lesser knowns off this album, and it's a bit different, I'll say, than most of the songs on this album. Where'd you go? They all think I know you. It's so hard to motivate me to devote. A single inch of me to something I can't see. I don't mean to pry, but why would you even make the eyes? I don't believe my ears, and I'm scared of my own head, and I will deny you for years, and then I'll make you raise me from the dead. And if I said that I would live for you for nothing in return, well, I'm sorry, Mr. Gullible, but lying's all I've learned. So be concerned. Tyler is talking to God in the first verse and is stating how it's hard for him to believe and have faith in something that he can't see. He doesn't see a point in why God would even make eyes for humans if they're not something that he can even be seen with in the first place. It's hard for him to devote his life to something that is not tangible, and he doesn't know what he believes. But he ultimately doesn't trust even his own head to make a different path that he could take. He spends a lot of time doubting and not believing, but ultimately finds himself crying out to God to save him from death and his troubles. Into Joseph's verse. No music and I can talk about anything. Whether or not it's worthwhile, it's based on who's listening. Most of us listen if it's something we can relate to. All of us relate if it's something we've just been through. Taken for granted, trust is damaged, and now we panic. Living empty-handed, living lives like we can manage. I can't feel you, but I still know where home is, feeling like Jonah did. Almost dropped the bat like every base was loaded. Joseph is saying that music is something that may or may not be important to people depending on how much they can relate to it. But people continue to live their lives as though they can fully control their problems and their situations. They feel as though God has abandoned them, yet they still have an inkling of an idea of where to go next. Joseph then references a biblical prophet, Jonah. Jonah was an Old Testament prophet who was sent by God to the people of Nineveh to tell them to repent and turn to God. But Jonah didn't want to do this because of the racial and national hatred between him, a Jew, and the people of Nineveh. He was a reluctant prophet who reached out to these people not from a place of his heart and love for those people, but out of obedience to God. He feels as though he has been given a similar pivotal role as Jonah to reach out to those who are lost. It's as if every base is loaded and he's next up to bat. Meaning, like in baseball, a point will happen no matter what. It just has to be a good hit. Into the final verse. I am disappearing inside my bird's eye theories. I try to say goodbye, defy, and deny what it is I'm fearing. Clearly I am dying, dearly I am writing, merely testifying that a test to fly requires I pass the test with colors flying. I don't believe you most of the time. I'm lying because I say I'm fine. You are the pearl, I am the swine. So break my life and take this rhyme. I'm so sorry, but I do believe that all my bridges have been burned, and I've earned a policy of no return. Tyler has been caught up in all of his theories about the world and what to make of God that he realizes that the most of it has been a distraction to protect him from what he's really feeling inside. He feels like he has to be perfect in his faith or this test to fly. He goes further to compare himself to swine, something filthy and wallowing in his own sadness like a pig in mud. He asks God to break his life and push him towards submission, because he realizes and believes that his past mistakes and attitudes have burnt all possible bridges back to him, and he has officially made himself unsavable by God. This is what he's ultimately concerned about. Clear. Clear is the 14th track on the album and is one of 2 tracks on this album that are under 4 minutes. This one sits at 3 minutes and 39 seconds. As the name of the track suggests, this track is evidently clear on what it is actually about. It doesn't have that 21 Pilots ambiguity and cloudiness, opaqueness to it. Think of it as Tyler's thesis statement for his music and what he is trying to say. So let's go into the first verse of the track. I wish I had 2 faces to prove which theory works, yelling on the street corner or cleverly masking your words. I take my face off at the door because I don't know who they'll take me for. I wonder if I tell them what I did last night, whether or not I got caught, they just might Wage war on you, therefore it's true, that I shot my general on my side of enemy lines. Tyler reveals his internal conflict on whether or not he should be explicit in what he's trying to talk about, or if he should hide it behind thoughtful lyrics and catchy melodies. He feels as though he has to hide a portion of who he is and what he believes because people will see him as a hypocritical Christian if they were ever to find out about the things in his life and the sins that he has committed or struggles with. In this line, he is taking a certain level of responsibility for breaking trust with God, making it akin to shooting his general in friendly fire. Into the chorus. I'm the son of all I've done, I'm the son of all I've done, imposter, been fostered, then my new father drained my dirty blood. Tyler is explaining here that he is the sum of all his actions. He is defined by his mistakes and views himself as an imposter. That these actions and sinful behaviors have become a distorted version of his father in a way in heaven, and instead of being a heavenly son, he is a son to his sinful nature. But he describes that he has been fostered or brought in or adopted by this father. God has adopted him instead and drained away his dirty blood, basically saying that God took away all remnants of his old life and made him into a new creation as a son of his own. Verse 2. I'm not trying to be lying to you, but it takes a clever guy to do what I do. It takes some chivalry and well-placed energy to subliminally get yourself inside you. Introspection is the name of this section. Spread this infection, reflect it on the next one, the next one, the next one, and when we're done, we'll have all made something new under the sun. I'm not done yet, no. Get me off the stage and take my microphone. Then you'll wake up to me, and when you get close, I'll look you in the face and say, where's your home? Where are you going and why are you here? Have you asked these questions? Have you been sincere? Want to know what I believe? It's right here. Dig a little deeper and it's crystal clear. In this first section, Tyler is saying that his intention is to not lie to his audience and not try to deceive them into believing what he does, but instead he wants to invoke a sense of curiosity with his music as a vessel in order to prompt them in towards thinking more. It requires introspection, looking into all the corners of ourselves, the good, bad, and the ugly. Understanding this process and sharing with others is compared to an infection, a good infection at that will lead to something new under the sun. He's going to put these ideas into his music even if it gets him canceled or thrown off stages, because all he wants is to prompt questions for the listener to think about life, death, and what comes after, if there is something greater to life than oneself. This is obviously talking about his Christian faith in Jesus. Although he may not be able to talk to each person directly and intently, he wants them to look into his music as he feels as though he has been clear on what he believes. I will tell you what I can, but your mind will take a stand. I sing of a greater love, let me know when you've had enough. A lot of people think that these lyrics mean something else, and I'm just going to leave it at that. Something important to Tyler. But anyways, to the lyrics themselves specifically, Tyler will say what he can about his faith, but this is often stigmatized in today's society. He understands that there are rational objections to it, but he continues to sing of a greater love in spite of that. But for as long as he has the microphone, although it may not always be as clear as this song or easy due to the hardships of life, he will sing of Jesus and his love for all the people to hear. Two is going to be considered a bonus track, as it was only available on a few selected versions of the release of Regional at Best. 2 is 2 minutes and 9 seconds, and only has 7 words that are repeated over and over again. It is very interesting at the least, and the words that are repeated over and over again are as follows. I'm to be gone, you see rain. It's hard to fully understand the meaning of the song because there's just not enough here to determine what exactly it means, but it's generally understood that this song is a reflection of Tyler about the current state of the band at the time of this release, around 2011. There are interviews with past members Chris Solly and Nick Thomas in which they discuss how Tyler seemed to feel a bit rejected and abandoned and slightly bitter to them when they left the band earlier in that year. I'm Too is probably talking about the band, just him and Josh. The band is now only 2 people. Chris and Nick ended up leaving the band because of financial reasons. Mostly, that's a simplification, but for the sake of this, that's pretty much why. So this rain is coming. That could be the figurative way of those financial problems. And Tyler is telling them to go away or giving them permission, or his way of coping with them leaving the band. Maybe this is his version of coping with becoming a two-piece band. Maybe it's something completely else. But it's a very short track. As I said, it's pretty simple. But go check it out. Well, we've reached the end of Regional at Best. As you surmised, I'm sure, this album is central to themes about growing up, doubts and God, and helping others. All central themes to the ethos of this band from here on out. And from here on out, this band will have signed with a record label company fueled by ramen and would be poised to be catapulted into the spotlight of the world. Despite what the title suggests, that perhaps this band would be regional at best in popularity, it would in fact not be the case and would be known worldwide. But for now, as it pertains to this album, this project has some of the most pure 21 Pilots sounds in my opinion. It's the genesis for a sound that would come to shape much of what we would see over the next 10 years. Not only musically, but lyrically and thematically as well. There's also a great series by Mark, aka Real Bear Media, that he did during this time, a micro internet series, that you can still find on the band's YouTube all the way at the beginning of their channel, and I'd highly suggest that you watch it all the way through if you haven't already. You really kind of see the early days of how they start to adjust to being a two-piece band. In many ways, Vessel is like a sequel to Regional at Best, but you'll have to see all of that for yourself.
Congratulations, you have made it through the first 2 albums of this discography. It is now time to go into Vessel, the third 21 Pilots album. Vessel truly saw the band come into their own and establish themselves worldwide in the alt-rock scene. Vessel was the band's first release under the record label Fueled by Ramen, and it was released in January of 2013. The album cover features 2 elderly gentlemen wearing similar outfits, and these gentlemen are Tyler and Josh's grandfathers.
Those guys are our grandfathers. One, we've never seen that before, and we thought that would be cool to put our grandpas on the CD cover. 2, it kind of goes along with the title of the album, which is Vessel. And when I think of that word, I think of kind of an outward thing that's holding something a lot more important. Like, if you think about our bodies someday, will age, whether it's, nice or not. And we hope to be as old as those guys someday and still doing what we love and being able to say what it is that we want to say with our music.
With this album in particular, they released a commentary on the album in which you can listen to the behind-the-scenes info and inspiration to each of the songs. I'd recommend listening to that alongside of your listen through the regular track list. Vessel is comprised of 12 songs and has a runtime of 47 minutes. As previously mentioned in the Regional at Best video, some of the songs that are technically on the album Regional at Best found their final home on this record due to complications in the band's recording signing process. And fun fact, since its release, it's consistently sold 1,000 physical copies a week since 2013, and this album also went platinum in July of 2016. In many ways, Vessel is thematically similar to a combination of both the self-titled and Regional at Best albums, as we see Tyler to continue to struggle with his faith in God, other people, and battling his own mental demons. Lyrically, we see Tyler going the deepest he has as of yet into his own introspection and laying bare all of his flaws and shortcomings. We also see the duo expand their mentality established in Kitchen Sink into songs like Guns for Hands, Car Radio, and Truce. And as always, in no way am I trying to completely explain all these songs or what they mean. This analysis is just my opinion, so if the song means something different for you, that's okay. But don't get mad at me in the comments. Vessel is a fan favorite album for many, and for many of the band's fans, and many see it as their best or favorite work. And despite technically not being in the lore itself, this album and its contents would play a pivotal role in the final record pertaining to the Blurryface lore, specifically in Breach. But without further ado, let's jump into the first track, Ode to Sleep. Ode to Sleep. Ode to Sleep is the first song on the record and runs for 5 minutes and 8 seconds. Ode to Sleep is one of the band's favorite songs to play live and is very much an undefinable track in terms of sound, yet it sets the precedent for the rest of the record. It mixes a lot of genres and styles, but it's very electronic, similar to Regional at Best, but a little bit more experimental. There is a music video for this track which details the band playing this song for the first time live in front of maybe a dozen people, and it shows their journey towards playing the song for over 1,000 people. And this song was actually decided by a small hometown group of fans who the band let put their suggestions into a hat for Tyler and Josh to decide what would be the best fit for the song, in Ode to Sleep 1. Let's go into the first verse. I wake up fine and dandy, but by the time I find it handy to rip my heart apart and start planning my crash landing, I go up, 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 up to the ceiling, then I feel my soul start leaving, like an old man's hair receding. I'm pleading please, oh please, on my knees, repeatedly asking why it's got to be like this. Is this living free? I don't want to be the one who has the sun's blood on my hands. I'll tell the moon, take this weapon forged in darkness, some see a pin, I see a harpoon. In the morning, Tyler feels fine, but as the day progresses, the anxieties and fears of the day begin to weigh down on him, like a balloon losing helium slowly falling back to the ground. He compares his soul or life fading as a man's hair receding. I believe that this speaks to his soul leaving as the day wears on, but also as he grows older in age. We've already seen in the past record, like Regional at Best, how growing up and leaving childhood behind has had a profound impact on Tyler. He pleads with God for a reprieve from these struggles and can't understand how, if he has already been saved by his Christian faith, his life is riddled with problems, how this could be seen as living free. Not only is this line talking about the importance of the morning, but is also a play on word for the word sun, S-O-N and S-U-N, meaning God's sun or the sun in the sky. As we continue, he allows the night to form him and shape his creative processes, the weapon forged in darkness being the pen by which he writes these songs. He sees it as a weapon rather than an instrument to write. Into the pre-chorus. I'll stay awake, 'cause the dark's not taking prisoners tonight. Why am I not scared in the morning? I don't hear those voices calling. I must have kicked them out. I must have kicked them out. I swear I heard demons yelling, those crazy words they were spelling. They told me I was gone. They told me I was gone. This pre-chorus speaks towards the cyclical nature of his struggles, and in the morning, the struggles of the night seem distant and out of sight. So much so that he thinks he may even have a permanent victory over these problems. There's a stark contrast in Tyler that doesn't seem to fully recall the pains of the night, saying that he doesn't hear them anymore, even though he could have sworn they were there, almost that they have become unmemorable. Into the chorus. But I'll tell him, why won't you let me go? Do I threaten all of your plans? I'm insignificant. Please tell him you have no plans for me. I will set my soul on fire. What have I become? I'll tell him. He doesn't feel as though he deserves the trials and tribulations that these demons are putting him through, as he doesn't see himself as a significant enough threat to warrant constant attack. A force for good that the demons would need to reckon with. You would think that if demons wanted to attack something, it would be someone who is an affront to their cause and their goals. But Tyler's view of himself and his self-esteem is so low that he doesn't see himself as a threat to much of anything, and is instead willing to negotiate and even apologize for even seeming like he is in the way. On the eve of a day that's forgotten and fake, as the trees they await and clouds anticipate, the start of a day when we put on our face a mask that portrays that we don't need grace, on the eve of a day that is bigger than us, but we open our eyes because we're told that we must. And the trees wave their arms and the clouds try to plead, desperately yelling, there's something we need. I'm not free, I asked forgiveness 3 times, same amount that I denied. I 3-time MVP'd this crime. I'm afraid to tell you who I adore, won't tell you who I'm singing towards. Metaphorically, I'm a whore, and that's denial number 4. You know how hard it is for me to go through these lines without saying it within tempo? It's really difficult. Anyway, a lot to unpack in this second verse. I believe this day of culmination that Tyler is talking about is the day in the Christian belief that when Jesus returns, that all will have to give an account for themselves and their deeds. He reveals his doubt in this day even happening by calling it forgotten and fake. But then he sort of reveals that this is a mask, maybe his ego that fronts this opinion, that portrays he doesn't need grace, that he can either do it himself or that there's no reason to try altogether because it is forgotten and fake. I think that this portion discussing the trees and the clouds needing something refers to a Bible verse in Romans 8. We know that the whole creation has been groaning as in the pains of childbirth right up into the present time. I think this is further pointing towards an end-time scenario. He then goes into a section about his denial and what he's singing about. He asks for forgiveness 3 times, the same amount that he's denied, 3 times. This is referencing another biblical story, the story of Peter, the apostle, who denied Jesus 3 times while he was awaiting his trial. It may take me a minute to explain this line, but I believe that this fourth denial is his decision to use metaphors to talk about his faith rather than be explicit about it. He sees himself using vague allusions and metaphors as sort of a cop-out for him to not have to publicly or explicitly talk about what he actually believes. It's like going around the truth while somewhat referencing it. And I believe that this is what he's talking about when he says that he is calling himself a whore and denying himself the title that God has given him in his forgiveness. That he sees himself as something not deserving of God's forgiveness and grace and not allowing himself to be seen in that reality. And this in turn is a sort of denial. This portion really reminds me of Tally off of Breach for reasons we will discuss later on. Holding On to You. Holding On to You is the second track off of Vessel with a runtime of 4 minutes and 23 seconds, and personally this song is the most impactful in my own life. This song was made out of a place of doubt for Tyler.
I was looking at some old entries just to remember where I was coming from, what kind of mind space I was in. And in 2010, there's this one journal entry I talked about. I don't know if I'm supposed to be doing this music thing. I don't know if it's not really working right now. There's really no light at the end of the tunnel. And the people around me were saying that their time is running out and they wanted to move on to other things. And I started to wonder if my dream was not supposed to happen. And so you can read through the journal as I am kind of just figuring out who I am and what I'm supposed to be doing. At the very end of it, it says, but I started working on a new song. And right now the title is called Entertain My Faith. I'm excited about it. So I'm going to keep on working on music. And it turned into this song, Holding On to You.
This track also has a music video which is full of imagery about taking hold of one's hardships and having them work for you and not the other way around, as we'll see in the lyrics. So let's go ahead and get into the first verse. I'm taking over my body, back in control, no more shoddy. I bet a lot of me was lost, T's uncrossed and I's undotted. I fought it a lot and it seems a lot like flesh is all I got. Not anymore, flesh out the door, swat. I must have forgot you can't trust me. I'm open a moment and close when you show it. Before you know it, I'm lost at sea. And now that I write and think about it and the story unfolds, you should take my life and you should take my soul. This first verse is Tyler in a confident state as he feels himself taking back control of his mind and body. I believe this portion is talking about his negative thoughts are no longer being able to ride shotgun or the front seat in his car. His car being a place that we'll see later on as a place that takes him to either good places or bad places. In his state of new awareness, he's looking back on his past and sees a lot of lost potential, characterized by these uncrossed T's and undotted I's. He used to think that all he was his flesh, his carnal desires, or sin, but no longer. However, just as quickly as these confidences come on, the doubts start to draw in as we see a distinct tonal shift of Tyler saying that he is not to be trusted, that this isn't the only time he's reestablished himself in some sort of confidence and found himself just as lost as he was at the start later on. And as he is writing this, he comes to the realization that maybe this control he felt at the beginning was also just an illusion, which puts him back through the throes of depression. Into the chorus. You are surrounding all my surroundings, sounding down the mountain range of my left side brain. You are surrounding all my surroundings, twisting the kaleidoscope behind both of my eyes. In my opinion, one of the best choruses he's ever written. Now, I think it's abundantly clear that Tyler is talking about God in the song, but if it's something like a friend of yours or family member, that's fine too. Tyler is saying that despite all of these ups and downs of confidences and depression, as seen in verse 1, despite it all, God is surrounding his surroundings. He is everywhere. He is so close to Tyler that in some ways, this makes him harder to see, as something so close to your eyes can be difficult to see. It's interesting that Tyler says that God is sounding down the left side of his brain, as it is primarily the right side of the brain where the majority of the creative processes take place. Instead, he's referencing the left side of his brain, which is associated with logical reasoning and processing. I think this points towards a dependency that Tyler has on focusing on what he knows is true versus what he feels to be true. As previously established, his emotions are constantly pulling him every which way, so he instead chooses to focus on what he knows, as his emotions may be lying to him. A kaleidoscope is one of those kids' toys that make things look different whenever the light hits it and you twist the eyeglass, basically saying that God is making him view the world in a different way. And the chorus is the title of the song. And I'll be holding on to you. Verse 2. Remember the moment you know exactly where you're going, because the next moment before you know it, time is slowing and it's frozen still, and the windowsill looks really nice, right? You think twice about your life, it probably happens at night, right? Fight it, take the pain, ignite it, tie a noose around your mind, loosen up to breathe fine, and tie it to a tree, tell it, you belong to me. This ain't a noose, this is a leash, and I have news for you, you must obey me. These first lines are alluding to thoughts of self-harm and suicide, as the windowsill looking nice could be a reference to causing one's own death from falling from a height of a building or jumping out of a window or something of that nature. And this pain is something that Tyler and his audience are no stranger to, and Tyler himself then provides an alternative. Fight it, take the pain, and ignite it. Subdue your mind to work for you and not the other way around. It is your mind, it is up for you to control it. Come to the end of yourself and choose to make it work for you and not against you. The mind is a powerful tool or a weapon depending on what it dwells on. And it takes real discipline to move out of the negative tapes and loops our brains play over and over again, and take control of that process and instead focus on what is lovely, which in turn can change your perspective and in turn, again, your whole life. Entertain my faith, entertain my faith. This is perhaps one of the more famous lines that Tyler has ever written, and it will come up again later in Breach. Entertain my faith is basically a desperate plea to God to return some sort of results in response to Tyler's faith in him. That in his darkest moments that have proven his faith, God may show some sort of evidence or presence, or at least an awareness of his sufferings and provide some sort of relief. It's a plea for existential satisfaction. And it's also a plea to his audience to give his story a listen, to entertain his faith, to allow him to speak on his experiences and share with his audience through his music. Into the outro. Lean with it, rock with it, when we gonna stop with it? Lyrics that mean nothing, we were gifted with thought. Is it time to move our feet to an introspective beat? It ain't the speakers that pump hearts, it's the hearts that make the beat. This section is pretty self-explanatory, but he is commenting on the state of music and the music industry as a whole. That most of the music that is produced is mindless and shallow, not getting at any sort of root of people's actual problems in their lives, and instead creating a distraction of material things and wealth that are in turn fleeting. That music, and true music, is an inherent part of being human, as our hearts are something that are foundationally built upon rhythm themselves, the heartbeat. That some primal part of our being as a species is linked towards the mystery of music and how it makes us feel, act, want to change, and develop as individuals. And the band aims to do this through their music to the best of their ability, all while holding on to their values and also their fan base. Which is why you often see them perform this song being held up by just the members in the pit section of their shows. Migraine. Migraine is the third song on the record with a runtime of 3 minutes and 59 seconds, and there's a lot of lyrics with this one. For those who don't know or have not had the unfortunate pleasure or experience of having one, a migraine is basically a headache on steroids. It's a debilitating, mind-shattering super headache that's usually indicative of some larger underlying problems, whether that be extreme stress, anxiety, sickness, or any other medical problems. This song was also originally a poem that Tyler wrote when he in fact had a migraine. He considers this song to be one of his best lyrical works, so let's jump into the intro of the song. Am I the only one I know, waging my wars behind my face and above my throat? Shadows will scream that I'm alone. Tyler is wondering if he is alone in his struggle specifically and those behind his face and above his throat, so his head and his brain. I've got a migraine and my pain will range from up, down, and sideways. Thank God it's Friday, because Fridays will always be better than Sundays, because Sundays are my suicide days. I don't know why they always seem so dismal. Thunderstorms, clouds, snow, and a slight drizzle. Whether it's the weather or the letters by my bed, sometimes death seems better than the migraine in my head. Let it be said what the headache represents. It's me defending its suspense. It's me suspended in a defenseless test, being tested by a ruthless examiner that's best represented by my depressing thoughts. I do not have writer's block, my writer just hates the clock. It will not let me sleep, I guess I'll sleep when I'm dead. And sometimes death seems better than the migraine in my head. Migraines are basically a mental and physical manifestation of a hurricane alarm that something is vastly wrong and the body needs time to recuperate. Tyler is saying that the pain in his head is all encompassing and inescapable. He uses Sundays as a day of specific depression and oppression, perhaps because these are the days of church or lack thereof, which remind him of his religious problems, or that Sunday stands on the end of reprieve, aka the weekend, and the cusp of the work week and all that that would entail. They also aren't the only ones who think Sundays have this unique quality. It could be the mental or physical storms that are bringing upon this mood as well. He also likens it to the possibility of the letters by his bed. As a Christian, this could be referring to his Bible on his bedside table. Most of the biblical New Testament are letters from the Apostle Paul, so this is what he could be referencing. Although, let me know if you think it's something else. Death or suicide seems like a reprieve for Tyler from this migraine. He feels as though he is both on the offensive and the defensive from these thoughts, being attacked from all sides. He doesn't seem to be able to get any rest, and his method for dealing with these problems, his music, seems to be stalling in its ability to aid in relief, not worrying about the clock. His creativity doesn't worry about time, and his creative processes are forcing him to forego sleep, something that would remediate the migraine symptoms, both physically and emotionally. We then get into the chorus, which is slightly adapted from the intro. Am I the only one I know, waging my wars behind my face and above my throat? Shadows will scream that I'm alone, but I know we've made it this far, kid. Same as before, but he allows himself the grace in knowing that despite all of the problems he has gone through, he has made it this far, made it to this point in time, and wants to continue forward. Like he is speaking directly to the audience that we all as a collective have made it this far despite our own unique hardships that we have individually faced. Verse 2. I am not as fine as I seem, pardon me for yelling, I'm telling you green gardens are not what's growing in my psyche, it's a different me, a difficult beast feasting on burnt down trees, freeze frame, please let me paint a mental picture portrait, something you won't forget, it's all about my forehead and how it is a door that holds back contents that make Pandora's box contents look non-violent. Behind my eyelids are islands of violence, my mind shipwrecked. This is the only land my mind could find. I did not know it was such a violent island. Bullet tidal waves, suicidal crazed lions. They're trying to eat me, blood running down their chin, and I know that I can fight or I can let the lion win. I begin to assemble what weapons I can find, because sometimes to stay alive, you gotta kill your mind. Okay, this will take some time to explain, but let's look at the first 4 lines before we go any further. Tyler wants the audience to know that mentally it's obviously not going great, shocker, that his mind isn't some sort of green oasis where he is thriving, rather that a part of him, a more devious and maybe perhaps even evil part of him, is roaming around like a beast, destroying forests and trees. Remember this line for when we get to trees as well. As we've already established, trees, as seen in forests and regional at best, are seen as a place of refuge and harmony, a place where God's presence is and community dwells. His doubts and his mental problems take these trees and burn them, destroy any sense of safety and security. The next 4 lines. Pandora's box is an ancient Greek myth in which held all of the evils and curses that were eventually released into the world, causing human suffering. Making his mind akin to Pandora's box is saying that he feels as though the entirety of suffering a man can possibly endure is behind his forehead or inside his brain. Continuing this idea of isolation and suffering, his mind is then described as being islands of violence, something that will also come up later on in the island of Voltsoy in the lore, in which his mind has been shipwrecked. Even this isolated coastline mental world, these islands are populated by beasts or lions who are out to kill him, and he doesn't know if he will be able to survive them. He does what he can in assembling what weapons he can find, referencing his creative process, but also furthering the theme from holding on to you, that sometimes you have to take your minds and thoughts captive and even cut them off in order to survive. Whether it's depression, anxiety, or something else, it's about not letting your mind control you and instead bending it to your own will. Into the bridge, which includes the more hopeful side of matters. And I will say that we should take a day to break away from all the pain our brain has made the game is not played alone. I said that way too fast, I'm sorry. And I will say that we should take a moment and hold it and keep it frozen and know that life has a hopeful undertone. Tyler is charging the audience to take a step back, take a more objective view outside of the trials overthinking can cause and the narrow vision that you can have, and realize that it's better to fight this battle with people at your side and with community, to realize that there is hope at the end of the tunnel, realize that each mental low is only momentary and won't last forever. to take a proverbial ibuprofen or Excedrin, so to speak, and recover from this migraine. House of Gold. After 3 heavier songs, I think it's time to move on to something a little bit more lighter, don't you think? House of Gold is the 4th song on the record and plays for 2 minutes and 43 seconds and is a letter from Tyler to his mother.
I wrote this song for my mother, and she's a really cool lady. Love you, Mom.
That he promises to take care of her whenever she grows older and is no longer able to care for herself. This song also has a music video in which a lot happens. I don't even know how to begin to analyze it, but let's go into the chorus. She asked me, son, when I grow old, will you buy me a house of gold? And when your father turns to stone, will you take care of me? I will make you queen of everything you see. I'll put you on the map. I'll cure you of disease. It's pretty self-evident what he's saying to his mom. When she grows old, she wants her son to take care of her, to give her a house of gold, even when her husband, Tyler's father, is gone. She wants to know she will be taken care of, and Tyler says that he will give her everything that she can see. Verse 1. Let's say we up and left this town and turned our future upside down. We'll make pretend that you and me lived ever after happily. This is also pertaining to Tyler's response to his mother, although he is doubtful. What if he is saying that he cannot provide this future if this music thing doesn't work out, and all the wealth and security that comes with that? But even in that scenario, they can at least pretend to be well off and live happily ever after. Verse 2. And since we know that dreams are dead and life turns plans up on their head, I will plan to be a bum so I just might become someone. He doesn't see his dream as feasible and sees life as being cruel in that it has a way of taking human-laid plans and making them obsolete. He believes that he can cheat this game in a way if he plans instead to be a bum. That way, when life tries to throw a curveball and throw away his plans, it may actually lead to the security that they're actually wanting. It's a sweet song to his mother. Everyone say, "Aww."
Love you, Mom.
Car radio. Alright, enough mushy gushy, back into the pits of depression. Car radio, probably the most famous song off this record, clocks in at 4 minutes and 27 seconds. And here is Tyler explaining the inspiration and the story behind this song.
My car radio did get stolen from my car, and when you remove music from your situation to distract you, I don't know if you're like me, but when you get into a car, you kind of just turn music on. It's just what you do. And I wasn't able to do that for a while, and it was the weirdest, session of my life where I couldn't have anything distract me when I was in the car. And when that happens, you kind of like let your mind go and think, and sometimes it's scary.
I ponder of something great, my lungs will fill and then deflate. They fill with fire, exhale desire. I know it's dire, my time today. I have these thoughts so often I ought to replace that slot with what I once bought, because somebody stole my car radio and now I just sit in silence. Did a little bit too much of the rhythm on that one. Tyler is left alone with just his thoughts as he sits in his car without the distraction of music and a radio. I see this line as him being filled with zeal and courage, but as he stews on it, this flame becomes just an ember. This zeal just turns into desire, a wish. Instead of action, it transforms into a wish for action, despite how crucial and little time he actually has. Car radio can essentially be a metaphor for anything that is a coping device that allows us to not have to listen to the voices in our own heads. When that coping mechanism is taken away, all the mental noise comes along with it. This forces a person to be in silence and left alone with their thoughts. Verse 1. Sometimes quiet is violent. I find it hard to hide it. My pride is no longer inside. It's on my sleeve. My skin will scream, reminding me of who I killed inside my dream. I hate this car that I'm driving. There's no hiding for me. I'm forced to deal with what I feel. There is no distraction to mask what is real. I could pull the steering wheel. It's a sort of ironic paradox. When there is a lot of noise to distract, there is a sense of mental peace, but when there is no noise, there is violence. I think this line could be alluding to self-harm, but I also think it could be pointing towards his tattoos. His tattoos carry important stories of his life and moments of triumph and defeat, or he could simply be saying that his emotions are on his sleeve. But he feels as though the person he was when he got those tattoos is being betrayed in some way by a current self who is disregarding any of the progress this past self has made. This mental battle is so great, in fact, that he considers pulling the steering wheel to what we can assume to be off-road or into a oncoming traffic lane in order to get this silence to end. I ponder of something terrifying, because this time there's no sound to hide behind. I find over the course of human existence, one thing consists of consistence, and it's that we're all battling fear. Oh dear, I don't know if we know why we're here. Oh my, too deep, please stop thinking. I liked it better when my car had sound. There are things we can do, but from the things that work, there are only two. And from the two that we choose to do, peace will win and fear will lose. And there's faith and there's sleep. We need to pick one, please, because faith is to be awake, and to be awake is for us to think. For us to think is to be alive, and I will try with every rhyme to come across like I am dying, to let you know you need to try to think. I like to point out from verse to verse, Tyler seems to transition from a commentary on himself and his personal problems towards commenting on the state of society and humankind as a whole. This, coupled with the rising nature of the song, just presents this building and building feeling until we reach the beat drop of the bridge. If anything, humans are consistent. Everyone has something that they fear, something that is a lifelong battle. Although what they fear may change as they age, the act of fear itself and what it produces in the human body and mind remains the same. We then transition into a question of existential purpose. Tyler sees two options in the face of this question: faith or sleep. Faith being a faith in a higher power, a higher good that transcends one's current sufferings and promises a better future. And the other option is to sleep, or to ignore the question altogether, or this could be a metaphor for dying. Each have their own problems. Tyler references the philosopher Rene Descartes in the I think therefore I am, that the ability to produce thought is one of the factors that indicates an existence, or at least an aware existence. You have to have faith in order to think. Not necessarily in God, but faith in some sort of order or purpose of things. And I'm being very generic here. He also implies that part of faith is tackling the problems that thinking can bring head on. However, he wants to come across as much as possible as someone who is asleep, so that the listener is prompted towards introspection. This portion is very similar to the end of Clear, in that Tyler is using his music as a prompt to the listener to think about foundational questions in their lives. Semi-Automatic. Semi-Automatic is the sixth song at the halfway point in Vessel and is 4 minutes and 3 seconds long. This song is about two sides of oneself. One part of the body is automatic, and the other is something that is outside of automatic discipline and habits. The parts of you that you need to be fine-tuned and disciplined or worked on for the progression of one's character and development. Night falls with gravity, the earth turns from sanity. Taking my only friend I know, he leaves a lot, his name is Hope. Going back to the themes of night and departure from peace, with the night comes the departure of the sun, the departure of the day, also known as hope. Into the chorus. I'm never what I like, I'm double-sided, and I just can't hide. I kinda like it when I make you cry, 'cause I'm twisted up inside. The chorus is a reminiscent of another Bible verse in Romans 7, which is a letter from Paul, as referenced in Migraine. I do not understand what I do, for what I want to do, I do not do, but what I hate, I do. And if I do what I do not want to do, I agree that the law is good. As it is no longer I myself who do it, but it is the sinful nature living within me. He is split in two, between the parts of himself that wants to do and be good, and the part that enjoys his shortcomings, his faults, and his harm to himself or others. Kind of like a Jekyll-Hyde situation, something that certainly comes into play with the embodiment of Blurryface. He admits some sick part of him enjoys making other people cry. Maybe lashing out in anger verbally or being emotionally dismissive gives him some sort of sick pleasure or feeling of control. It's the carnal parts of our nature that secretly enjoy doing bad things, whether it's to ourselves or to others. We then go into the second verse, which details the daytime. The horrors of the night melt away under the warm glow of survival of the day. Then we move on. My shadow grows taller along with my fears, and my frame shrinks smaller as night grows near. When the sun is climbing windowsills, and the silver lining rides the hills, I will be saved for one whole day until the sun makes the hills its graves. With the day comes reprieve and relief from the terrors of the night. However, even in this time, there is a longing shadow, a fear for the night. His confidence shriek as the day progresses, as he will inevitably have to fight the battles of the night once again. Bridge. I'm semi-automatic, my prayers schizophrenic, but I'll live on, yeah I'll live on, yeah I'll live on. This is once again Tyler acknowledging his split nature. He then addresses his religious doubts by identifying his prayers as schizophrenic. Now, there's a lot of different types of different schizophrenia, but for the sake of this interpretation, I believe he's essentially saying that his prayers are 1, hard to follow or illogical, and 2, being directed towards someone or something that does not exist in actuality or reality. But despite this, he chooses to live on. By the time the night wears off, the dust is down and shadows burn. I will rise and stand my ground, waiting for the night's return. We're back into the confidence of the day. This song is melodically full of juxtaposition, just like the lyrics. Most of the section Tyler is describing the peace of the daytime are slower and more piano-focused, whereas the chaos of the night sections and his split persona are accompanied by the sporadically beeping electronics and fast-paced drums of Josh. The recurring themes of cycle and split desires is put on full display in this song. Screen. Screen is the ukulele-centered track 7 that plays for 3 minutes and 49 seconds. This song is pretty self-explanatory, so we'll go through it a little bit quicker, but let's go ahead and go into the first verse. I do not know why I would go in front of you and hide my soul, because you're the only one who knows it, yet you're the only one who knows it. And I will hide behind my pride, don't know why I think I could lie, because there's a screen on my chest. Yes, there's a screen on my chest. The audience of this song is either God or a close loved one, or someone like Jenna, his wife. Probably God due to the continual religious imagery in the song. Whoever Tyler is singing to is someone who knows him intimately, enough to see past whatever walls he's putting up. He can put up whatever affront he wants, but at the end of the day, he has a screen on his chest, like a TV that's directly communicating what is actually going on within his soul and his emotions. I'm standing in front of you, I'm standing in front of you, I'm trying to be so cool, everything together trying to be so cool. But nothing can be hidden from his creator, who fully and completely knows his whole being, even better than Tyler himself. Verse 2. I can't see past my own nose, I'm seeing everything in slow-mo. Look out below, crashing down to the ground, just like a vertical locomotive. That's a train. Am I painting the picture that's in my brain? A train from the sky, a locomotive, my motives are insane. My flow's not great, okay, I conversate with people who know if I flow on a song, I'll get no radio play. While you're doing fine, there's some people and I who have a really tough time getting through this life, so excuse us while we sing to the sky. Here Tyler is basically saying he can't see past himself or his current situation. He seems to be frantically trying to explain his mental state as a train falling from the sky. It is showcasing the mania of his depressive state that he's in. The strange comparison is backed up by his doubts in his own abilities and artistry, and his relationships that don't benefit him from a business standpoint. The end of the song transitions into a portion of collective reprieve and knowing that these problems are not isolated incidents or situations, but are instead something that a community can come together and unite under one experience. That everyone deals with hardships and puts on a front that they are doing fine, when in reality, to the people around us who know us best, we have screens on our chests that expose who we actually are and how we actually feel.
This song coming up, this song is off of an album called Vessel. It's my dad's favorite song, so I hope you bring it.
The Run and Go. The Run and Go is the 8th track on Vessel and is also 3 minutes and 49 seconds long, go figure. This song will also not require a ton of explanation, yet it is kind of hard to explain. I feel like this album is made up of songs that either require a lot of explanation or little to none. Anyway, verse 1. I can't take them on my own. I'm not the one you know. I have killed a man and all I know is I am on the run and go. We could assume that he's talking about his mental demons here, and there is a connotation of guilt in his voice. He says that he's killed a man. I believe that this could be a reference to himself and his mind, as a constant theme throughout this record is that sometimes to stay alive you've got to kill your mind. But on the other hand, this could be about religious guilt, similar to what we see a lot on the self-titled album about feeling some sort of responsibility in Jesus' death.
I could also see how potentially with him saying "pa" here, that this conversation is between him and his father. As you've heard in the previous clip, he said this was his dad's favorite song. It would be interesting to see why that is, if this is the case, that it could be because this whole song is based around a conversation he had with his dad about his problems and confiding in his father on how to deal with these issues.
The chorus. Don't want to call you in the nighttime, don't want to give you all my pieces, don't want to hand you all my trouble, don't want to give you all my demons. You'll have to watch me struggle from several rooms away, but tonight I need you to stay. He doesn't want any help and wants to do this all alone because this other person couldn't possibly understand what he's dealing with. The song Back to Back with Screen is interesting in the track lineup, and I think it's very purposeful. He says that this person or God will have to watch from a distance, and he reluctantly seems to ask them to stay at the end of this section, despite his belief that they could not understand what he's going through. Into the bridge. Cold nights under siege from accusations, cerebral thunder, and one-way conversations. This part speaks to self-deprecation and the thoughts and the throes of depression. Cold could mean physically as in temperature or emotionally cold. Either way, it's a time when his mind is berating him for his actions and guilting him into a submission. His mind is in a storm, and these one-way conversations are like his schizophrenic prayers as seen in semi-automatic, received by no one, shouting into the void. He feels like he always is constantly running away, like he's wanted for some sort of crime that he may or may not have committed. Fake You Out. Fake You Out, track 9, 3 minutes 51 seconds. I want to drive away. In the night, headlights call my name. Tyler wants to leave his current situation, and the headlights calling to him is a reference back to, oh man, give me a second. It's a car, a torch of death. I think that this is either he feels called to drive in the opposite direction with the rest of the headlights, the pull of selling out for fame or something, or to swerve into oncoming traffic. Honestly, could be any of these three meanings, or all of them at the same time. The pre-chorus. I'll never be what you see inside. You say I'm not alone, but I am petrified. You say that you are close to the closest star. You just feel twice as far. You just feel twice as far. This is Tyler in doubt that he could ever be the person that God knows that he is. God's reassurance to him is not enough for him to emotionally put his guard down or find peace. He questions God. You're as close as the closest star. Like, yes, you are close, but relatively speaking, you are very far away. Like, outside of the sun in our solar system, the closest star to Earth is over 4 light years away. But technically, I guess it's still close, but it's still pretty far away. And I'll fall down, and I'll break down, and I'll fake you out all I wanna. I believe that in this chorus, his audience is probably both God and the listener. He will fake out God, or at least feel like he is, in order to get some sort of divine peace and understanding his life. While on the other hand, he will fake out his audience by constantly expressing his doubts and his unshakable beliefs at the same time in what he truly believes. It's like a game where he feels like he has to say or do the right things in order to receive peace. This contrast is seen throughout their music, as in some songs like Clear or Holding On To You, he expresses a clear trust in God despite his circumstances, while there are also plenty of other examples of tracks that he has made expressing a full fall away from his faith. Verse 2. I'm so afraid of what you have to say, because I am quiet now and silence gives you space. The title and theme of this song, being of a fake out, is put on full display here, as throughout this track we don't really get a sense of who exactly or what exactly he is trying or talking about. These lines could be about his demons, as silence has already been seen as a prerequisite for hard struggles, while on the other hand, this could be Tyler talking to God about fearing judgment or disapproval, and silence is something God uses in his life to force Tyler to seek him out. Fake out either way. Something I've never really considered until writing and analyzing the song for myself. Continuing the fake out, the bridge section is out of left field musically and catches the listener off guard. It's the same game today as it always is. I don't give these places fake my name explaining this, and the wrists of my mind have the bleeding lines that remind me of all the times I've committed dirty, dirty crimes that are perfectly form-fitted to what I've done and what I'm doing. I'm brewing and losing and spewing and fusing, and believe me, that's what all the kids are doing. What kids are doing, they're killing themselves. They feel they have no control of their prisoner cell. And if you're one of them, then you're one of me, and you would do almost anything to feel free. Am I right? Of course I am. Convince me otherwise. We'll take all night. Before you walk away, there's one more thing I want to say. Our brains are sick, but that's okay. Tyler talks about the never-ending cycle, the same thing every day. Not super sure what this line is meaning, so let me know if you have any thoughts. The wrists with bleeding lines in his mind is an analogy for traumatic experiences that haunt Tyler of his past mistake, how he has never really moved on from acting in a similar fashion. I also think this could be about bleeding lines, as in lyrics he has written in his head that come from the same traumatized headspace. All of this being compared to a self-harm mechanism. He then is pretty openly honest about his struggle with suicidal thoughts and how the culture is full of people that feel the same way, but he emphasizes that they are not alone and they shouldn't give in to those thoughts. This song, accompanied by the previous track, Semi-Automatic, paints this picture of a sanity that is wearing thin. He's developing a persona that embodies his mental cracks and fractures, something that would fully embody itself in the character of Blurryface or Nico. Going to the final 3 tracks of this body of work, we have what I would argue is the most important 3-track run in any of the band's works. Guns for Hands. Guns for Hands is the 10th song and goes on for 4 minutes and 33 seconds. This is another fan favorite song and is also one of the band's favorite to play. This song is about taking negative energy in your life and focusing that power into something good rather than at oneself. This is also the longest commentary track, as Tyler has a lot to say about what this track means to others and himself and the backstory behind how he wrote this track. Tyler said this in an interview, and I can't show it for copyright reasons, but this is what he said. I know you have the ability to hurt yourself, I recognize that, but let's take that energy and let's point it at something else. Let's divert that. Let's kind of shift momentum and look at something like art or something like this music specifically, or even point it at me. Just point it anywhere, but don't point it at yourself. Let's keep this in the background of our minds as we go into track 1. I know what you think in the morning when the sun shines on the ground and shows what you have done. It shows where your mind has gone. And you swear to your parents that it will never happen again. I know what that means. I know. I'll paint a picture of the scenario I believe this song is presenting. There is an individual waking up in the morning in the ruins of a night before, and within the context of this song, I believe this scenario is involving self-harm, as it portrays concerned parents who this individual swears something like this will never happen again. This person was in a trance-like state and lost control of their bodily autonomy, and only in the light of day do they realize how far they had actually gone. Tyler is saying that he's heard this thing before and the oaths given to loved ones in order to have them to stop worrying. That you all have guns and you never put the safety on, and you all have plans to take it, don't take it, take it. So what are the guns? The guns are not necessarily physical, real guns. I mean, they could be, but they are instead a representative of the capacity of someone to cause harm to themselves. It is an unchecked desire or weapon within people that they point back to themselves, figuratively speaking. Here, he is encouraging them to abandon their plans and to not point that gun at themselves. I'm trying to sleep, but I can't when you all have guns for hands. In the Vessel commentary, Tyler talks about a specific instance early in the band's career where they were confided in by a group of teenagers who particularly struggled with suicidal thoughts and self-harm. This moment seemed to have had a profound impact on the band early on going forward, so much so that his concern for these people in his audience makes him forego sleep as he is worried at what they are capable of doing to themselves if they ever decide to. But he wants to provide them with an alternative. In verse 2. Let's take this a second at a time. Let's take this one song, this one rhyme. Together, let's breathe, together to the beat. But there's hope out the window, so that's where we'll go. Let's go outside and all join hands, but until then, you'll never understand. This verse is about slowing down and taking a breath, to use music as sort of a coping mechanism to release some of the anger and sadness people are holding inside and letting fester and in turn hurting themselves. Saying that their hope is outside the window to me means that hope is found outside of one's own comfort zone or own personal prisons. I'm reminded of Forest by these lines as well from Regional at Best. Into the final part of the song, the bridge. We've turned our hands to guns, traded our thumbs for ammunition. I must forewarn you of my disorder, or my condition, because when the sun sets, it upsets what's left of my invested interested in putting my fingers to my head. The solution is I see a whole room of these mutant kids. Fused at the wrist, I simply tell them that they should shoot at this. Simply suggest my chest and this confused music. It's obviously best for them to turn their guns to a fist. Again, a hand physically transforming itself into a gun represents the capacity within a person to cause physical harms to themselves. He changes the subject to we, as he wants the audience to know that this is something that he struggles with as well, rather than an I or me mentality. That in the night times, whether the physical or mental ones, he finds himself interested in putting his fingers to his head, focusing the raw negative energy onto himself in an outward expression of self-harm. Then we move into the solution he presents. Not really a solution, but something other than harming oneself. He sees the fuse getting smaller and smaller, indicating an explosion or discharge of this firearm very soon, and he even offers himself as a target, as well as his music. This is speaking to the cathartic nature of music as an outlet to explain and release things that words by themselves cannot. It's a plea to aim these guns at anything but themselves. Turning the gun into a fist could have multiple different interpretations. Turning their guns into fists is turning a weapon into a less threatening thing, a fist. But it could also mean turning those desires of self-harm into something more productive, and instead using their fists metaphorically to fight back against depression. Or I could also see it as turning this energy into something more creative, or at least some other healthier outlet, as the hands are the primary instrument by which people create and interact with their environment. It's acknowledging that those guns for hands do exist, but that they should not aim it at themselves, but at instead something else.
Stupid, honestly. A question Josh and I get a lot is, what's your favorite song to play live? And for some reason, we both get to pick this song coming up. I don't know why it is. I think it has something to do with the fact that we can play an entire set, feel like we have nothing left, that we've given everything we have. But then we get to this song, and for some reason it feels like the set has completely started over. And this song gives us that energy and that strength that we're looking for a lot of times. You guys got one more in you?
Trees. Trees is the second to last song on the album, track 11, with a runtime of 4 minutes and 27 seconds. Trees is always the very last song the band performs at any show ever, period. For this reason, I would contend it's one of the most important 21 Pilots songs. They would not be 21 Pilots if they did not play this at the ending of the show. There are two main interpretations of this song, but I will mainly be covering the religious component, as it is what I find to be the most compelling and correct within the context of this album and the song as a whole, but other people see this as a metaphor for social anxiety, which could also be the case. The capitalization of certain pronouns, however, in the official written lyrics confirms that it is a religious meaning. Verse 1. I know where you stand, silent in the trees, and that's where I am, silent in the trees. Why won't you speak where I happen to be? Silent in the trees, standing cowardly. Now we've discussed trees, not the song, the actual tree being used in multiple songs before, like Forest, Ode to Sleep, and others. Forest shows trees as a place of refuge and harmony, a place to come together and rally under one common idea. And in Ode to Sleep, trees are anthropomorphized into beings that await Judgment Day and the return of God. In this case, the trees in Trees, the song, are similar in that they are a place where Tyler is in search of purpose and higher power. He even admits in multiple interviews to going into the woods, just searching for something, waiting for something to show up and tell him something. In the lyrics, however, both parties are present within these trees, Tyler and God, but both are silent. He vents his frustration on why God isn't speaking directly to him and his situation, not where he is in a physical sense, but an emotional and spiritual location of isolation and loneliness, where he happens to be. I believe in this line he is talking about his own location, standing cowardly in the trees. It's important to remember that Tyler knows God is there and is not doubting his presence as we see in a lot of the previous songs. I can feel your breath, I can feel my death, I want to know you, I want to see, I want to say hello. Even still, he is stuck in this in-between place of feeling God's closeness while also feeling his death, feeling worthless and struggling to stay alive. He then expresses his desire to know, see, and speak to God. It's a submission of sorts. See, throughout this album, Tyler has been asking that God would be the one to know, see, and speak to him. But now Tyler is the one that is in turn pursuing God with these notions. Rather than complain about God's inactivity towards him, he is instead taking initiative and choosing to pursue God with what he feels he is lacking in. He wants to do these things, but we never really get an answer if he does. We never really know if God says hello back, or if he continues to sit there quietly waiting for God to speak to him. Rather than say hello first, he could still be instead standing cowardly in the trees. But I guess it's up for you to decide. Truce. Now the night is coming to an end. The sun will rise and we will try again. Stay alive for me. You will die, but now your life is free. Take pride in what is sure to die. I will fear the night again. I hope I'm not my only friend. Truce, the final song on the record, 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Track 12, the closer on Vessel. Truce is a quiet piano ballad written by Tyler to his fans specifically. It's a negotiation or a ceasefire, as the name implies, a truce. The terms of agreement in this truce is that Tyler's audience continue to stay alive even if it's just for him. The morning is on the doorstep. A new day, a new opportunity has presented itself. A new opportunity to try again. Tyler is acknowledging the inevitability of death, but for now, you are free, you are alive. Take pride in what is sure to die goes back to the idea that sometimes to stay alive, you've got to kill your mind. In order to grow and develop as a person, parts of you, whether that is worldview, habits, or rhythms, will have to die and pass on as you develop. Take pride in what is sure to die. Take pride in the fleeting night. The night is coming to an end. It will die. Live your life alive rather than living your life like it's already over, like you're already dead. This idea, this truce, gets us into the overture of the album as a whole. So let's discuss what Vessel is all about.
But the one thing that can continue to help us is knowing that we're not alone in what it is we're going through. We've said that all the time at every show we've played, even if I'm just saying it to 2 other people who are out there. Now I'm saying it to 300 people, and it still means that much more.
Vessel itself is a living exercise of what the band is wanting their mentally struggling audience to put into practice. Taking the things in their lives that are less than ideal, the valleys of mental health and traumatic situations, and morph it into something useful for you and for those around you. Vessel is the conglomeration of Tyler and Josh's problems and shaping and forming it into something that can not only help themselves by expressing it and self-expression, but help others in terms of providing cathartic music experiences. Kind of like the idea of a kitchen sink. So let's go back and revisit what that means.
There was a song that I wrote. It's on a demo type thing that it's out there somewhere online. However, the kids are getting music these days. And it's called Kitchen Sink, and there's a line that says, "A kitchen sink to you is not a kitchen sink to me." Now this is deep. Ready? This is to sandwich my Dumb and Dumber answer that I had earlier. But I feel like our generation of people, we struggle with some things. We struggle with a lot of suicide and depression. And not that I claim to be any sort of professional opinion on those topics, but what I found out is those two issues are really centered around the idea of purpose. What's the purpose? Like, what's the point? We have a lot of questions, big questions, right? And we don't have the answers to those questions, and that can really discourage us as young kids that are wanting answers to questions. So I found out, it's like, well, how can I create purpose for myself? Because I feel like if I had purpose, I'd be able to conquer these two things. And I found through art that you can create the beginning of purpose for you. Not all of purpose, because that's just such a huge thing. But the beginning of purpose can be found by creating something that only you understand. For example, in your darkest hour, when you're trying to figure out whether or not it's worth it to stay alive or just to give up, if you have something that you've created and you know that you're the only person on this earth that can explain that thing, then that can be the thing that you hold on to, and that can be the thing that can help you get through that moment of your darkest hour, I like to call it. So for me, something happened to me at a kitchen sink that was it was awesome, it was good, it was emotional, it was great. But the point is, I used that moment to help me get through my tough times, because the point is, I'm not going to tell you what happened at that kitchen sink. A kitchen sink to you is not a kitchen sink to me.
The act of creating is seen as an antidote to giving up. For Tyler and for Josh, this album is a living proof of this mentality. They've transformed their struggles and packaged it into an album with 2 old men on it. 2 old men that remind us that life is fleeting. Life is something to experience alive, not as if you are already dead, as previously mentioned in Truce. We are all vessels, a container for holding something. What you and I hold is something different, and the mentality of this album is that it is our responsibility and privilege to manifest whatever that thing is into the material realm, for others and for yourself to experience. Though the nights grow long and dark and don't seem to end, the morning always comes. That is the cycle of life. In regard to the band's music, a cycle is about to start in more ways than one. Was this the intention from the beginning? See what I did there? As we move on into the other albums, keep Truce in your mind. Blurryface is about to begin. A new cycle, or old cycle, will start again. This time with a dedicated lore and a 10-year story told through music videos.
In this portion, we will be discussing the fourth album from the band and the one that shot them into stardom, Blurryface. An album that in so many ways introduced so many people to the band, whether that be through the persona of Blurryface himself, the popularity of songs like Stressed Out and Ride, and so much more. This album would also be the beginning of a decade-long lore that would eventually culminate in the final album, Breach. Blurryface is also when we see the bands use unique and fresh marketing tactics, such as the creation of the Blurryface Twitter account, which would harass fans and leak music videos, and release dates for anything the band wanted to put out. It was really a new, unique kind of marketing strategy. In fact, this online person forced the band to release the album 2 days early. Before we get started, there is one question on everyone's mind.
What's a Blurryface? Who is Blurryface?
Blurryface is a character that represents all of the negative insecurities and struggles that Tyler faces. This is represented by the black paint on Tyler's hands and neck, almost as if he is being swallowed up or corrupted by a black sludge or tar.
It's a guy that kind of represents all the things that I as an individual, but also everyone around me, are insecure about. You know, we're all insecure about certain things. And when I think about insecurities and my insecurities getting the best of me, the things that I think of are kind of a feeling of suffocation. And then also the things that I, create with my hands. I'm very insecure about what I create. So my hands and my neck for kind of representing who this Blurryface character is in this record.
Blurryface would release on May 15th, 2015 to massive commercial success. Since May of 2024, the album has gone to 6 times certified platinum, and every song on the record, on Spotify at least, has over 150 million streams, with a ceiling at 2.8 billion streams for Stressed Out. As previously mentioned, this band began the lore of the upcoming releases, and I will mention anything worth note, but if you haven't watched my video on the entire lore, I recommend on doing so. Without further ado, let's get into track 1. Heavy Dirty Soul. Heavy Dirty Soul is the first track off of Blurryface and has a runtime of 3 minutes and 54 seconds, and is an example of the band leaning heavily into an alt-rock sound. The music video that accompanies this track is the biggest piece of lore for this album cycle, and I will discuss it at the end of this track. This song begins with 76 words and 15 seconds, which I will not be trying to attempt, but here they are anyways. There's an infestation in my mind's imagination. I hope that they choke on smoke because I'm smoking them out the basement. This is not rap, this is not hip-hop. It's just another attempt to make the voices stop. Rapping to prove nothing, just right to say something, because I wasn't the only one who wasn't rushing to say nothing. This doesn't mean I lost my dream, it's just right now I got a really crazy mind to clean. Here Tyler is referencing to his mind as an infested basement in need of some serious pest exterminator attention. Referring to his demons as needing to be smoked out, hoping that they choke on this smoke. If we know anything about Tyler, it's that he doesn't like his music to be labeled, and I think that this is what this line means. He sees his music as transcending music genres, as it is more of just his way of coping with the voices in his head. He then comments on the music industry by saying it's shallow and heartless. It's not the first time he'll be doing so. But just because it is lifeless doesn't mean he has given up on his dream of making it in that industry. It's interesting that we can see a shift from Vessel, from sometimes to stay alive you've got to kill your mind mentality, to cleaning up a crazy mind. I believe that this is because we have seen Tyler mature in how he responds to his struggles. In previous albums, his struggles and his ability to cope with those struggles don't really develop past a need to speak about them until around Kitchen Sink or Guns for Hands. I think the ideas presented within both of those songs are made manifest in the theme and person of Blurryface. Because if you think about it, Tyler is encouraging people to have something and create something that only you can understand, and use creativity as an outlet for negative energy. This album showcases the creation of Blurryface, a character that can be contextualized to any person, but in its original state represents something unique to Tyler that only he could explain. The biggest step in this healing process, in my opinion, is providing a name for your struggles, because half of the battle is identifying what you're dealing with, and if you can name your problem, you are one step closer to solving that problem. And that is what Blurryface is. a personified amalgamation of Tyler's problems for the sake of providing a sense of control in his life. Hopefully that all makes sense, but let's move on. Gangsters don't cry, therefore I'm Mr. Misty-Eyed, therefore I'm. Can you save my heavy, dirty soul for me? He views himself as a tough guy and wants to be seen as such. This means he can't show outward forms of emotion like crying. This line is actually a reference to Just Ice's Gangstas Don't Cry, his track. Tyler is instead taking on the title of Mr. Misty-Eyed, someone who just happens to have a little water in their eye. The you in the chorus is again the usual suspects, God or someone else important in his life, and being saved is a common religious saying for believing in God. Either way, however, he is asking that his soul would be saved for him, meaning he sees his soul as being too heavy, too dirty to be considered clean, that it would take something outside of himself to make himself get rid of the guilt and shame that he carries. If I didn't know better, I'd guess you're all already dead. Mindless zombies walking around with a limp and a hunch, saying stuff like you only live once. You've got one time to figure it out, one time to twist, and one time to shout, one time to think, and I say we start now. Sing it with me if you know what I'm talking about. Tyler is saying that these YOLOing zombies are making a waste of their lives, either only living for pleasure or choosing not to deal with the problems that are slowly killing them. He also has a Beatles reference here to twist and shout. He's pushing a sense of urgency with the references to everyone only having one life to figure things out, similar to the questions prompted in Clear. Into the bridge. Death inspires me like a dog inspires a rabbit. Death inspires me like a dog inspires a rabbit. This is the ideology of Guns for Hands put on display. Death is that fear or negative energy that pushes Tyler to create in order to cope with its harsh reality. This pushes a narrative that he's not creating out of a place of luxury or good feelings, but rather out of a place of necessity, as his survival depends on it, like a dog chasing a rabbit. The rabbit is inspired to run out of fear of his life. He has actually talked about how before he feels as though he was forced to become a musician and learn the piano rather than it being a personal choice.
I never would have turned to music if I didn't feel like I needed to work on something or change or cope with something. I think that I was perfectly fine before music, and then something happened where it just felt like a buildup of some sort, and I didn't know how to release that. I didn't know how to decompress that and to have an outlet for it. And I was forced to learn how to play the piano, at least the way I look at it.
Onto the music video and the lore. A car has already been previously established as an important place in songs such as A Car, A Torch of Death, as well as Car Radio. In this music video, we see Tyler in the back seat of a car being driven around by a hooded figure. This is Blurryface. Blurryface drives the car around sporadically, causing stress to Tyler and almost running over Josh, and I believe that this represents our capacity to harm others in times when the darker parts of ourselves are in control. Eventually, a way out would appear for him, and he escapes the car and Blurryface, joining Josh in the road, just to realize he is back where he started, out of control with someone else in the front seat, being taken somewhere. But where? In Trench we'll find out specifically, but this car is very important in terms of the lore, so just keep that in the back of your mind. Stressed Out. The monumental hit Stressed Out is the second track on the record and plays for 3 minutes and 22 seconds. Lyrically, it's self-explanatory, but we'll see what else that we can find. Verse 1. I wish I found some better sounds no one's ever heard. I wish I had a better voice that sang some better words. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sang. I was told when I get older all my fears would shrink, but now I'm insecure and I care what people think. All of these wishes are his desire to be more creative and provide the world and himself with the perception that he is in fact a creative person. Your fears as a child are usually in things that don't exist, like monsters, but as you grow older, your fears become more social in nature, fearing about other people, or as he mentions, what other people think about you. My name's Blurryface, and I care what you think. Again, Blurryface is the combination of fears and insecurities. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when our mamas sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. Here we see some of the themes of Regional at Best come back with the loss of childhood and childhood innocence. Tyler seems to hold his childhood in such high regard and esteem, as it's the time he constantly wants to go back to. Because of the lack of responsibilities or the lack of understanding real-world problems, childhood is associated with this innocence and security. Sometimes a certain smell will take me back to when I was young. How come I'm never able to identify where it's coming from? I'd make a candle out of it if I ever found it. Try to sell it, never sell out of it. I'd probably only sell one. It'd be to my brother, because we have the same nose, same clothes, homegrown, a stone's throw from a creek we used to roam. But it would remind us of when nothing really mattered. Out of student loans and treehouse homes, we all would take the latter. The idea of smell reminding him of his childhood is actually a type of nostalgia known as the Proust effect. The Proust effect is smells or tastes that bring back vivid, rich, and fond memories of the past. Tyler also highlights the importance of his family here, specifically mentioning his brother or brothers. The music videos highlight both Tyler and Josh's families and their childhood homes, reinforcing a desire for simpler times. This line is also a play on words. The latter in the official lyrics is speaking about taking out student loans, while the homophone presents it as ladder, L-A-D-D-E-R, like a ladder to go into a treehouse. And there's the treehouse again, a place of refuge and safety. We used to play pretend, give each other different names. We would build a rocket ship and then we'd fly it far away. Used to dream of outer space, and now they're laughing at our face, saying, "Wake up, you need to make money." Again, pretty self-explanatory. As a kid, imagination is the only limit, but as you grow up, making and having money is the only limitation in anything. In these songs, whenever you hear the pitched down distorted voice, that is the voice of Blurryface. That is Blurryface taking control and possessing Tyler. What he does is reinforce these insecurities and fears, and in turn, this allows him more control in your life. Ride. Ride is the third song on the album and has a reggae-fied runtime of 3 minutes and 34 seconds. Viewing this song in conjunction with Heavy Dirty Soul is interesting, as both utilize the imagery of cars. Heavy Dirty Soul shows it as the vessel Tyler is taken to where he would rather not go, and Ride being a metaphor for the unwilling ride through life and all of its problems. Verse 1. I just want to stay in the sun where I find. I know it's hard sometimes. Pieces of peace in the sun's peace of mind. I know it's hard sometimes. Yeah, I think about the end just way too much, but it's fun to fantasize. On my enemies who wouldn't wish who I was, but it's fun to fantasize. The first portion of this verse is a return for the morning and what it represents, a momentary relief of the nighttime. The second portion is also an allusion to Heavy Dirty Soul. His thoughts of fantasy and death are labeled as fun here. Death here is also seen as a strange motivation, as death is seen in Heavy Dirty Soul as death inspires me like a dog aspires a rabbit. It's something that strangely motivates him to produce more songs. Here he is saying that even his enemies don't want to be in this position, as what he's going through wouldn't be wished upon anyone. The chorus. So I'm taking my time on my ride. Ride is a metaphor for life. It's a roller coaster we're born onto, and the ride happens whether you want it to or not. I kind of see taking time on it as being a contradiction to his warning to the YOLOing zombies and Heavy Dirty Soul. He's gotten so far into his insecurities that he has become one of them. He is falling, and he sees that nothing really matters, so he might as well take his time and enjoy the sounds and the sights. Verse 2. I'd die for you, that's easy to say. We have a list of people that we would take. A bullet for them, a bullet for you, a bullet for everybody in this room. But I don't seem to see any bullets coming through. See many bullets coming through. Metaphorically, I'm the man, but literally I don't know what I'd do. I'd live for you, and that's hard to do, even hard to say when you know it's not true. Even harder to write when you know that tonight there were people back home who tried talking to you. But then you ignore them still. All these questions, they're for real. Like, who would you live for, who would you die for, and would you ever kill? If you truly care about someone or a group of people, Tyler is saying it would be easier to die for them, because dying is a one-time thing. Take a bullet and that's that. What's harder, he argues, is choosing to live for people instead, because that is a decision that is made every single day for your whole life, much harder than a one-time decision. He feels as though this is a much more difficult yet loving option. Yet he finds himself in doubt that he can actually do this. He also finds it difficult to listen to all of the people in his lives that are dealing with trying to stay alive. All of these people who are asking the deep questions of life and look to him for wisdom or advice. The questions that really matter, again, as seen and clear. The bridge. I've been thinking too much, help me. Musically, as these verses show up, the tempo is more fast-paced, alluding to the feeling of spiraling out of control, whereas the chorus, the portion of taking time on the ride, is really slow and reserved. This all paints a picture of a mindscape that is constantly switching between reserve, defeat, and overthinking. The bridge serves as pointing out this headspace and realizing that he needs help. Fairly Local. Track 4, Fairly Local, 3 minutes and 27 seconds. The chorus. I'm fairly local, I've been around, I've seen the streets you're walking down, I'm fairly local, good people now. Tyler said this in an interview pertaining to this song. I think Josh and I learned when we were traveling the world during the last album cycle that everyone's the same, everyone feels the same issues, so it's kind of a way of getting on the same level as these people and telling them, in a sense, that we understand what you're going through. Verse 1 is presented by Blurryface with the pitched down voice. I'm evil to the core, what I shouldn't do, I will. They say I'm emotional, what I want to save, I'll kill. Is that who I truly am? I truly don't have a chance. Tomorrow I'll keep a beat and repeat yesterday's dance. Blurryface is evil to the core. He makes people do what they truthfully don't want to, and it is built and feeds off of negative emotion. He is our paradoxical nature that forces people to sacrifice their peace and identity in order to feed and satisfy his hunger. This song, like Semi-Automatic, is showcasing a dual nature and a constant tug-of-war of authority over someone's life. The pre-chorus. Yo, this song will never be on the radio, even if my clique were to pick and the people were to vote. It's the few, the proud, and the emotional. Yo, you, bulletproof, in the black like a funeral. The world around us is burning, but we're so cold. It's the few, the proud, and the emotional. Not a big fan of this line, although I get the sentiment. Ironically, the song was played a whole lot, even on the radio. The song is also platinum, but I believe here he is referring to the world being on fire and the clique, the band's fan base, being indifferent as they are emotionally cold. This is a play off of the Marine Corps slogan, the few and the proud. Tyler adds in emotional as he sees it as an important aspect to the band and the band's audience's identity. It's inferred that the emotional component of this, in fact, is a good thing. Into verse 2, which is from Tyler's perspective. I'm not evil to the core. What I shouldn't do, I will fight. I know I'm emotional. What I want to save, I will try. I know who I truly am. I truly do have a chance. Tomorrow I'll switch the beat to avoid yesterday's dance. Here, despite what Blurry has said in the previous verse, Tyler has resolved that he is not evil and will fight his insecurities and sinful nature. He's becoming more secure in his identity and wants to preserve himself as well as the others around him. In this line, he is determined to break the cycle previously established in Heavy Dirty Soul. He no longer wants to find himself back in the seat of the car that is driving away to start the whole cycle again. He will avoid yesterday's dance. Tearin' My Heart. Tearin' My Heart is the fifth song off the record and is 3 minutes and 8 seconds long. This song was written for Tyler's wife Jenna, whom he married in March of 2015, a few months before the release of this album, in fact. This is also one of the only songs not to feature the Blurryface voice, pointing towards a theory that Jenna is in some way protecting or shielding him from Blurryface's power. There's also a music video for this song, which I will try to explain here at the end. Verse 1. Sometimes you gotta bleed to know that you're alive and have a soul, but it takes someone to come around to show you how. Tyler is saying that sometimes in order to feel something emotionally, you have to be hurt emotionally. That part of the process in falling in love is painful, yet it reminds us that we are alive and that we can feel. The chorus. She's a tear in my heart, I'm alive. She's a tear in my heart, I'm on fire. She's a tear in my heart, take me higher than I've ever been. This chorus makes it clear that it is Jenna that is or causes this reminder for him. It reminds him that he is alive and that he has the capacity to feel deeply and intimately. And this love that they have for each other is expanding his personal emotional depth. Verse 2. The songs on the radio are okay, but my taste in music is your face, and it takes a song to come around to show you how. Jenna has so radically changed his life that he is looking for fragments of her within art. That he is only interested in music that reminds him of her and, like music taste, is individualized specific to him. Into the bridge. You fell asleep in my car, I drove the whole time. But that's okay, I'll just avoid the hole so you sleep fine. I'm driving here, I sit, cursing my government for not using my taxes to fill holes with more cement. Here he is telling a story, maybe hypothetical, of when Jenna fell asleep in his car, and in order for her not to wake up, he drives safer than usual and purposely avoids the potholes in the road. Roads in the US can be very bad sometimes, so 100% accurate. My heart is my armor, she's a tear in my heart, she's a carver, she's a butcher with a smile, cut me farther than I've ever been. Basically saying she is his Achilles heel. The music video shows Jenna repeatedly beating him up over and over again until eventually they kiss at the end. This song and this music video are showcasing the unique feeling whenever you're in love with someone so much that it hurts. The idea of feeling lovesick. It's a type of pain that ultimately feels good. A tear in your heart that brings out the deepest of all emotions. Love. For people that have a hard time opening up, the possibility of being hurt is perhaps at the center of it all. But Jenna is the tear in his heart, in whom he risks all difficulties and a willingness to be hurt in order to be with. Lane Boy. Lane Boy is the 6th track off the album and is 4 minutes and 13 seconds long, and we see the band lean heavily back into the electronica sound established in Vessel and in Regional at Best. The chorus. They say stay in your lane boy, we go where we want to. They think this thing is a highway, but will they be alive tomorrow? This is a commentary on the music industry towards the band from Tyler's perspective. Maybe a peek behind the curtains of some of the ideas the executives at Fuel by Ramen have towards his band not really sticking to a certain definable sound. The highway represents the fast lane towards success and notoriety. And in this line, I think he's pointing against the highway and asking the question, will they be alive tomorrow? Talking about the band's audience and the need for their issues to be talked about in the mainstream rather than uninspired, easily digestible music. Verse 1. They think this thing is a highway. If it was our way, we'd have a tempo change every other time change. Cause our minds change on what we think is good. I wasn't raised in the hood, but I know a thing or two about pain and darkness. If it wasn't for this music, I don't know how I would have fought this. Regardless, all these songs I'm hearing are so heartless. Don't trust a perfect person and don't trust a song that's flawless. Honest, there's a few songs on this record that feel common. I'm in constant confrontation with what I want and what is poppin' in the industry. It seems to me that singles on the radio are currency. My creativity's only free when I'm playing shows. Tyler is again pointing towards the desire of the band to break out of molds and be an unorthodox band in terms of sound and style. He then talks about his upbringing and how although he wasn't faced with severe economic hardship, he has an emotional hardship. And the songs that are on the radio are heartless, not bearing any real substance to a person's life. They are corporatized songs built in a lab to be as sterile as possible in order to have the most widespread appeal. Tyler becomes self-aware that this sterilization of the industry has had an unintended consequence on his very own creative process and music, as he comments that there are songs on this album that resemble pieces of that very industry that he despises. That he only feels truly free from the influence of the industry when he is playing shows, and with his audience and with Josh, the way music was meant to be played. Verse 2 is a little lengthy. I'm sorry if that question I asked last scared you a bit like a hazmat in a gas mask. If you ask Zach, he's my brother, he likes when I rap fast. But let's backtrack back to this. Who would you live and die for on that list? But the problem is that there's another list that exists and no one really wants to think about this. Forget sanity, forget salary, forget vanity, my morality. If you get in between someone I love and me, you're gonna feel the heat of my Calvary. All these songs I'm hearing are so heartless. Don't trust a perfect person and don't trust a song that's flawless. While the first verse was discussing the band's musical integrity, this section is discussing his familial integrity. He references his brother Zach, the brother featured on Kitchen Sink. This goes back to a story early on in Tyler's music career. Tyler was asking Zach if he would come to a show later, and Zach asked if he was going to perform any rap songs, and when Tyler said no, he said, "I will not be going, just let me know when you are doing another rap song." Apparently he was a big fan of his brother rapping. The list he is talking about here is the Epstein list. No, I'm just messing with you. Just making sure you're paying attention. He is referencing the list mentioned earlier in Ride, the people that you would live for. He's pushing aside all of the material and individual things that benefit him to say that if you mess with his family, he's going to take real issue to it. The Judge. 7th track on the record, longest track on the record at 4 minutes and 57 seconds. To me, this is like the screen of Blurryface, if that makes any sense at all. Similar to Screen, it is about God knowing Tyler's full nature and choosing to pursue him, as he is the judge. Verse 1. When the leader of the bad guys sang something soft and soaked in pain, I heard the echo from his secret hideaway. He must have forgot to close his door as he cranked out those dismal chords, and his 4 walls declared him insane. This leader of the bad guys is either Tyler referencing to himself in the third person or referencing to Blurryface. Either way, he is talking about himself, or at least a portion of himself. Again, either way, this portion of himself is painted in a light that makes him look like an asylum patient making music, confined within 4 walls and singing in a secret hideaway. It could also be a commentary on him being self-aware that his music comes from a place of hurt and deep despair, surrounded by the walls of his minds that beat him constantly over the head. The pre-chorus. I found my way, right time, wrong place, as I pled my case. The chorus. You're the judge? Oh no, set me free. I know my soul's freezing, hell's hot for good reason, so please take me. The pre-chorus is talking about Tyler stumbling into God's presence or into his judgment. He feels guilty and is in the wrong place. The right time could be referring to a kitchen sink moment when something happened at just the right time. In the chorus, he is acknowledging his faults and asks that God would set him free and save him from hell. He knows that his soul is cold or distant to God, yet he still asks that the judge would give him a way out. Into verse 2. 3 lights are lit, but the 4th one's out. I can tell because it's a bit darker than the last night's bout. I forgot about the drought of light bulbs in this house, so I head out down a route I think is heading south. But I'm not good with directions and I hide behind my mouth. I'm a pro at imperfections and I'm best friends with my doubt. And now that my mind's out and now I hear it clear and loud, I'm thinking, wow, I probably should have stayed inside my house. I honestly cannot think of an explanation for the 4 light bulbs, but contextually we can conclude that it has something linked to his mental sanity as they light up the proverbial night. It's a mental landscape type of thing as he compares his mind to a house that has a lack of light bulbs, similar to what we'll see in Routines in the Night off of Clancy. South is used again as an important direction as we see in A Car, a Torch, a Death. Driving south will ultimately lead to warmer climates, a place opposite to the cold landscape of his mind. This further confirms for me that the person referred to in the first verse is Blurryface, as he reveals that once he has left this entity out, he realizes he should have stayed inside his house. He realizes that putting this alternative self on full display might be oversharing or being embarrassed that he is as open as he is with his emotions and mental state. The bridge. I don't know if this song is a surrender or a revel. I don't know if this one is about me or the devil. Tyler is saying that he's not fully sure with himself, if he is creating this song in particular out of a place of surrender to God or a celebration of his victories over this split personality, Blurryface. If the main character is him or Blurryface, when in reality all of it is true depending on what point of the cycle that he is in. We've talked about some cycles so far, most plainly seen in the Heavy Dirty Soul video with the car, but cycles are a very important aspect to the band's message as a whole. That battling mental illness isn't a win or lose situation, but more so a cycle in which you grow and adapt to deal with your problems more efficiently and effectively. At this point in the cycle, however, he is having a hard time distinguishing himself from Blurryface. That the two are so intertwined he can't unravel it to find out who he is, because Blurry has become so ingrained within him. So rather than try and untangle it, he asks the judge to set him free instead. Doubt. Doubt is the 8th track on the album with a runtime of 3 minutes and 11 seconds. Scared of my own image, scared of my own immaturity, scared of my own ceiling, scared I'll die of uncertainty. Fear might be the death of me. Fear leads to anxiety. Don't know what's inside of me. He is saying that he is scared of people's perceptions of him and his own inability to mature. His career ending and being frozen by uncertainty. The chorus. Don't forget about me. Even when I doubt you, I'm no good without you. With the context of the band's entire body of work so far, it shows to reason that he is talking about his doubt in God, not wanting God to abandon him even if Tyler has abandoned pursuing God. He doesn't see himself as capable of any sort of good without God in his life to some capacity. Verse 2. Temperature is dropping, temperature is dropping. I'm not sure if I can ever see this stopping. Shaking hands with the dark parts of my thoughts. No. You are all that I've got. No. An image of the cycle beginning again. Blurryface is making him feel like all that he has and all that he will be is the bad parts of himself. That this is a part of his being that will never be able to be separated from him. The bridge. Gnawing on the bishops, claw our way up the system. Repeating simple phrases, someone wholly insisted. Want the markings made on my skin to mean something to me again. Hope you haven't left without me. Hope you haven't left without me, please. This first line could be a commentary on organized religious systems, or it could be a preliminary peek at the 9 bishops of Dema and the lore. Either way, he feels as though the systems that are dead and unproductive should be left behind, led by a tradition that they don't fully understand. Instead, Tyler wants his tattoos, something inked onto his body, to mean something to him again, to have a real fire put under him to be passionate and have zeal again. He has become disillusioned, and even in a place of doubt, he wants God not to leave him behind, not continue to pursue him even in his deepest place of tremendous doubt. Polarize. Polarize is the 9th track on the album and has a runtime of 3 minutes and 46 seconds. Polarize means to break up into opposing factions or group. Let's keep that in mind as we go through the lyrics. Help me polarize, help me polarize, help me down. Those stairs is where I'll be hiding all my problems. Help me polarize, help me polarize, help me out. My friends and I, we've got a lot of problems. I believe that this is Tyler wanting to separate himself from Blurryface. He continues by saying that in his basement is where he hides all of his problems. His basement is where he first started making music, and as the band became more popular, he eventually would make a music studio in his basement, in his house, something we would also see in Downstairs. Verse 1. You know where I'm coming from, though I am running to you. All I feel is deny, deny, denial. This song works well within the context of the judge and doubt. Tyler is running towards God even though all he feels are his doubts, whether that be in himself or in a higher power. This whole song is basically a prayer that God would separate or polarize Blurryface and what he represents from Tyler and his psyche. The pre-chorus. I wanted to be a better brother, better son, wanted to be a better adversary to the evil I have done. I have none to show to the one I love, but I deny, deny, denial. Here he is talking again about his desire to be a better person, not only for his sake, but for the sake of people around him, for his siblings and for his parents. He wants to better combat these darker parts of himself and wishes that he could fully separate this evil part of himself from the good parts. And verse 2 continues this theme. Polarize is taking your disguises, separating them, splitting them up from wrong and right. It's deciding where to die and deciding where to fight. Deny, deny, denial. Here he defines specifically what polarizing is. It's picking apart your very being and separating them from what is wrong and right, what is beneficial to your well-being and what is not. It's letting certain parts of your life die, similar to what we see in Truce, the idea about taking solace in the fact that the bad parts of ourselves and our lives will eventually pass on and die, whether that's through personal growth or learning better ways to cope with your problems and not letting them have such deep root in our lives. The bridge. Domingo en Fuego, I think I've lost my halo. I don't know where you are, you'll have to come and find me, find me. This line is Spanish for Sunday on fire, a callback to Migraine, to which he refers to Sundays as his suicide days, days of particular difficult mental presences. He feels so lost or separated from God that he feels as though he has lost his halo. He is at a point where he no longer recognizes his surroundings and surrenders that God will have to find him. He is so lost within his own mental prison that his only hope is for a higher power to find him and help him separate the entity of Blurryface from his own personhood. We don't believe what's on TV.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
We Don't Believe What's on TV is the ukulele-heavy 10th song on Blurryface at 2 minutes and 57 seconds. This song is written for Tyler's mom and is also similar thematically to House of Gold as well. A lot of people have thought that this song was also about Josh, and that is not the case. Verse 1. We don't believe what's on TV because it's what we want to see, and what we want we know we can't believe. We have all learned to kill our dreams. We don't believe what's on TV speaks to the unrealistic world that is built up by movies and TV shows and the news. Everything that is on TV is a souped-up version of its realistic self, made to entice us into watching more and more, which in turn create unrealistic expectations of life and the real world. On TV, you'll see people have their dreams come true and live happily ever after, even when in reality, Tyler is saying that he has learned how that caricature is a facade. It's too good to be true, and he has come to terms with not living out his dreams. Verse 2. I need to know that when I fail, you'll still be there, because if you stick around, I'll sing you pretty sounds and we'll make money selling your hair. Even if this music thing doesn't work out, as long as he has his family around him to support him when he falls down, he will keep going. And even keep singing, even if they are the only ones who are listening. This line is what made people think that this song was about Josh, and it's not. But I really don't know what it's supposed to mean. The chorus. But I don't care what's in your hair, I just want to know what's on your mind. I used to say I want to die before I'm old, but because of you, I might think twice. When we look at the chorus collectively, I believe that what he is talking about is how something like the perseverance of his mother encourages him to keep going. Her longevity in life, that is. He sees that he can gain a lot of wisdom from his mom's experience, wanting to know what is on her mind. He used to want to end his life prematurely, but something about his mother's life up until this point is something that he admires and wishes to emulate in some way. I'm being vague because I don't think we'll ever really know what it is specifically about his mom that he is admiring so much and what pushes him to a newfound desire to grow old. What if my dream does not happen? Would I just change what I've told my friends? Don't want to know who I would be when I wake up from a dreamer's sleep. Here he is afraid of what his friends will think if he abandons his dreams, that they would think or see him as a failure or disappointment, or someone who simply gave up on their dream too soon. He doesn't want to face this reality and would rather stay in this dreamer's sleep, rather try and live out his dream than face the sound of music. As you can see, this has a lot of similarities with House of Gold. Message Man. Message Man is track 11 and is 4 minutes flat. Verse 1. A loser hides behind a mask of my disguise, and who I am today is worse than other times. You don't know what I've done, I'm wanted and on the run. I'm wanted on the run, and so I'm taking this moment to live in the future. Underneath the black paint and image he fronts when he is on stage, he is calling himself a loser, that this mask is something of his own creation to hide his true self and identity from the rest of the world. He is worse today than he was before, and he's having a harder time keeping up the image that he has everything together and that he is getting better mentally. Here we see a reference back to the run and go off a vessel with this notion that he has committed some sort of crime and is being hunted to be brought to justice. The chorus. Release me from the present, I'm obsessing all these questions. Why I'm in denial that they tried this suicidal session. Please use discretion when you're messing with the message, man. These lyrics aren't for everyone, only if you understand. Here Tyler is saying that he wants to be removed from his present condition as he is overthinking and anxious, questioning everything he knows. I see this line as him rationalizing suicidal thoughts by saying something like, I wasn't being serious, or this wasn't real, or I was just being too emotional about this, or this is about him having some sort of rationalization for the members of his fan base having the same thoughts. When we look into the time of this song, amidst the insane popularity of the album of Blurryface, it stands to reason that he's telling people who only listen to his music because of the way it sounds to look more into the lyrical content, that they should be wary of this message that the band is dealing with. Serious topics of mental health and struggles. A lot of the songs within this album sound happy but are delving into serious and deep struggles, and Tyler is saying to use caution with the message that he is fronting. I think here he could be talking about his own religious beliefs and how that affects his writing as well. Verse 2. You don't know my brain the way you know my name. You don't know my heart the way you know my face. All we can see and identify a person is through their physical appearance, and Tyler is saying that his real self is deeper than any of his external features. The bridge. Hope you're dead, cause how could you sleep at a time like this? People, they rhyme like this, we're all impressed by this. They rip it, flip it, but these are just triplets. Wrote this in 3 minutes, 3 words to a line. It's just poetry divided. I'm the kind of guy who takes every moment he knows he can find it in, and music to use it for others to use it. You're dead, cause how could you sleep at a time like this? Life is up here, but you comment below, and the comments below will become common motivation to promote your show's next episode. So your brain knows to keep going even though hope is far from this moment. But you and I know it gets better when morning finally rears its head. Together we're losers, remember the future. Remember the morning is when night is dead. A lot to go over. This first line is a commentary on people who ignore the sufferings of those around him, having the same amount of empathy or sympathy as a dead person, so 0. In this portion, he is talking about the state of rap specifically with its shallowness and lack of creativity. This is a critique of substance and unoriginal flows. This is further backed up by how Tyler actually delivers these lyrics within the song itself. He's saying that this way of creating and writing is actually pretty easy, and people are too easily impressed by something that is actually pretty simple to do. He is then talking about how in light of this music that is shallow, he chooses to use his music to speak about serious struggles in hopes that it will actually enable and help others to deal with their own problems. I think this portion is speaking about how life is above the phone screen. The comments on social media, good or bad, provide people with motivation to change their lives, their lifestyle, or worldview. But this seems to have a negative connotation. Life is happening above your phone screen, and you're letting words online dictate how you feel and act when reality is sitting right in front of your face all the time. And finally, even though it seems like hope is far from this present moment, the night will always end, and the morning will always come. Hometown. This is my favorite track off of this album, track 12, 3 minutes and 54 seconds. Here's Tyler's dad talking about the track.
The idea of hometown is like I could picture him sitting in his bedroom, and he would think a lot. A lot of things went through his mind, from good and bad. When you say hometown, this is where I grew up, this is my childhood. These are the thoughts I had that came through my mind. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're scary, and you're trying to develop your thinking.
My shadow tilts its head at me. Spirits in the dark are waiting. I will let the wind go quietly. I will let the wind go quietly. It stands to reason to say that the shadow is probably Blurryface. Wherever he is physically or emotionally, this shadow is rearing its head towards Tyler. Along with these spirits in the dark, or glowing eyes as I see it, he feels as though there is an ambush in the dark about to happen. I believe that he is saying that this ambush would not be a loud and explosive thing, but rather like a quiet wind, a silent assassination. Verse 1. Be the one to take my soul and make it undone. Be the one to take me home and show me the sun. I know, you can bring the fire and I can bring the bones. I know, you'll make the fire, my bones will make it grow. Here he is talking to God, asking him that he would take his soul and bring in the morning. asking that God would be the one to make him doubt his doubts and find him in a state of surrender. And I think that there are two possible biblical references that he's talking about in these last two lines. The first is Jeremiah 29, which says, I will not make mention of him nor speak any more of his name, but his word was in my heart as a burning fire shut up in my bones, and I was weary with forbearing that I could not hold back. This one perhaps also goes back to Message Man in that he wants to talk about his religious beliefs but needs God to give him the encouragement to do so. The other biblical reference is from Ezekiel, where God comes to the prophet within a dream and breathes life into a valley of dry bones. This could also be a reference to metaphor for a fire being a thing that brings life to his bones. The chorus, where we're from there's no sun, our hometowns in the dark. Where we're from we're no one, our hometowns in the dark. This no sun could be another religious illusion, as it could be the lack of warmth and the light the sun can bring, while also the lack of the sun, the S-O-N, meaning Jesus, God's Son. I believe it's also a dual meaning that speaks towards a religious deadness as well as a mental state of darkness. Verse 2. Put away all the gods your fathers serve today. Put away your traditions, believe me when I say. We don't know how to put back the power in our soul. We don't know where to find what once was in our bones. I think that this section is a push from Tyler for his audience to think for themselves, to question that beliefs and traditions of their parents, and to seek their own answer to their own questions. Or, as this is another biblical reference, to move past generational tendencies and bring their bones to a higher power as he has. As he admits that we collectively don't know how to bring the power back into our souls and the fire within our bones. It's strongly implied that he is prompting his audience to search for a greater and higher power as he has. Not Today. Not Today is the second to last track, track 13 on Blurryface, and has a runtime of 3 minutes and 58 seconds. This song also has a stark contrast between the upbeat and joyful melodies and the lyrical content. Think of this song as a final confrontation of sorts between Blurryface and Tyler. I don't know why I just feel better off staying in the same room I was born in. I look outside and see a whole world better off without me in it trying to transform it. Here Tyler is in a state of hopelessness as he essentially wishes that he had never been born. He sees the world as being better off without him and trying to transform it, meaning trying to get his message out in order to help others. The pre-chorus. You are out of my mind. You aren't seeing my side. You waste all this time trying to get to me, but you are out of my mind. I see these lines as being specifically directed towards Blurryface. This is him in confidence saying that Blurryface and what he represents is not part of him, that it is something external or out of his mind, literally speaking. Or it could be it's more so like Blurryface is Tyler when he is not thinking correctly or out of his mind, like the saying, I'm out of my mind. Blurryface is trying so hard to control Tyler and refuses to cooperate. Verse 2 continues this. Listen, I know this one's a contradiction because of how happy it sounds, but the lyrics are so down. It's okay though, because it better represents what better yet it is, who I feel I am right now. Pretty self-explanatory, he is speaking to the nature of the song being happy and upbeat while the lyrical content is much more depressing. But in some way, this is a better representation of who he is at this specific time, emotionally speaking. Happy and joyful on the surface maybe, but his foundational core is still more distressed and depressed. The bridge. Don't you test me though, just because I play the piano doesn't mean that I'm not willing to take you down. I'm sorry. Tyler is talking to Blurry here again, saying that just because he is a musician and maybe weaker and more emotionally driven, that he won't do what it takes to fight and take him down. He's telling this other half of him not to underestimate him, but then he strangely apologizes, maybe to the audience for acting out in anger and lashing out, or to Blurryface because he is afraid of what sort of retaliation he would respond with. Into the chorus. Heard you say not today, tore the curtains down, windows open, now make a sound. Heard your voice, there's no choice. Tore the curtains down, windows open, now make a noise. This is a confrontation to Blurryface. Not really sure which side is which, as this section is filled with the overdubbing of blurry vocals as well as Tyler furthering the idea that they are so intertwined that the individual is lost in the mix. It could be that Tyler is tearing down metaphorical curtains, something that blocked the sunlight, or daylight, something that represents part of Blurryface's control perhaps. And when he does this, he opens the windows and makes a sound, which this could represent using and sharing his music or playing his music live. Despite anything that Tyler does to fight against his insecurities and thoughts, they seem to always pull him back down and say, "Not today." Goner. Goner is the final 14th track on the album and runs for 3 minutes and 56 seconds. There's not a ton of lyrics with this one either. Verse 1. I'm a goner, somebody catch my breath. I want to be known by you. This is kind of like the trees for this album. He has lost to Blurryface and is out of breath, and he's crying out to God to make himself known and put him back onto his feet. The chorus. Though I'm weak and beaten down, I'll slip away into this sound. The ghost of you is close to me, I'm inside out, you're underneath. In his fragility of losing to Blurryface, he still has not lost his music as an outlet for grief and reprieve. One would think that this specific song was made out of that very kind of place, emotionally speaking. The ghost could refer to the Holy Spirit, or it could represent his past beliefs in God, like a specter of his past that he now doubts in and is not sure exists. He's inside out could mean that he is fully introspected out. He's turned himself inside and out, metaphorically looking and searching through the darkest parts of himself in order to beat Blurryface once and for all. But yet, there is a ghost of Blurryface that is still close to him. I've got two faces, Blurry's the one I'm not. I need your help to take him out. He's emotionally and maybe even physically spent. He's done all that he can to remove Blurryface and what he represents from his life, but he could still not fully expunge him from his psyche. He calls on God to help to take him out. The first step was releasing that he is not the worst parts of himself. The next step was to ask for help and not be afraid of being helped. The bridge. Don't let me be gone, don't let me be. The final section for this album, to not be too far gone. With the final crescendos of this track, it's not clear as if he is finally delivered and defeated Blurryface or not. If the other voice in Trees, for example, has spoken back. It's not really clear. Would the cycle continue? Blurryface was the band's first real dip into the side of creating concept albums. The beginning is here in this album with the character of Blurryface, because Blurryface is an amalgamation, a seat at the table that represents all of the negative emotions, thought patterns, and habits hidden within the human psyche that are not for us, but against us. The Blurryface era of 21 Pilots saw the band reach unprecedented heights in terms of popularity, but Blurryface was just the genesis of an idea yet to be expanded upon. What if this character took on a different form, lived in a different world, a fully fleshed out environment full of light, darkness, and everything in between? The next album, Trench, sees an addition of all things lore related, a fully integrated story and soundscape, a world in which the listener could inhabit, while Blurryface would have a world of his own to rule.
On to our first single. Heathens is the first single that we're going to be talking about. This track was created and released alongside the critically acclaimed 2016 film Suicide Squad.
So that's it? What, we some kind of Suicide Squad?
Here's a little bit of the backstory of the track before we jump into the lyrical content.
We kind of got shoved into the mainstream. And I felt like I always wanted to explain to the mainstream audience, like, about our fans and who we really are, and try to bring them along and kind of go, listen, this is what you should expect, you know, tread lightly, but we're powerful, and these kids have something to say, and they're worth listening to. And so that song kind of became something that I wanted to write to explain our dynamic with our fans, and thinking that it would in no way fall in line with the movie, and then it did, and then it just kind of took off from there. And so
the chorus. All my friends are heathens, take it slow. Wait for them to ask you who you know. Please don't make any sudden moves. You don't know the half of the abused. Kids in the suburbs go crazy for the song. Basically, what Tyler had mentioned within the interview is what he's talking about. It's an introduction to the fan base and encouraging people on the outside to use caution when entering this community. Verse 1. Welcome to the room of people who have rooms of people that they love one day locked away. Just because we check the guns at the door doesn't mean our brains will change from hand grenades. You'll never know the psychopath sitting next to you. You'll never know the murderer sitting next to you. You'll think, how did I get here sitting next to you? But after all I've said, please don't forget. This line is an idea that we draw back to Guns for Hands, people having the capacity to harm themselves innate with just the facilities of their own mind. And when you think about it, the Click is a strange place. It's a place that celebrates but also actively fights against mental health problems. Two ideas that are oftentimes seemingly impossible to hold together in the same hand. The rest of the song is generally the same, but I want to talk about one line in particular of the song that gets overlooked. Watch it. Now, if you've ever been to the live show, you may remember the moments where the entire crowd sings this part during the instrumental break of the song. However, lyrically being placed in this song and within this context, it's both a threat and a warning. The watch it is to the newcomer to the group, encouraging them to use caution with these heathens. But I also see it as a threat or a warning to the Click themselves, as they often have a tendency to belittle or minimize other fans of the bands just because they haven't bought enough merch or gone to enough live shows, or know how many tattoos Josh Dunn's dog has. Anyways, with that, we have finished the first single of this series. Also, a quick note, the singles will probably go by pretty quick as they're meant to be less lyrically dense and more so for radio play, so they're probably just going to be a little bit quicker than the normal songs. Just a heads up. We're now done with Blurryface and our first single. We've gotten through 4 albums so far, we're over the halfway point, and today we're going to be looking at the critically acclaimed album Trench. Trench takes the concept of Blurryface and extrapolates itself out into a whole new world. From the second to last track on the album Bandito, I created this world to feel some control, destroy it if I want. Trench was a full fleshing out of Tyler's minds. Its inhabitants, ecosystem, and power structures all a deliberate placement from his mind.
I know every aspect of this world. Like, I know what the weather's like in this world, and I wanted to go there and write from that place. And this studio then kind of became, in a sense, my version of it. And I really wanted to dive deeper into the narrative of who Blurryface is. Not just to me, but who he's become.
Each song paints a new aspect to the world the listener is creating in their own mind, while also tackling complex social issues such as society's overcompensation and seemingly glorifying suicide. Trench is the 21 Pilots Band most critically acclaimed album to date. Each song tells its own story while aiding to the story of the album and lore as a whole. A world that the listener is invited into. Let's define a few terms before we go any further. Dima is a cold and oppressive concrete city governed by the group of authoritarian figures known as bishops. Dima is dark and sterile with concrete structures and an eerie cult-like atmosphere. It represents a mental state of depression and suppression, where red is the color of control and silence, and yellow is the color of rebellion and freedom. Within this city, the 9 bishops rule with an iron fist, each representing a song off of Blurryface. They are led by Nico, aka Blurryface. Together they run a religion known as Vialism. It's a hijacked religion that is based around ending one's life as being the only way to paradise and redemption. Outside of Dima lies Trench, a vast, harsh wilderness filled with cliffs, ravines, and desert landscapes. Though dangerous, Trench symbolizes hope, resistance, and the messy path to healing. The land of Trench is full of banditos, ex-citizens of Dima led by the Torchbearer as a rebellion of sorts against the 9 bishops. This is where the lore fully kicks in, so I, again, would highly recommend watching the lore video if you have not already. But let's get into the first track. Jumpsuit. Jumpsuit is the first track and was the first single off of Trench with a 3-minute and 58-second runtime. Jumpsuit picks up right at the end of the Heavy Dirty Soul music video, and the music video itself jump-starts the whole world of Trench and Dima. I can't believe how much I hate pressures of a new place roll my way. Jumpsuit, jumpsuit, cover me. Jumpsuit, jumpsuit, cover me. The new place he mentioned is this world of Trench, and as previously established, Tyler locked himself into this metaphorical world and embodied its atmosphere in his own basement. It's a new place, and as the first song, it's the first introduction to its boundaries, its limitations, and its restrictions. The pressure could mean multiple things, such as the pressure he feels in presenting this new world to the real world. It could also mean the pressures of a new manifestation and morph of his mental illnesses. This jumpsuit in the lore sense represents the yellow jumpsuit given to the banditos, which shield him from the bishop's eyesight. The bishops have an aversion to the color yellow, perhaps a symbol for the morning and the sun. The jumpsuit, in actuality, probably represents whatever Tyler uses to fight against his mental demons, such as his Christian faith, family, or friends. Verse 1. Spirits in my room, friend or foe, felt it in my youth, feel it when I'm old. Jumpsuit, jumpsuit, cover me. Dusting off my jumpsuit. This is very reminiscent of Hometown and Glowing Eyes, the constant mental shadow that follows him despite growing up. Dusting off something implies that this coping mechanism is something that has been left alone for some time as the dust has accumulated on it. Perhaps something like his faith, something he feels he has previously abandoned and is willing to let try and protect him again once more. In the music video, it begins on a burnt-out car, the same car used in the Heavy Dirty Soul music video. We are given our first look at Clancy, the character representing Tyler, as he wakes up in the middle of a mountainous wilderness. Our first look at Trench. But he is not alone in this canyon. A red-hooded rider on horseback is quickly in pursuit. This is Nico, our first visual of Blurryface, the head bishop of Dima. Other figures appear on the ridgeline, individuals dressed in similar apparel to Clancy, but more yellow. Clancy is helpless against this bishop and is coerced into following the figure back. This process right here is called smearing. It's a representation of whenever negative thoughts seize a person again and make them disillusioned to reality. Suddenly, the trench-coated figures on the ridge begin raining yellow flower petals on Clancy and the bishop. And the bishops, as established, cannot see yellow, as Clancy tries to escape once more, but ultimately fails. On to the next track. Levitate. Levitate is the second track and single on Trench, with a runtime of 2 minutes and 25 seconds, making it the shortest song the band has ever released outside of 2 on Regional at best. Into the chorus. Oh, I know how to levitate up off my feet, and ever since the 7th grade, I learned to fire breathe. And though I feed on things that fell, you can learn to levitate with just a little help. Learn to levitate with just a little help. Well, what is levitating? Levitating is simply just rising above the circumstances and atmosphere of Dima. And higher and lower comes into play often throughout Trench, and going higher is associated with escape from Dima. This line is probably referencing his ability to use songwriting as a coping mechanism, associating fire breathing with rapping wouldn't be or too much of a stretch. He also compares himself to a vulture-like creature, feeding on things that fell or relying on quote-unquote dead things, such as depression or mental struggles, to fuel his ambitions and creativity as an artist. The bridge. Come down, cowards only come through when the hour's late and everyone's asleep, mind you. Now show up, I know I shouldn't say this, but a curse from you is all that I would need right now, man. These lines find Tyler in a state of confidence as he refers to his demons as cowards that can only strike people in vulnerable states such as the nighttime. I see this about how he wishes someone would try him, basically. He's in a state of confidence and is willing to take down everyone and everything that is trying to bring him down. Here's a lengthy verse. Danger in the fabric of this thing I made. I probably shouldn't show you, but it's way too late. My heart is with you hiding, but my mind's not made. Now they know it like we both knew for some time, I'd say. They're smirking at first blood, they're circling above. But this is not enough, yet this is not what you thought. No, we are not just graffiti on a passing train. I got back what I once bought back, and that slot I won't need to replace. This culture is a poacher of overexposure, not today. Don't feed me to the vultures, I am a vulture who feeds on pain. Sleep in a well-lit room, don't let the shadow through, and sever all I knew, yes, sever all I thought I could depend on my weekends. On the freezing ground that I'm sleeping on, please keep me down from the ledges. Better test it, wooden wedges under doorways, keep your wooden wedges under doors. Chorus verse, now here comes the 8, wait. Habits here too, you're the worst. Your structure compensates, but compensation feels a lot like rising up to dominate by track 2. At least they all know all they hear comes from a place. Let's go piece by piece. Tyler sees a danger in his music. Whether that danger is for the audience or for his own well-being and security, I'm not sure. This could be about Tyler's closeness to God or Clancy's closeness to the Bandidos, either being emotionally sold on God or Clancy being fueled by the rebellion of the Bandidos against the system of vialism and Dima. There's always this underlying notion of vultures, and the vultures being of and in the music industry itself. They are smirking at First Blood. They are waiting for the success of the band to diminish or for more success to come their way that they can reap the benefits from. But Tyler resolves that they are not some quick fad going by, and with the car radio reference here, he has established a deep will to live and continue to create. That the society around him of overexposure is a metaphor for society always looking for a reason to pounce on people the split second they make a mistake. He then goes into this tangent on how to stay safe and vigilant in the society full of vultures who are in the game for their own material success and don't care as much about the craftsmanship or the results of the product. He sees the patterns and he wishes to avoid this in his own music, zeroing in on track 2 as a culprit for common structure. Not only is this specific song track 2 off of Trench, but Stressed Out, the massive hit, was track 2 off of Blurryface. Despite these surface level commonalities of their music and the industry standards, at least the fans know that all of the lyrics and music come from Tyler and Josh and not some sort of ghostwriter or music laboratory. Within the music video of Levitate, although it is the second track on this album, the music video takes place after the music video of Nico and the Niners, the 9th track on this album. So it kind of goes Jumpsuit, Nico and the Niners, Levitate. Within the Levitate music video, we see Clancy as he follows the Bandidos back into their camp and learns their ways of life. However, the persistence of Nico and his bishops swing back into full effect as at the end of the video, Clancy is seen being dragged away, supposedly back towards Dima. Morph. Morph is track 3 off of Trench and is 4 minutes and 20 seconds. This track is about the ability to change and grow over time, more so out of a place of necessity in order to tackle mental struggles. Lyrically, this is one of the most in-depth in my opinion. Verse 1. Can't stop thinking about if and when I die. For now I see that if and when are truly different cries. For if is purely panic, and when is solemn sorrow. And one invades today while the other spies tomorrow. We're surrounded and we're hounded. There's no above or under or around it. For above is blind belief, and under is sword to sleeve, and around is scientific miracle. Let's pick above and see. For if and when we go above, the question still remains. Are we still in love, and is it possible we feel the same? And that's when going under starts to take my wonder. But until that time, I'll try to sing this. Let's start with the if and when of death. What if I die is a question based around the present moment. The reality of death seems distant, but it causes hesitation before continuing. When will I die is based around acceptance and the future. It spies tomorrow. Will I die tomorrow? The question of if produces anxiety, whereas the question of when produces depression and dread. Above, under, and around death, however, above death is a reference to heaven, believing on a higher power to save oneself from eternal judgment and punishment. That what lies on the other side of death is positive, but it is a blind belief, something that cannot be truly known for certain. Below death is to end one's life prematurely, to circumvent fate and take the matters of life and death into one's own hands, essentially suicide. Around death is delaying or pushing off physical death, and this is something possible or maybe one day will be possible through scientific advancement and discovery. Tyler then elaborates further on above death. He questions the nature of life on the other side of death and if it will be comprised of similar emotional feelings such as life, such as love. If things like love and affection are even present on this other side of death. Some people say that death gives life meaning and purpose, and without death, does the life after death even produce something meaningful and worthwhile? Or are we just emotionless beings that have no capacity anymore to love because there is no capacity or probability of death? Hopefully that makes sense. Into the chorus. If I keep morphing, they won't know. I'll morph to someone else. What they throw at me's too slow. I'll morph to someone else. I'm just a ghost. I'll morph to someone else, a defense mechanism mode. This morph is both metaphorical and ideological. Metaphorically, as long as Clancy continues to flee from Dima and the bishops, their hold on him will diminish. And ideologically, as long as Tyler continues to maybe change what he believes or never get too set in his ways, his demons won't be able to catch up and keep up and continue to make him doubt. It's a defense mechanism to not be still and continue to learn and grow as a person. Verse 2. He'll always try to stop me, that Nicholas Bourbaki. He's got no friends close, but those who know him most know he goes by Nico. He told me I'm a copy. When I hear him mock me, that's almost stopped me. Well, we're surrounded and we're hounded. There's no above or a secret door. What are we here for? If not to run straight through all our tormentors. But until that time, I'll try to sing this. Outside of this continually building mythos, Nicholas Bourbaki isn't really a real person, but is instead a reference to a collective pseudonym for a group of mostly French mathematicians who formed in the 1930s. Their goal was to rebuild and unify all of mathematics on a rigorous, formal foundation. They approached math with an almost artistic precision, emphasizing abstract structures and symbolism. One of the key symbols that they helped popularize was the empty set, representing nothingness or absence. This symbol later is a recurring visual graphic that 21 Pilots uses as an aesthetic, often replacing the letter O in their branding. The use of the empty set reflects the band's themes of emptiness, identity, and an internal struggle, aligning with the existential and conceptual weight that the Bourbaki group gave it in its initial meanings. Back to the lyrics. Nico is characterized as a tempter and as someone who is constantly berating him. Tyler then poses that perhaps the meaning of life is to fight our tormentors and face our problems. This idea goes all the way back to Kitchen Sink. Continuing with the idea of morphing, Tyler morphs constantly, giving his demons a new skin to wear and a new world to inhabit. As long as his coping mechanism isn't taken away, this morph protects him from tackling the darker parts of his identity in a full frontal assault. My Blood. My Blood is one of the more popular songs off of Trench, and it is the fourth track and is 3 minutes and 49 seconds long. This song is specifically about his family, or, as a saying, common saying, his blood. Verse 1. When everyone you thought you knew deserts your fight, I'll go with you. You're facing down a dark hall. I'll grab my light and go with you. Simply put, Tyler is saying that no matter what happens to members of his family, he will not abandon them and will always fight for them and with them through dark times. I'm not going to go into the music video for this one as it's not lore related, but it 100% backs up this idea, and that it's specifically written to Tyler's brothers in particular. All of the verses of the song are some variation of Tyler saying that he will do what is necessary to protect and fight with his family, so I won't go through each one of them to save time. But verse 4 especially highlights just how far he is willing to go for them. If you find yourself in a lion's den, I'll jump right in and pull my pin. Lion's Den is a biblical reference to the story of Daniel in the lion's den, and Tyler is saying that when his brothers are facing their metaphorical lions, or whatever form they may take, he is willing to go as far as laying down his life for them, referencing pulling a grenade pin and sacrificing himself for the well-being of his family.
This is called My Blood, and I want to explain one of the verses that means a lot to me. This song is, I guess, you could wrap it up and say it's about family, but more specifically, there's a story that when I was younger, I had some older cousins that lived in Michigan, and I always looked up to them because they were older and cooler. And there was a story where the younger brother of my cousins was kind of a loudmouth, got into a lot of trouble, very cocky. And his older brother, who also played football with him, was much more quiet. Didn't talk a lot. And it got to the point where the younger cousin was running his mouth so much that the rival high school football team showed up to his house. So in this song, I talk about people at the end of your driveway calling out your name. It's in reference to the story because what happened is the older cousin, who was always very quiet, kept to himself, No one knew that he was a black belt.
Chlorine. Chlorine is the 5th track on the album and the most popular, and it runs for 5 minutes and 24 seconds. One thing I want to mention before we continue is that not every music video, as I've said in My Blood, is necessarily lore related. However, some view additional videos, and in particular this one, as an almost lore adjacent type of video. The most important thing to emphasize in this other music video is Ned. Ned is a fictional creature created by Tyler. He has antlers, big black eyes, a furry body, and a round belly, and he symbolizes Tyler's creativity and artistic inspiration. It is what feeds off of the chlorine. His name is an acronym for Neuro Expansion Device. He'll become much more important later on in the lore. Sippin' on straight chlorine, let the vibes slide over me. This beat is a chemical, this beat is a chemical. When I leave, don't save my seat, I'll be back when it's all complete. The moment is medical, moment is medical. Sippin' on straight chlorine. Tyler makes it pretty clear in the first line that this chlorine is his music. So let's talk about what chlorine is. Chlorine is an element on the periodic table known primarily for its cleaning properties, and you would probably most recognize it from something that cleans pools. It's a cleanser, yet by itself and ingested on its own, it is deadly to humans. Tyler is attributing this paradoxical nature to his music. His music allows him to release negative emotions and cleanse his mind, but there is a dual nature to it that seems to metaphorically poison him in the process. I think that this line is specifically about the hiatus between Blurryface and Trench, and asking his fans, and maybe even the industry, to not forget him while he's away, and he cleanses himself in this music process. Verse 1 and the refrain. Lovin' what I'm tastin', venom on my tongue, dependent at times. Poisonous vibrations, help my body run, I'm running for my life. This is continuing the idea of the rehabilitative nature of his music and how it impacts him. It's ironic that something as poisonous as chlorine is saving him rather than hurting him. Verse 2 and verse 3 at the same time. Fall out of formation, I plan my escape from walls they confined. Rebel red carnation, grows while I decay. Hide you in my coat pocket where I kept my rebel red. I felt I was invincible, you wrapped around my head. Now different lives I lead, my body lives on lead. The last 2 lines may read incorrect until said. The lead is terrible in flavor, but now you double as a paper maker. I despise you sometimes, and I love to hate the fight, and you in my life is like sipping on straight chlorine. I believe that this rebel red carnation is the beanie associated with the Blurryface era. It represents the darker side of chlorine, potentially, I'm not really sure. The popularity and the success that the Blurryface era brought him has made him feel invincible and unstoppable. Whether it's because of the music being a coping mechanism or the prideful aspects of Blurryface, I am not sure. I believe it could be both. As he is leading different lives that live on lead or pencil lead, his songwriting. The flavor is something darker and not lighthearted, but it is what has made him more popular and financially successful. It's a paper maker, which we can stand to reason has made his relationship with his creative side more difficult, as there is a financial incentive rather than a personal incentive to better oneself. But he loves to hate this fight. This push and pull he has with it is like a toxic relationship, but it is ultimately what drives him. Battling his demons with his creativity is what gives his life purpose, but also it provides him with financial security, as what he is creating is consumed by the populace on a massive scale, which creates a more interesting dynamic, furthering the paradoxical effects of chlorine as a cleanser but also as a poison. I'm so sorry I forgot you, let me catch you up to speed. I've been tested like the ends of a weathered flag that's by the sea. Can you build my house with pieces? I'm just a chemical. The you in this outro could be the fans and the audience, or it could be God. I see this portion as a return back into depression and not valuing chlorine as what it represents anymore. This portion is also the only part of the song, or this album, I believe, where the Blurryface is used again, which I think confirms this. He feels tested beyond repair like a tattered flag by the sea, but yet he continues to ask God to build this house, or his life with the pieces he does have, to make him feel complete. He sees that he himself has become this chemical. He is fully embodied and been taken over by chlorine. Smithereens. Smithereens is the sixth track on the record and is 2 minutes and 57 seconds long. This is the song on the record that is for and about Jenna, his wife. Verse 1. You know I've always been collected, calm, and chill, and you know I never look for conflict for the thrill. But if I'm feeling someone stepping towards you, can't describe just what I'm feeling. This is Tyler speaking directly to Jenna. He is saying that he knows he's a pretty chill guy and usually not one to stir the pot or cause trouble for no reason. But if anything is threatening Jenna or their relationship, he has a hard time containing his anger and frustration. The chorus. For you, I'd go, step to a dude much bigger than me. For you, I know I would get messed up, weigh 153. For you, I would get beat to smithereens. Simply put, even though he isn't a super physically intimidating guy, he is willing to lay it all on the line in his defense of Jenna and their love. To get beat to smithereens. Verse 2. You know I'll be in the corner taking notes, and you know I got your six while you're working boats. But if I'm feeling someone stepping towards you, can't describe just what I'm feeling. Tyler taking notes, as I see it, is being on guard constantly for anything that could compromise their relational safety and always having her back while they're out and about. The bridge. You know I had to do one on the record for her like this. He breaks the fourth wall here a bit and is essentially talking to the audience in a bit of a tongue-in-cheek way that they should have suspected that amid all of these heavy and existential songs that there would be one about Jenna. The song is obviously pretty self-explanatory, but it is basically the tear in my heart of Trench. Neon Gravestones. Perhaps the darkest and deepest song on the record is Neon Gravestones, track 7 with a runtime of 4 minutes flat. Neon Gravestones is about the culture's unintended glorification of early death and suicide of cultural icons and figures, and how this messaging from the media industry can easily be misconstrued as a way to quick fame and popularity by those enraptured in the throes of depression. Verse 1. What's my problem? I want you to follow me down to the bottom, underneath the insane asylum. Keep your wits about you while you've got them, because your wits are first to go while you're problem solving. And my problem? We glorify those even more when they. My opinion, our culture can treat a loss like it's a win, and right before we turn on them, we give them the highest of praise, and hang their banner from the ceiling, communicating and further engraving that an earlier grave is an optional way. No. For this specific mental crash out, Tyler wants you to listen carefully as he goes underneath the insane asylum. He doesn't even finish what he is trying to say here, talking about suicide, mirroring the culture's inability to speak on it as an issue. When someone of public notoriety commits suicide, it seems like there is ample media coverage, listing all of the person's accomplishments and accolades throughout their life. This gives the impression that ending one's life prematurely is seen as a solution rather than a problem for those that are perhaps lonely or feeling undervalued. That someone in isolation or the depths of despair could see it as a valiant thing to commit suicide, as the culture has shown that it is a way to gain status and attention. The chorus. Neon gravestones try to call, neon gravestones try to call for my bones. In the chorus, Tyler admits that this reality is something that even tempts himself, that sometimes the neon gravestones on the television and online tempt him to commit suicide, as it could be a way for his life to have more purpose in a twisted way, posthumously. Verse 2. What's my problem? Don't get it twisted. It's with the people we praise who may have assisted. I could use the streams and extra conversations. I could give up and boost up my reputation. I could go out with a bang, they would know my name, they would host and post a celebration. My opinion will not be lenient, my opinion it's real convenient. Our words are loud, but now I'm talking action. We don't get enough love while they get a fraction. They say, how could he go if he's got everything? I'll mourn for a kid, but won't cry for a king. Tyler continues the idea from the chorus into verse 2 by explaining how him giving up and killing himself could lead to his name being enshrined forever. I mean, think of historical legends such as Kurt Cobain, who are permanently enshrined into music history for specific reasons, of which his premature death being a factor in we'll never truly know. Here he is talking to his fellow celebrities or people of high status and commenting on how if they feel lonely or depressed, even with their wealth and status and security, how do they think the ordinary Joe or the ordinary person who doesn't have those luxuries feel? The bridge. Promise me this, if I lose to myself, you won't mourn a day and you'll move on to someone else. Here Tyler's talking directly to his fans that if he loses to himself or kills himself, he wants his audience to move on and not contribute to the problem that he has been outlining throughout the entirety of the song, to be a part of the solution rather than the problem. Verse 3. Don't get me wrong, this rise in awareness is beating a stigma that no longer scares us, but for sake of discussion and spirit of fairness, can we give this some room for a new point of view? And could it be true that some could be tempted to use this mistake as a form of aggression, a form of succession, a form of a weapon, thinking I'll teach them, well, I'm refusing the lesson. It won't resonate in our minds. I'm not disrespecting what was left behind, just pleading that it does not get glorified. Maybe we swap out what it is that we hold so high. Find your grandparents or someone of age, pay some respects for the path that they paved. To life they were dedicated, now that should be celebrated. Compared to even a few decades ago, the conversation surrounding mental health and suicide has developed quite a bit. In the spirit of conversation and being more open culturally about this problem, Tyler wants to push back on the quote-unquote progress made so far. That the cultural highlights of suicide could push people to use it as a form of releasing anger, or an act of revenge, or a way of gaining posthumous notoriety. And this is the big idea for the song here. We as a society should honor the life that was lived rather than glorify the death that took them away. I think of the show 13 Reasons Why as a horrible and out-of-touch example of the culture propping up a neon gravestone. The solution, Tyler argues, is that we should highlight those who have lived life and persevered to the fullest of their ability. That we should seek to emulate those who have gone through the hardships of life and lived to tell the tale. This mindset makes sense when we put into perspective Vessel and specifically the cover of the album, highlighting Tyler and Josh's grandfathers as an example to live up to celebrate a life lived, maybe even a life lived well, rather than popularizing a premature death. The hype. The most extreme vibe switch up ever into the hype. The hype is the 8th song on the album with a runtime of 4 minutes and 25 seconds. And I like how Anthony Fantano explains this song as a futuristic Oasis song. I think that's a pretty apt description. Lyrics here are more self-explanatory, so we'll go through this track fairly quickly. Verse 1. Sometimes I feel cold, even paralyzed. My interior world needs to sanitize. I've got to step through or I'll dissipate. I'll record my step through for my basement tapes. Very similar to Chlorine, here we see Tyler again highlight his need to be cleansed through his creative process. And as previously established, the basement is the primary place where Tyler records and creates these tracks. When asked about the hype by Coup de Main magazine, Tyler answered, I think that this song in particular I wanted to go back to when I was a bit younger, maybe even in grade school. Just some of the production of that song reminded me of that. But also lyrically addressing who I was when I was a bit younger and what I wish I would have heard. That song particularly is kind of talking about the difference between an internal pressure and external pressure. A lot of things that I write about come from wrestling with an internal pressure, but there are those external pressures of the world around us that can be addressed as well. And that song particularly addresses those in a way that just an encouragement to keep going, to let things roll off your back and deserve to be put aside. Keep this in mind as we go into this chorus. Nice to know my kind will be on my side. I don't believe the hype. And you know you're a terrible sight, but you'll be just fine. Just don't believe the hype. I believe that this chorus could be a letter to his past self as well as to his current audience. Writing to his past self as an encouragement to not let the hype dictate his craft and instead rely on the kind that are on his side. Don't create for the audience you don't have. Create for the audience you do have. If it's the audience, he is stating that he will not rely on the industry hype and accolades and instead keep his head down and continue to work hard for his fan base and his community. Verse 2. Yeah, they might be talking behind your head, Your exterior world can step off instead. It might take some friends in a warmer shirt, but you don't get thick skin without getting burned. Whether this is to the past version of himself or to his audience, he's encouraging them that a tolerance and uninfectedness of slander, harsh words, and gossip can only come from experiencing them in the first place. You have to be hurt before you can learn how to deal with what hurts you to begin with. The bridge section of the song features a soundbite from the Regional at Best micro video series that I discussed in the Regional at Best section, where they will have to learn how to make being a two-person band work in a live audience setting. No, I don't know which way I'm going, but I can hear my way around. Here he is simply allowing himself to be guided through life through his musical process. He doesn't understand much, but he understands that the music he creates is something that he can resonate, learn, and grow from. Nico and the Niners. Nico and the Niners is the 9th song on this record, go figure, with a runtime of 3 minutes and 45 seconds. This is the final track on the album that has a lore-related music video, which I would recommend watching before going any further. The beginning of the song includes a reverse voice, which is Josh saying the following: "We denounce vialism, we will leave Dima and head true east. We are banditos." Josh being the one saying these words is significant as well, as he is the torchbearer, the leader of the banditos, and the ultimate protagonist of the lore. The chorus. East is up, I'm fearless when I hear this on the low. East is up, I'm careless when I wear my rebel clothes. East is up, when bishops come together they will know that Dima don't control us, Dima don't control us. East is up. East is up refers to the way out of Dima. East is seen in 21 Pilots mythos as the direction of the rising sun and the end of night. And within the lore it refers to the only way out of Dima being over the walls. Although this isn't fully true, in the early days of the Dima org site, that was the theory of a past and or current Clancy, that the only way out of Dima was over the walls. Although the video showcases that it's actually under the walls. But what East Up is, it truly represents a freedom from darkness. This is what makes him fearless to the point of being careless. Victory hasn't happened yet, but Clancy is wearing his rebel clothes anyways, yellow bandito clothes. Although the regime of Dima has not ended, the sun will always rise. Victory is always assured. Verse 1. They want to make you forget. They want to make you forget. Save your razor blades now. Yeah, not yet. Save your razor blades now. Not yet. The bishops of Dima have brainwashed their citizens to maybe forget who they are or that there is anything in this world except for the confines of the concrete city. This is also probably a reference to Orwell's 1984 with the lack of razor blades, which could contain a multitude of meanings that I'm sure you can infer. Verse 2. What I say when I want it to be enough. What a beautiful day for making a break for it. We'll find a way to pay for it, made from all the money we made razor blade stores. Rent a racehorse and force a sponsor. And start a concert, a complete diversion, start a mob, and you can be quite certain we'll win, but not everyone will get out. No, no. This is referencing Clancy's desire to escape from Dima, while this line is, I believe, referencing the music industry and the more of the emo genre, calling it a razor blade store perhaps, that sometimes their genre has the capacity to hurt people as just as much as it has the capacity to help them. That they make a profit off of these issues. The complete diversion is a reference to the music video. It's been established that there is no real way out of Dima unnoticed. This complete diversion is the concert we see in the music video. It was also the first concert they did for the Trench era of the tour. Rather than try to escape unseen, Clancy, Torchbearer, and the Banditos decide to make a spectacle out of it to promote rebellion within the citizens of Dima who have not perhaps thought about going against the system. This is a pretty clear analogy to the band making music for the purpose to help those stuck within the confines of mental health to realize that there is a way out, or a way to fight against that system. And the music is what makes them up to this fact. Tyler then says that victory is assured, but allows for the somber reality that not everyone will make it out. Not everyone will be able to grapple or find ways to fight against their mental demons to live. Some will not make it out. They will become victim to the dogma of vialism. Vialism is also fully put on display in this music video, and we get to look into the practice of it and the creation and bottling of artificial light. This event shown in the music video is the annual assemblage of the glorified, which is when elite citizens called premier would willingly die to become quote-unquote glorified. Their death served the oppressive bishops' purposes, who turned their remains into the neon gravestones we see later and store their bodies for future use. We've talked a bit about vialism, but it is a fictional religion said to have been hijacked by the bishops of Dima and is based around the belief that ending one's own life is the only way to paradise and redemption. And in this video, Clancy, with the help of the Banditos, escape Dima, and then we go straight into the events of Levitate. Cut My Lip. Cut My Lip is the 10th song on the album and is 4 minutes and 42 seconds long. Not as much in-depth analysis needed for this one, so let's go ahead and go into verse 1 and the pre-chorus. I'll keep on trying, might as well. If you decide, all is well. Though I am bruised, face of contusions, no, I'll keep moving. Simply put, despite any hardships in life, he is determined to continue on, keep on trying to make the creative works that make him and his audience proud. The chorus. Rust around the rim, drink it anyway, I cut my lip. Isn't what I want, blood is on my tongue, I cut my lip. This idea is also very similar to Chlorine and the Hype. The music or the music industry is this double-edged sword. The cup holds the sustenance needed to provide him with life, but it requires something in return, pain and sacrifice. In order to drink what is in this metaphorical cup, he has to make compromises that affect him. The cup cuts his lip. In order to get what is inside the cup, he must be punished by the cup while drinking. And this is further confirmed by verse 2. I keep on going back even though it's me I abuse. I don't mind at all, lean on my pride, lean on my pride, I'm a lion. The bridge here is a play on words. He leans on his pride, his belief in himself that he can create and create well, something he takes pride in. But as the next line suggests, as a lion, he leans onto this pride also because a pack of lions is known as a pride. He's referring to his audience or to his family members. He doesn't mind getting hurt by this cup of the music industry as long as he has his pride to back him up, both versions of this pride. Bandito. Track 11, 5 minutes and 30 seconds, the longest song on the album and my favorite song on the album. The chorus. I could take the high road, but I know that I'm going low. I'm a bandito. As we've already established, the Banditos and Clancy escape through the tunnels underneath Dima. This expression of taking the high road being one of moral integrity and honor, whereas taking the low road is seen as dishonorable. But this is what it means to be a bandito, someone who refuses the outside control of the bishops in Dima. I think that the underlying idea behind this message is the message sometimes to stay alive you've got to kill your mind. Sometimes you have to take the road less traveled, the road underneath Dima. It's not pretty or celebrated, but allows you to escape the clutches of the bishops. Verse 1. This is the sound we make when in between two places, where we used to bleed and where our blood needs to be. The sound we make refers to Salo Felina, something we'll look at later in this track. In this battle between being between two places, I will save for the final track, Leave the City. It's being between Dima and the place free from Dima's control. Verse 2. In city, I feel my spirit is contained. Like neon inside the glass, they form my brain. But I recently discovered it's heatless fire. Like nicknames they give themselves to uninspire. Begin with bullet, now add fire to the proof, but I'm still not sure if fear's a rival or close relative to truth. Either way, it helps to hear these words bounce off of you. The softest echo could be enough for me to make it through. Lots of material here. The first section depicts the practices within vialism of the bottling and creation of artificial light. It's a fake religion, it's just smoke and mirrors, it's fake, harsh light. It's a paradox, it doesn't exist, it's a heatless fire, a fake passion. He says he's bulletproof, which is a reference to fairly local, and now he is also fireproof, specifically fireproof from the heatless fires of Dima. The next few lines see his commentary on his faith. This could be about fearing the truth and fearing its reality as an absolute, or it could be a reference to him and his Christian faith fearing God, which is also a common saying. This line continues the theme of trees. He's lobbing up these songs and lyrics as a version of a prayer. All he needs is a soft echo to know that God is there and is listening to his prayers to continue on. The entirety of this album and what it represents could be summed up by the outro of this song. I created this world to feel some control, destroy it if I want. So I sing Salo Felina. Salo Felina. Tyler created this world of Trench, the characters within it, the religion of vialism, the banditos, as a tool to help him deal with his own problems. It is the manifestation of Blurryface beyond a person, into a whole world in and of its own. By creating boundaries and limitations of this world, the ability to control whether or not to let it wither or die gives Tyler a sense of control in the mental hardships of his own life. And Salo Felina, on the other hand,
I love the idea of filling a word, or even a word that doesn't exist yet, but filling it with meaning. And for that song in particular, where I was going with that bridge, I knew that nothing could quite describe what it is that I was feeling in that moment. And that's where that phrase came from. And it kind of turned into this idea that it is like, it's something that you cry out when you're in need. And I don't know, that help me. I like doing stuff like that, just filling meaning with something that doesn't have it yet.
Do the songs, especially like the new
Pet Cheetah. On to track 12, Pet Cheetah, 3 minutes and 18 seconds. This song, as it will tell you, is a throwaway song that Tyler decided to use as a creative exercise in order to get himself out of a writer's block. Verse 1. I am on an island, no one to confide. 8 days straight, 8 hours each, and not one line. I can feel pressure to start to possess my mind, so I'll take this beat I should delete to exercise. He is on a mental and creative island, nothing around him that is provoking him artistically, and the pressure of either deadlines or finishing this album is starting to get to him. In response, he's going to take this beat, which he should delete, this track, to exercise. Use it as a creative exercise to get him out of his slump. Then the chorus kicks in. No, I move slow, I want to stop time, I'll sit here till I find the problem. This showcases the back and forth between the parts of him that want to be strict on his timeline and making sure that something is created that is thoughtful and meaningful and is substantiated in the song. Verse 2. I've got a pet cheetah down in my basement. I've raised him and bathed him in the name of Jason Statham. I've trained him to make him these beats. Now my pet cheetah's quicker in the studio than on his feet. I might get mine and get going. I'm showing my faces in just enough places. I'm done with tiptoeing. I'll stay in my room. My house is the one where the vultures are perched on the roof. Get behind me, I bet. This nepotistic mindset will help us get ours as we're growing. This click means so much to this dude, it could make him afraid of his music and be scared to death he could lose it. This song gets very meta. The pet cheetah is a version of himself, the version of himself that creates and produces and makes music. He has raised himself and nurtured himself into a music-making machine, and his name is Jason Statham because, well, we don't actually know why. It just seems to be more of an inside joke between Tyler and Josh. This line is probably referencing back to the vultures in Levitate that are waiting around for him to either mess up or make something that they can profit off of. So he's essentially writing a song about himself in the third person, referring to the music production ability, akinning it to keeping a cheetah as a pet, a very fast animal, as I'm sure everyone is aware, which is a visual I'm sure we can all imagine. Legend. Legend is the second to last track, track 13, at 2 minutes and 52 seconds. This song is about Tyler's grandfather, the one pictured on the cover of Vessel, who passed away in March of 2018, the year this album released. The chorus. You were one of those classic ones traveling around the sun. You were one of those classic ones, I wish she knew you. You were one of those classic ones, now everybody knows. Self-evident what he is saying here, although it is worth mentioning that she referenced here is talking about his wife Jenna. Apparently Tyler's grandfather had taken a turn for the worse whenever she first started to come around the family, and I believe that his grandfather either had Alzheimer's or dementia, some sort of mentally degenerative disease. The post-chorus. You're a legend in my own mind, my middle name, my goodbye. Tyler's middle name is Robert, named after his grandfather. And the song itself is Tyler's goodbye to him. Despite the song being very happy and upbeat, it's actually part of Tyler's grieving process. Verse 1. You were here when I wrote this, but all the masters and mixes will take too long to finish to show you. I'm sorry I did not visit, did not know how to take it, when your eyes did not know me like I know you. With whatever mentally degenerative disease that Robert had, it seems as though Tyler was already in the grieving process, as he had already made parts of this song that discuss his death even before it happened. It's as though the mental death was enough to push him to realize that the physical death would be soon behind. He apologizes for not visiting more, as it was hard for him to see his grandfather in this state, and in a state where his lack of memory would hurt those around him. The outro of this song. Then the day that it happened, I recorded this last bit. I look forward to having lunch with you again. Supposedly, Tyler wrote the outro of this song the day that Robert eventually passed. He looks forward to seeing him again in heaven one day, and to have lunch again once more. Leave the City. The final track, Leave the City, 4 minutes and 40 seconds long. I'm going to do a little something different here with this track, and I've explained 53 songs so far, if not more, in this series. In the spirit of this song and what it represents, this is the only song I will not explain. I would like for you to listen to this song yourself, and you tell me what it means to you. I will only leave you with this.
That song, not only is it inside of the narrative, but in that narrative, I know that I needed to leave somewhere and start this journey, and this point in between two places that a lot of us can find ourselves in. We're always trying to dance in between those two places. How do we get there? And it's scary, and you don't know what to expect, and it's kind of hard to see. And but this record is about pushing through and starting that journey between those two places.
Yeah, it feels
started, and I would never. In this record, I did not define what that where you're supposed to be is, though. There's no name for it. That's not defined, and that was intentional.
Trench is not everyone's favorite album, but I would argue that it is their quote-unquote best album that they have ever made. Taking the concept of Blurryface and extrapolating it all out into the full world of Trench, establishing the decade-long story of Nico and Clancy, Trench is a full-on masterclass in more ways than one. It highlights the desire within all of us to leave the city, whatever that city is for each one of us, and showcases some tools to help you along the way. Growing up and being a part of this release process, part of the letters and the puzzles and the lore of this album's release was something truly extraordinary and a joy to be a part of. It was a lot of fun, so make sure you go and look through all of that history as well. But the story of Clancy and Nico and all of this was just the beginning. After the events of 2020, the world would become more and more scaled back and isolated.
Feeling tired? Need someone to talk to? 1877-LVLCNRN. We are here for you.
Level of Concern. The next single on the chopping block is the quarantine hit Level of Concern at 3 minutes and 39 seconds long. This song came out during the pandemic in the middle of 2020 along with an ARG or alternate reality game that was full of puzzles and codes to be solved. The content found within these puzzles would hint at and lead to much of the lore that we would see in the Scaled and Icy era. Also, a portion of this single's initial revenue was donated to Crew Nation, which was an organization that worked to provide for those suffering job insecurity and loss in the live performance sector during this time. Verse 1. Panic on the brain, world has gone insane, things are starting to get heavy. I can't help but think I haven't felt this way since I asked you to go steady. According to some backstory provided by a local Ohio radio station, this song was created due to an encouragement from Tyler's mother to create something to reach out to fans during this time where everyone was stuck inside their homes. 2020 was a time when everyone felt that they had lost complete control, and this was also a time when Tyler had just become a new father. Especially with something as widespread panic-wise and craziness-wise as COVID, things were starting to get serious, and there was nothing that the average person could do about it besides stay indoors. The pre-chorus and the chorus. Wondering, would you be my little quarantine? Or is this the way it ends? Because I told you my level of concern, but you walked by like you had never heard. And you could bring down my level of concern. Just need you to tell me we're alright, tell me we're okay. One thing I failed to mention at the beginning of this song is that this song currently holds the record for the longest running music video ever. So initially there was this music video that the band had produced between the two of them, but then they invited the fan base to enter their submissions for music videos, and it would play on a live loop on YouTube for 177 days, 16 hours, 10 minutes, and 25 seconds. I see the nature of this song being about Jenna, but also potentially the fan base. Either way, it was a very creative way to connect together during the pandemic. So many people whenever we were all forced to be disconnected. Merry Christmas, everyone. Christmas Saves the Year. Chronologically here, we actually have two singles back to back. Christmas Saves the Year is the only, as of today, 21 Pilots Christmas song. It's also 3 minutes and 32 seconds. This single released in the winter of 2020 and was accompanied by a little stop-motion picture music video. This song is very similar to Level of Concern thematically because it was written in the same historical context of the pandemic. Verse 1. Snow falls down from the gray sky. Ashes fall in the sea. Plans are thrown to the wayside. Frozen days of the week. A pretty bleak picture, huh? Not really a white Christmas. Not only was 2020 a crazy year because of the pandemic, but we also saw a record amount of wildfires in Australia and throughout North America. Perhaps that is what these ashes are referenced as here. Because of the nature of 2020, normal Christmas gatherings and holiday plans and traditions all look differently because of the pandemic. That's probably what this line is talking about. The chorus. But everybody wants to make it home this year, even if the world is crumbling down. Because everybody's got somebody who's got their name on a shelf. With cheap decor and flavored cheer, you rest assured that Christmas saves the year. This chorus is about the hope of the holidays, that despite the craziness of the world, that hopefully it can all take a pause in the name of the season. Now, doesn't everyone feel so warm and fuzzy? Verse 2 kind of hammers this hope home. Dust off old photo boxes. This one's marked 92. Years past seem so much grander. This one needs to come through. Anyways, that's all for Christmas Saves the Year. Did you want me to make this Christmas song seem profound or something? It's a Christmas song. Listen to it during Christmas. In this portion, we will be discussing the 6th album by 21 Pilots, Scaled and Icy. Scaled and Icy released on May 21st, 2021. This album was seemingly a full turn away from the dark grittiness of Trench and into a cautiously warmer side of songwriting and a more muted tone. It is deliberately deceptive, presenting a bright, upbeat sound while concealing darker currents underneath. The album appears cheerful with synth pop and colorful aesthetics, but it masks a forced happiness of sorts, reflecting how oppressive systems like DEMA demand artificial contentment while suppressing authentic emotion. Let's talk about the album cover as well, this dragon, which would later be named Trash the Dragon. He has a few Easter eggs of his own design. The dragon Trash featured in the album artwork has a distinct pattern on his right wing that Reddit users were able to identify as a map of Clancy Way in Genoa Township, Ohio, which is an intentional Easter egg as this place is a location of an earlier music video in the band's career as well as a place of importance in Tyler's childhood. In the same area of the wing, the word destroy is hidden among the scales. And in terms of the lore, this album was accompanied by a live stream experience which detailed the aftermath of Trench, with Clancy becoming an entertainment puppet for the bishops to use as propaganda for the citizens of DEMA. This album sonically, not necessarily lyrically, is a full 180 away from the darkness of Trench, and the bishops wanted to provide the facade of joy and happiness at least. So let's start with track 1. Good Day. Good Day is the first song off of Scaled and Icy with a runtime of 3 minutes and 24 seconds. This song is really the thematic launching point for the album, and I want to play a little bit of this interview of Tyler explaining the song before we go into it any further.
And this was a completely different first. This is like I wanted it to feel like I was turning lights on.
And so is that the saturation that you refer to some degree in the opening line, which is always a very important moment on any album? The idea of oversaturating yourself with your own creativity or your own, like you say, parameters or desire to reinvent the wheel?
Well, I knew that this record was going to be very colorful, and so the idea of saturation was one that I was going to compensate for in the branding. I was going to make it very colorful. We're going to have just a flow of different colors coming in, and the branding was going to be very bright and exciting. And then lyrically, talking about desaturation, this song is about getting to a place where if I were to lose everything, how would I in the first week react to that? And I think that what I would be is overly positive, like it's fine, there's a reason for everything.
I can feel my saturation leaving me slowly. Broke the news on mom's vacation, oh but you know me. This idea of desaturation will come up multiple times in this album. Saturation is simply the vividness of a hue, it's the fullness of a color. And desaturation is probably a metaphor for slipping into depression as, like the saying goes, the color is like draining from your face. It's a slow desaturation, prompting an idea that this descent into depression was long and maybe even painful. This news here is hypothetical news given to someone at a bad time, and as we've heard from the interview, he compares it to losing someone you love in the middle of a vacation. The chorus. Low key, I'm alright. Would you say you depend on the weather? My sunshine is a buzz and a light I'll be singing out. I know it's hard to believe me. It's a good day. This is Tyler showing how when a tragic thing would befall him, he predicts that he would be overly positive, overcompensating for the tragedy of this hypothetical situation. The sunshine referred to here and the buzzing is probably a reference to the neon lights and, more specifically, the neon gravestones that the bishops create out of the glorified gone. All that to say that in this state of depression, the only quote-unquote light at the end of the tunnel is the call of the neon gravestones. Refer back to the trench section if you're unsure what that's hinting at. Verse 2. Lost my job, my wife and child. Homie just sued me. Shoot my life and shoot 'em up style. Her favorite movies. Very straightforward and painfully so. He builds on this tragic hypothetical situation by including the death of his loved ones and the betrayal of his closest friend, maybe even hinting towards Josh. The bridge. Today's a good day, never know, never know. When the next one will show, it'll show. So I'ma sing my soul, I'ma sing my soul. With the facts of this hypothetical day presented thus far, it's not so much of a stretch to say that Tyler is in fact not having an actual good day. He is showcasing his coping tendencies of pushing off grieving and acceptance when things of a life-shattering magnitude hit his family and his life. Basically this. Choker. Track 2 off of Scaled and Icy Choker, running at 3 minutes and 43 seconds. This song has a music video as well, although it is not tied into the lore specifically. Verse 1. I don't bother anyone, nervous when I stand, choking on the circumstance, only smoking secondhand. Cut us open, spread us out, dry us in the sand, lay the fibers side by side, and you'll begin to understand. This song is essentially about choking when the game is on the line, basically falling short at the worst possible moment. He's saying that if you dissect him and pick him apart, he's simply just a nervous wreck, terrified of not being enough when it matters the most. This choking on smoke secondhand is a reference back to Heavy Dirty Soul, where he refers to choking his demons out of the metaphorical basement. This line suggests that because of this purge of his demons, he walked away himself with some secondhand injuries, this secondhand smoke. That in his extermination process, he poisoned himself as well. The chorus. I know it's over, I was born a choker, nobody's coming for me, coming for me. This is him again falling short under pressure. No one is coming to save him. Perhaps he is paralyzed by his amount of responsibilities and expectations that he feels alone and possibly on an island, realizing that it's all on him, and his lack of confidence becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy of sorts, so to speak. The bridge backs this up even more. I see no volunteers to co-sign on my fears. I'll sign on the line alone. I'm gonna change my circumstance. I know I need to move right now. He realizes that no one is going to be able to fight his demons and live up to his full potential. No one outside of himself. He must do it himself. Verse 3. Like a little splinter buried in your skin. Someone else can carve it out, but when you've got the pin, it hurts a little less and you can even push it further in. When your body's screaming out, just trust your mind's listening. like a silhouette that you can barely see, as a shadow cast upon the ground, where you'll eventually lay forever, but the day goes on, the sun moves behind you. You get taller, bolder, stronger, and the rear view only blinds you. This portion is talking about removing a splinter, and if you have someone else do it, they may cut too deep or not deep enough to remove the problem or the splinter. However, if you do it yourself, you know your own limitations, your pain threshold, and an ability to trust in your own instincts to tell you whether the splinter is able to be reached and removed. The second half is about shadows growing smaller as the day goes on. Of course, with the continuing motif of night, right after night the shadows are at their longest, and the ghost of the night is the most present. But as the day goes on, the shadows decrease more and more. And this is analogous for mental battles, and it's a more hopeful end to this track. Shy Away. Shy Away is the third track on the album, 2 minutes and 55 seconds, and is written as a letter of encouragement to his younger brother, Jay Joseph, as he himself was beginning to pursue a career in music, even opening for the band for portions of this specific tour. Verse 1 and the pre-chorus. When I get home, you better not be there. We're placing bets you won't. Shed your modesty, and the only thing to leave behind is your own skin on the floor. If this is a letter to his brother, we can assume that Tyler is telling Jay that he needs to leave behind his hesitations and defensive reflexes when entering into the music-making process and also the music performance aspect. Leaving the skin of modesty on the floor, abandoning that which prevents you from being your true self in the creative process, akin to a reptile shedding its skin, which is very on brand with the dragon on the cover of this album. The chorus. Don't you shy away, manifest a ceiling when you shy away, searching for that feeling just like an I love you, that isn't words, like a song he wrote that's never heard. It's an encouragement to not shy away from what scares you, to attack it head on and use art to find ways to grapple with it. The hesitation and self-doubt creates a metaphorical ceiling above you that prevents you from reaching your fullest potential and climbing to heights you couldn't even have previously imagined. Searching for a feeling like I love you and transposing that saying and that feeling into the creative process of music and to get that emotion or messaging across in a new and creative way is what he's kind of talking about here. To find a way to communicate emotions through sounds and vibrations rather than straight up saying it in its lyrical context. Verse 2. When you get home, you barely recognize the pictures they put in a frame. If this protagonist of this song, his brother, follows Tyler's instructions, he won't be able to recognize his past self, as he has become so much more of a person creatively and as a songwriter than he thought was previously possible. And as verse 3 suggests, he wants to see his brother succeed, as when he comes home, he doesn't want to see him there. Instead, he wants to know that Jay is out in the world and succeeding, not allowing shying away to rule his life and prevent him from living the life to his fullest potential and living life itself to the fullest.
You had to write Shy Away. I saw the article. You had to write Shy Away because the only way you could really show your brother to some degree about the experience is to go through the process, because words don't add up to experience, and everyone's experience is so unique. That's tough. That's tough when your brother wants to be a creative and wants to do and find his own voice. Coming to his brother
The Outside. 3 minutes and 36 seconds, the fourth track, The Outside. This track also has a lore-related music video, but I will discuss that at the end, as always. This song is very much the lane boy of this album, as we see the band present a full criticism of the music industry, its conformity, and a lack of imagination. Verse 1. I'm already bored. I'm pretty sure I've seen this one before. I've got a long drive. I'll tape my eyes so I don't fall asleep again. Tyler is bored of hearing the same type of song over and over again, swearing that he has heard this one before. We are then given the imagery again of a car, the car being a place of refuge as long as there is music, aka the whole idea of car radio. Even with the car radio playing, however, the songs are so boring to him that he is falling asleep at the wheel. And next time, he says he'll tape his eyes open, as something as strange as that would have better chances of keeping him awake compared to the music and popular songs on the radio waves. The chorus. Up and down, they're nodding. Heads are moving up and down, you got it. Everybody stand in line, one by one. Take a hit, join the club. Kids will try to take my vibes, or am I on the outside? The conformity of the crowd is referencing the mass mainstream music industry, but it could also be true for the citizens of Dima, being satisfied with the bare minimum in creative works. The music industry is incentivized by money rather than by substance, and that's essentially what this chorus is meant to portray. He's writing this from the perspective of someone inside the industry, not fully aware that they actually might be on the outside, however. He sees himself as being replaced outside of the spotlight and the industry's good graces, saying that kids will try to take his vibes. The bridge. I am a megalodon, oceans feeling like a pond, swimming like a beast underneath they be clinging on. Meteoric rise in prehistoric times, now that meteor is coming. I am Megatron, cogs I'm stepping on. Then the little cogs get together, start a renaissance. Switch it up on me, fuel efficiency, on fumes, I am running, running, running. The chorus in the beginning of the song is characterized by the methodical falling into line mentality. So switching up with some more absurd lyrics in this way is a sort of way to rebel against that system. The first reference to himself is as a megalodon, which is a prehistoric gigantic shark. Being a big fish in the ocean that to him feels more like a pond, is either thinking highly of himself or, as the meteor suggests, a dinosaur on the way to extinction. He then refers to himself as Megatron, the antagonist of the Transformers series, stepping on cogs. Never thought I would ever have to say that sentence. Smaller parts that make the engine run as a whole.
Putang ina! Si Optimum Pride! Puking inang yan, Optimum Pride! Babe, si Optimum Pride do.
I think this is possibly a reference to the crowd work in the live music setting, as they often walk on top of the crowd and are supported by the crowd through multiple parts of the live show. Bringing the fan base together, ignoring the droning noise of the music industry, and starting a renaissance, a revival or a rebellion against the system. This song is basically Tyler saying that even if he is on the outs with popularity and the mainstream, that's not going to stop him from vibing and continuing on with his audience, relying on the community of the band rather than the sterile consumers of the mainstream. The music video is after the music video of Saturday, so I'm not really discussing these in order, but I'm going to talk about it anyways. Clancy finds himself on an island that would be identified as Foldsoy, which is a Norwegian translation into Island of Violence, which is obviously a reference to migraine. The outside music video, however, shows the death of Keons, the aftermath of it from the Saturday music video. Clancy washes ashore on the snowy island of Foldsoy, where the torchbearer finds him and leads him through the wilderness. They enter into a cave and are greeted by a small Ned, who then guides them through winding tunnels. And on this beach, they encounter the original Ned, who broke off his antlers and will then give them to Clancy. And Ned also shares this schematic for a ritual that will allow Clancy to harness the power of a new superpower called psychokinesis, given to Ned by Keons, as it was Keons' plan all along. Clancy would seize the corpse of Keons at the inn and use this newfound power to destroy the monumental lights of vialism, keeping Nico on his toes. We learn that this is the power the bishops have been using throughout this whole lore. This is the ability to possess dead bodies and turn them into vessels that do their own bidding. It is similar to smearing, although it seems as though it's for a longer period of time and more permanent. It's also important to notice that Ned, being the metaphorical embodiment of creativity, is the one that gives Clancy the powers, or Tyler the powers, to deal with the bishops. Saturday. Saturday is the fifth track on the album with a 2-minute and 52-second runtime. It is also the most popular of all the tracks off of Scale and Icy. And since we're fresh off the outside music video, I'll go ahead and quickly discuss the Saturday music video, which details the annual assemblage of the Glorified, exactly 1 year after the initial escape from Dima seen in Nico and the Niners. And for this annual assemblage of the Glorified, the bishops have planned something special for Clancy, a celebratory submarine party beforehand, featuring Clancy as the main performer. The bishops then send imposters to oversee the event, but things obviously go wrong. Keons, the assigned bishop of Clancy, had secretly aligned with the Banditos and with the Neds to use the corpse of the Sea Dragon Trash to launch an attack, which aimed to free Clancy. The attack, which then caused Keons to be assassinated by the rest of the bishops. We then transition into the events of the outside music video as we previously discussed, but into the lyrical content. The chorus. Slow down on Monday, not a sound on Wednesday. Might get loud on Friday, but on Saturday, we paint the town. Pretty simple. The week gets easier and more exciting the closer we get to the weekend. I think most people that work full time can probably relate to that sentiment. Moving on to verse 1. Lose my sense of time or two. Weeks feel like days. Medicate in the afternoon. I just want to know, have you lost your footing too? I just pray that I'm not losing you. This is probably specifically referring to the time of quarantine and the pandemic, which would make sense as this album was released right on the latter half of it. The mundaneness of life makes life seem like it's slipping away, especially then, going faster than it already is. I think that this track is also specifically about Jenna as well, as we'll see a cameo from her later in this track. The vibe that I get from this track is basically a conversation between Tyler and Jenna during the COVID lockdowns. Maybe you get that picture too. That would make this person that he's talking to as Jenna make a lot of sense, as she is the self-proclaimed anchor of him in a lot of ways. The pre-chorus. Catch me floating circles in my fishbowl. Keep things fresh. She said that I should change my clothes. I exaggerate the life we used to know. This being about Jenna makes even more sense now when it seems like Tyler is forgetting simple hygiene things like changing clothes or taking a shower or something like that, as it is Jenna that reminds him that he should, right here in this line. In this isolation, we see the time pre-lockdown through rose-colored glasses. The grass is always greener type of thinking. The interlude, which I'm not going to say, but it's just an exchange between Tyler and Jenna. This exchange between Tyler and Jenna, which is self-explanatory, but adds to the nature of the song, hinting at the fact that Jenna is his anchor creatively and in the home specifically as well. Never Take It. Never Take It is the sixth song at the halfway point in the album with a runtime of 3 minutes and 32 seconds, and is about the tendency of the mainstream media as a whole to intentionally seek and divide people through emotional manipulation and stigmatizing. Within the context of the lore, it's also a song of rebellion against the powerful forces of the bishops in Dema. Into verse 1. Now that they know information is just a currency and nothing more. Keep the truth in quotations because they keep lying through their fake teeth. Information is obviously the currency of this modern world, and the lack thereof, the selective exclusion of parts, the full frontal unapologetic nature of the truth can all change and manipulate stories, and more specifically the people who consume them. Maybe either reporting half-truths or too much of the truth. The fake teeth is certainly a reference to the live stream, but it is also representation of a false humanity, both from a humanity standpoint and potentially even a financial standpoint. I don't know, I always think about the people in the Capitol, in our capital, and the Hunger Games when I think of this song. I don't know if that makes any sense, but the chorus. They're trying hard to weaponize, you and I will never take it. They're asking for a second try, you and I will never take it. Here he is encouraging his audience not to get caught up in the divisiveness portrayed on the TV and to not take it, to refuse to let them control our mindset of other people and allow them to profit from that divisiveness mindset. Why cure disease of confusion when you're the treatment facility? How can we seek restitution when they keep lying through their fake teeth? The propaganda of the media will always act for its own self-interest, always do whatever it takes to retain viewership and sensationalize even in the smallest of actions and reporting. Their actions get in the way of real change and real healing within individuals and communities. This is especially true now, but specifically very true during the COVID era with the many battling narratives. The bridge. The summer I watched the tube, I saw enough, taught myself to play guitar, tearing it up. And my advice on those two things that I picked up, you better educate yourself, but never too much. Instead of being consumed by the messaging on the TV, Tyler chose to do something for his own personal betterment, like learning how to play the guitar. This album was also the first place that he would feature this instrument. I got this part from Genius because I think it's really good. It's a commentary on how there seems to be a double standard, especially during the time of the song's release, between criticizing someone for being ignorant on the news or ignorant on matters, but also being equally as critical of someone who does their quote-unquote own research. And that's as political as I ever hope to get on this channel. No fighting in the comments. It could also be like educate yourself on current news through mainstream channels, but don't let it restrict you from just living your life. Because at the end of the day, that's all we can really do. Mulberry Street. This is my favorite track on the album, track 7, Mulberry Street, coming in at 3 minutes and 44 seconds. Mulberry Street is named after the real-life Mulberry Street located in New York and Lower Manhattan.
Yeah, Mulberry Street for me, it was there's a street in New York City where Little Italy is, and the first time that I ever kind of like left Ohio, my manager at the time, we had some meetings with like record labels and stuff, and it was just a classic kid going to the big city moment. And he took, he knew around, he'd lived in New York City for a few years in the past, and so he knew where he was going. So he took Josh and I, and a couple of friends of mine that are, are still kind of touring with us and creating with us and stuff. And he took us to Little Italy, and we had this, it was just like I've never felt more out of place in my life being in New York City, eating at some, like we're gonna go get pizza. This isn't the pizza I'm used to. Just something that simple, kind of really reminding you that you're not at home anymore. And so this song to me was like very, I wanted to imagine that feeling again.
Verse 1. Keep your sunny days, leave us in the rain. Tie strings to our hands and feet to rain on your parade. You can have the weekends, we will live between them. Keep your pills, save your breath, and don't ever forget. The rainy days are depression and anxiety, as we see the reference to storms within Migraine off a Vessel as well. Sort of confused with this line, but I think it's comparing himself to those parade balloon float things, and instead of bringing joy, they actually just bring down the atmosphere of a parade and make it depressing. I think that makes sense. And I think that here he is simply just talking about living in the moment. This song is really, if you haven't been able to tell, really the most difficult on this album for me to figure out. Get out of our way, we're moving sideways. Welcome to Mulberry Street. So move out of our way, we're pushing sideways. Keep sidewalk under your feet. Verse 2. Ain't no sunny skies until you finally realize that everybody relies on synthetic highs. They find someone to prescribe. Keep your bliss, there's nothing wrong with this. We just want to feel it all. Keep your pills, save your breath, and don't ever forget. Maybe compared to everyone else, you find it hard to figure out why people are so upbeat and happy all the time, but maybe it's just because they're medicated. At least that's what that song is suggesting. Is that what this is trying to say? I don't really know. But it could also be that everyone has their own coping mechanism at the end of the day, or their own synthetic highs. Something that is not natural and something they go out of their way to continue to take. Referenced here by they finding someone to prescribe it. Meaning if they're rejected by one doctor, whether that's a real doctor or just like a dealer, they'll find somebody who will take their offer. I love the song, but it's really confusing, and it feels at times like mixed messaging whenever you look into the actual lyrics, but hey, it's a banger. Track 8, 2 minutes and 56 seconds, Formidable. This is Jenna's song on the record, and I won't take too much time in explaining this. We'll go through this pretty quickly, and actually the next few songs won't actually take that long either. Let's go ahead and go into the chorus. You are formidable to me, because you seem to know it where you want to go. Yeah, I'll follow you. But you should know I might be cynical towards you, but I just can't believe that I'm for you. Yeah, I can die with you. It's pretty simple. Tyler sees her as a source of strength and full of conviction that he will choose to follow her even if his own self-image is depleted. We're going to do verse 1 and verse 2 here. And I know that we just met, but could you take me everywhere you've ever been? I want to see it all, no surprises. Fast forward 13 years now. Don't know what it was, but somehow we played it out in reverse. I'm afraid of you now more than I was at first, and I know that you just left, but can I take you everywhere we've ever been? I want to see it all, no surprises. Although this song is pretty short and simple, it is special because this is Tyler's first song that he wrote and made on an acoustic guitar. And Tyler and Jenna have been together for some time at the point of this album's release, and he says that he is scared of her now more than he was back then. And I think that this more so speaks to maybe some abandonment issues that Tyler may have, as although she has proven to be trustworthy and even more formidable than him at times, he still fears that she may one day leave him. Bounce Man, track 9, 3 minutes and 5 seconds. Another one of those songs that are pretty confusing in meaning, but it won't take very long to explain this one either. This song is also a little bit of a meme, I'm not gonna lie. Verse 1. I don't know if you've got your phone, because this went straight to voicemail. And my wife saw your face on the nightly news. Oh boy, what'd you do? Doesn't matter now. If you need a piece, I'll break it down. Whoever he's talking to is on the run from authorities, we can guess. Tyler keeps calling this person, and Jenna supposedly sees this person on the nightly news. And this piece here could be a reference to a gun. However, a lot of people think that this song is actually about Ned from Chlorine for a lot of different reasons. This song refers to Mexico often, and a special edition of Chlorine was released in Mexico City, and Ned was also featured on live TV during an air performance of the single Level of Concern. And this line here could be referring to the pieces in the outro of Chlorine. Who's really to say, though? The chorus. You should bounce, 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 man. Come to the house, man. I'll let my old lady know. You'll be in and out, man. Float you a couple bands, then you head to Mexico. Yeah, I told you all along, running away doesn't make you wrong. Before you bounce, 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 man. Come to the house, man. We'll sing one more song. So long. Saying he should bounce is another way of obviously saying that he should leave and flee. However, later, this person is wanted by Tyler to come by his house and say goodbye by singing one more song before they leave the country. He's also saying that just because this person is running away does not mean that they are actually guilty of the crime that they have supposedly committed. Maybe? I don't know, man. Some of the songs in this record really are hard to make sense of. I don't really know, but that's all I've got for Bounce Man. Sorry. No Chances. No Chances is the 10th song and second to last record on the album and runs for 3 minutes and 46 seconds, and is sonically very, very, very different from anything else on the rest of the album. It's almost written as a letter from the Bishops to Clancy. That's at least how I see it. Verse 1. In my house shoes in a foot race, in this house we got feng shui. Get the door to blow you away, flamethrower you a switchblade. Feet planted on grip tape, with my shoulders squared and my back straight. Got a good bass and a loose tongue, notorious in the octagon now. As I previously mentioned that this song, especially the chanting section and the chorus, this song is probably from the Bishops to Clancy. However, in the verses, it does seem like Clancy is the one responding to their threats with the confidence and courage that we see. This is especially true in the first verse, as he makes it pretty clear that he is capable of defending himself from anything that the Bishops send his way. The chorus, which, remember, is from the perspective of the Bishops, goes like this. We got people on the way, we want you home in one piece now. We get bodies every day, we want you home in one piece now. Again, probably sending Bishops after Clancy to get him back, as he, in the lore, has become a sort of vital piece of promoting the propaganda to the masses of Dima. They want to bring him back so that the events of the live stream experience can be a normal routine for influencing their citizens. Verse 2. How'd you get the location? Put together pieces. They say they sell the information and those terms of agreement. We spend some weekends on the grind. Surveillances outside. We see when you arrive, ride or die, my son. Spent some weekends on the grind. Surveillance outside. We see when you arrive, ride or die, my son. This verse is a vergence between the world of Dima and the security state many of us live in today. At least that's how I see it. Referring to terms and agreements being accepted by everyone without realizing how much of our rights are really being signed away in that lengthy list of terms and agreements you never read. This could also be talking about Tyler's fear in the wake of his celebrity status with not being able to live a private life without feeling surveilled, whether that be by paparazzi or his own fans for that matter. Anyways, here's a cool clip of how those voices and the chanting section were filmed for this song.
Answers, we come for you. No chance.
Redecorate. The final track off Scaled and Icy, track 11, Redecorate, with a listening time of 4 minutes and 5 seconds. I'm going to let Tyler explain the intent of the song before we jump into the lyrical content. I had a friend of mine whose son passed away and they kept his room the way it was. I started thinking about something as specific and simple as, what's going to happen to my stuff? Everyone can understand that, even though it's simple and almost doesn't matter, it can actually be an impactful thought. What happens to my stuff when I go? What about the things left behind? And not just the stuff, but you naturally move to people. What about my family? What about my friends? I thought that was a powerful thought, something I've thought about before and I thought some people would relate to. I'm really proud of that one. The intro details a mention to one of the Dima org letters saying, there was a wonderful structure to the city and it put my cares to rest. Which very much bleeds into the perspective of a citizen or a Clancy who has given in fully to the Bishops and their messaging, to ending one's own life and being content with that fact. Specifically, the final moments where thoughts and ramifications for loved ones and friends emerge on how their death will impact them specifically when they are gone. Each verse tells a different story. Verse 1. Taking inventory of his life, seeing snapshots chronologically in line, something told him he should look around and tidy up. He collected many things, but never quite enough. Tried looking at it from a new perspective, flat on his back, but he still heard the directive. Orders from that corner where that shadow always lived. Never ask permission, he just hopes that they forgive. This is a bit dark, so be warned, but this man in his final moments is looking around and decides to make it tidier and cleaner in his room for those who end up finding him after he has committed suicide. This individual tries looking for a new way out, a new perspective. This could be mentally or physically speaking, but seems to be ultimately persuaded by the shadows in the corner of the room. All he can hope is that his family and friends will forgive him for the pain he is about to put them through. But at least he can find some solace, perhaps, in the fact that they will not have to deal with the messiness of his room. I want to go through each verse, including the bridge, and each story before we discuss the chorus. Verse 2. Blankets over mirrors, she tends to like it. She's not afraid of her reflection, but of what she might see behind it. She had plans to change her name, just not the traditional way. Haunted by a couple big mistakes, she covers all the dents with the way she decorates. Then one night she got cold with no blankets on her bed, so she ripped them off the mirror, stepped back, and she said, "These blankets over mirrors are a physical manifestation of an internal problem. She feels as though she cannot look at herself in the mirror in terms of self-reflection because she is afraid of what she may metaphorically be seeing looking back at her. This line could also be an analogy to self-harm, meaning that she hides her self-inflicted wounds with the way that she dresses. In a moment in the night, in desperation, she removes these blankets or these blinders to self-awareness and self-reflection and finally sees herself for who she truly is. She sees everything that she has been afraid of looking at right in the eyes." The final individual is discussed in the bridge. With the bells and the whistles scaled back like an isolated track, and he feels trapped when he's not inebriated. Fair to say he's fairly sedated most days of the week. He might have made it if he lived on a different street. I repeat, scaled back and isolated. He says he likes an open schedule, but he mostly hates it. If you're running to his room, take a breath before you break in. Put your ear up to the door. Tell me, can you hear him saying? The final story in this bridge is of someone who abuses substances in order to avoid dealing with internal pain, making himself sedated days of the week. Perhaps he would have turned out differently if life had dealt him a different hand. Slowed down and alone, and that's scaled back and isolated. During the pandemic, many people's schedules came to an abrupt halt and were left alone in their homes. This made way for a dramatic rise in mental health problems all over the world, and this song showcases 3 examples of this. Someone interested in solving it with maybe philosophy, that new perspective, ignorance, a refusal of self-reflection with the blankets and the mirrors, and also substance abuse. The chorus, however, is encouraging people in this state of mind to imagine the ramifications, not for themselves, but for the people that they love in this life. In the chorus, "I don't want to go like this, at least let me clean my room. I don't want to leave like this, because the last thing I want to do is make my people make decisions wondering what to do. Should they keep it on display or redecorate?" This chorus is a plead with God or the dark thoughts to give them more time, to allow themselves to at least tidy up in their room so that the ones who are left behind aren't left with a mess. There could be a lot of different ways to look at the messaging of the song, so let me know your thoughts. Scaled and Icy is certainly a bit of an outlier when compared to the rest of the albums in the band's discography. However, I believe that it is just a product of its time. The pandemic changed many things, and things certainly haven't been the same since. This album sees Clancy working at the behest of the bishops, a slave to the system, realizing what little freedom he truly has. Something I'm sure we've all felt one time or another. But all in all, Scaled and Icy is about the confusion of isolation, the overreach and sterilization of mainstream media, and the ability to press on despite it all. It's a bit more loose structurally, but details the slow descent into desaturation. But the bounce back, not the bounce man, would be soon to come in the next record, Clancy. We move on to the 7th album in this series, the 2024 release, Clancy. Clancy is an album all about motion, gaining ground against the enemy, backsliding, overcompensating, being frozen, and pushing on through. Almost working as an amalgamation of all the lore albums before it, Clancy is built to suit himself as well as others to march to war. The character Clancy, that is, from the lore. Ended with a climactic paladin straight. This album was very much a pump fake, as many speculated that it was actually going to be the end of the lore, and rightfully so, but obviously the ending of Paladin Strait had other plans. Fun fact, this album actually has a music video for every single song off the record, but only 3 of them are lore related, so that's the only ones we'll talk about, but it's really just a feat of the work ethic of the guys and Mark, so definitely go watch those if you haven't already. Overcompensate. Overcompensate is the first song off Clancy and is 3 minutes and 56 seconds long. Overcompensate sonically seems like a full overcompensation, go figure, of the Trench sound that was very much absent during the Scaled and Icy era. Like the songs off of Trench, it's much more heavy hitting and has a much darker tone. The beginning intro of the song also features lyrics off of Bandito, reiterating that Tyler/Clancy is back onto the offensive against the Bishops, compared to the Scaled and Icy version where he's more so being used as a propaganda mouthpiece by the Bishops. The beginning of the song also featured some words in German, French, and Spanish respectively, which all translate to, "This small eerie island has made me a weapon. We both believe that we can use it to change the momentum of this war." This is obviously from a Demo.org letter, but this weapon that they are referring to is the power of psychokinesis, which is the instruments of power given to Clancy by Ned in the Outside music video. This weapon and power allows for Clancy to be able to use the power of the Bishops and turn it against them. Since I don't think I've mentioned this yet, I want to put forth the idea that I believe this power is an analogy. Ned is the embodiment of creativity, and creativity, the act of creating, is what allows for us to fight against the Bishops, the powers of darkness. Anyways, into the lyrics of verse 1. Earn my stripes, 300 tracks, and my Adidas track jacket. Bless your ear holes while you react, acting gobsmacked. Don't hesitate to maybe overcompensate. I feel like I was just here, same twitching in my eyes. Don't sleep on a boy who can't fall asleep twice in the same night and won't hesitate to maybe overcompensate. Here is what overcompensate is referring to.
And so I think with Entrench, I look at the record directly following Blurryface after that rise. What I did was I tried to lump in a little bit more of dealing with that and compensating for that rise than I should have. I was trying to say, this is not a Blurryface record. This is different. This is something I'm capable of doing something else. And I was compensating for the experience that I had, in a sense. I got that out of my system. And now I think that on this record, Scaled and Icy, I feel like I'm not trying to compensate for that anymore, but I am compensating for Trench because it's a constant course correction.
So I see this as another one of those songs created out of a place of confidence. Confidence that although he has maybe fallen down in the past, he has gotten back up and is ready to fight again. That he is the kind of person to not make the same mistake twice. The chorus. I said I fly by the dangerous bend symbol. Don't hesitate to maybe overcompensate. And then by the time I catch in my peripheral, don't hesitate to maybe overcompensate. The dangerous bend symbol is primarily used in the UK as warning that the road ahead is full of twists and turns. This mentality is what Clancy flies by. He is prepared and lives his life knowing that the road ahead won't be a straight and narrow path. It will be full of proverbial twists and turns that endanger him of falling off the road on either side. Verse 2. Where am I from? I was born right here, just now, originated right in front of your eyes. If you can't see, I am Clancy, prodigal son, done running, come up with Josh Dunn, wanted dead or alive. So now you pick who you serve, you bow to the masses, get kicked to the curb for passing the classes, half empty, half full, save half for your taxes, then overtake your former self. Knowing the end of the lore in hindsight, this is the spirit of Clancy, seemingly originating out of nowhere to rebel against the system. Clancy is returning like the prodigal son, but in a very different way. The prodigal son from the Bible returns to his father after wasting his inheritance and pleads to be taken back into the family. But this Clancy, this prodigal son, is returning back to his masters, the bishops, with the intention of taking them down and saving the citizens of Dima. In the lore and the music video, he is physically returning back into the world of Dima and Trench after being shipwrecked on the island of Voldsoy. The second half of this verse is directed towards the banditos and those who wish to escape Dima's reign. living pessimistic, optimistic, or even just chasing after the bag are ways to live that he outlines. But ultimately, it is the personal choice of personal growth to overtake your former self. This should remain constant in an ever-shifting world, to not be complacent, but to continue to learn and to grow. The bridge. Days feel like a perfect length. I don't need them any longer, but for goodness sake, do the years seem way too short for my soul, Corazon. Way too short for my soul, Corazon. This is mostly speaking to Tyler growing older as a person and the time skip that seemed to happen after the quarantine had ended. The years are too short for his heart and his soul, probably referring to how quickly his kids are growing up. In the Overcompensate music video, Clancy and Josh Dunn, or the Torchbearer, are returning to Trench as symbols of resistance. The video opens with a cold, distant view of the land between Voldsoy and Dima. This is Paladin Strait. Then focuses on Josh drumming alone. Clancy prepares backstage, eventually addressing a crowd of Dima's citizens, revealing the bishop's secret through a presentation. He's teaching them how to use the power of psychokinesis potentially, or just showing them the ways out of Dima. He is also wearing new attire, which includes a red jumpsuit and mask. The crowd begins to slide with Clancy, and a twist occurs when Clancy faints, only to reveal that it was a decoy body, indicating he had seized someone inside of Dima to recruit more banditos. The real Clancy and Torchbearer are shown successfully escaping across the Paladin Strait and have officially returned back into Dima. Next Semester. Next Semester is the second track off of Clancy and is 3 minutes and 54 seconds. This track is about the fear and anxieties of the college-age years, and this specific song is based off of an experience of Tyler in his brief stint at Ohio State University. Verse 1. Stand up straight now, can't break down. Graduate now, I don't want to be here, I don't want to be here. It's a taste test of what I hate less. Can you die of anxiousness? I don't want to be here, I don't want to be here. What's about to happen? What's about to happen? This portion is showcasing the anxieties of the average university student. The world and your interest and your potential career are pulling you in so many different directions, and the time between semesters can sometimes be one of the most stressing times, as it's a time when you probably have to make some big decisions. You feel as though you may or may not have wasted your time and money the past semester on things you may or may not find useful in your life. It's just all a big taste test. And now you have to decide what you're going to do moving forward. The end of this verse shows Tyler's disdain for going to the university and going on the university route, as this time we know that he was very much invested into making a music career work, which both is kind of hard to do, have a music career and be a student. The anxiety of what will happen next is starting to get to him. The chorus. I remember certain things, what I was wearing, the yellow dashes in the street. I prayed those lights would take me home. Then I heard, hey kid, get out of the road. This portion details a specific panic attack in which he really only remembers the small details. It's like those pivotal moments in your life that you can look back on and only remember the smallest of details, the most vivid, and they don't really have anything to do with the actual gravity of the situation. It's just something that you just happen to remember. This specific event sees Tyler lost in thought and anxiety in the middle of the road, dreaming about being somewhere else. While in this haze, a driver on the road yells at him to get out of the way, knocking him out of the trance. This section goes really well, as the chorus is a moment of slowness and brevity, whereas when this line is delivered, it goes back into the heavy rock instrumental. Can't feel my legs, I might suffocate. There's a pressure in my chest. I don't want to be here, I don't want to be here. What's about to happen? What's about to happen? This section just further paints a picture of the specific anxiety attack, the feeling of legs buckling beneath you and rapid heart palpitations. All for anxiety of the future and potential wasted time of the past. The refrain. Can't change what you've done. Start fresh next semester. This refrain is placed in quotation marks, so we can assume that this is probably advice that someone, probably older, is giving Tyler in response to his fears and anxieties. It's more so an encouragement to get up and try again, as there's no changing the past, only the ability to change your future. Next semester doesn't have to mean a literal academic semester for someone. It can be whatever is the next season in your life. There's no use dwelling on the mistakes of the past and being anxious about the future. It's all about getting up and trying again, right now. Backslide. Track 3, 3 minutes flat, Backslide. Like I mentioned in the intro, Clancy is an album all about movement and motion. We've seen the confidence of overcompensate the shakiness of next semester, and now, as the name suggests, we are in a backslide. Verse 1. Rat race, place to place, adding weight. Tendencies on repeat. Benefit from a shoe with no lace. Take the seat with the crease in it. I don't mind if it's lonely, I don't mind if it's fair. I don't care, you control me, leading me anywhere. Here the monotony of the grind just for the sake of the grind is shown. It seems as though he cannot break his habits and his tendencies are unchanging. What he means here is that psych ward patients are often given shoes without shoelaces because of the possibility that they would inflict self-harm by fastening it into a rope of sorts. So he says he would benefit from this kind of shoe. The seat is already well worn, suggesting that this is not the first time that Tyler has sat in this proverbial seat. Within the idea of backsliding is the regression of getting stuck in something that you thought you were already free from, this well-worn seat. In this regressive state, Tyler or Clancy is probably talking to Blurryface or Nico here, submitting and surrendering his control over his life to them. The chorus. I don't want to backslide to where I've started from. There's no chance I will shake this again, because I feel the pool waters over my head. Strength enough for one more time, reach my hand above the tide. I'll take anything you have if you could throw me a line. I should have loved you better. Do you think that now's the time, that you should let go? It's over my head. As he feels himself backsliding, he cries out for help. I would guess that this cry out is to God or to Jenna. In this motion of backsliding, just at the point of no return, he regains the strength to fight again, but it seems like it may be too late. His song really pairs well with Snapback later on in the record. He provokes this image of someone drowning at sea, desperate for someone to throw him a lifeline. This song also reminds me a lot of Tally off of Breach, because it seems like Tyler can't seem to get over the idea that in his need to be helped, he is hurting those around him and doesn't deserve to be helped at a certain point. Asking this person if now is the time for them to finally let go and let him drown. Verse 2. Bad place on $100 base, kinda wishing that I never did Saturday. Is that a stain? You should change. Are you doing good? Did you solve all of your problems? Thanks for asking in a way. But accidentally uncovered a new one yesterday. What happened to what I brushed under the rug? I used to be the champion of the world you can't see. Now I'm drowning in logistics. Here he is regretting making Saturday off of the last album, Scaled and Icy. I think that this could be taken one of two ways. One, he could be referring to the fact that he should not have made such an upbeat and happy song, as that mentality or that peace of mind he may have felt during that creation of that album is no longer a reality for him. It's no longer a representation of how he truly feels. The second option is perhaps that he just regrets making the track at all. Scaled and Icy was met with some pretty harsh criticism for being too different from the band's persona and an underwhelming sequel to the hugeness of Trench. That's not what I'm saying, I'm just saying that was one of the common criticisms by critics against it. Maybe that this is the stain that he refers to in the next line. You could view it as that song or even that era as a stain of sort on the band's career. It could also just refer to the black paint on his neck and hands, but it's also notable that this line is also delivered in the Blurryface voice, someone who is obsessed with making money and being popular. The second half of this verse details the overwhelming fact that no matter how much self-improvement we go through, there will always be something under the rug. Always something new that gets uncovered and that unearths a whole new set of personal problems. And finally, at the end, perhaps as Clancy, perhaps as Tyler, he harkens back to the fact that he used to be the creator of this world, the world of Trench. Now, instead of focusing on that creative outlet, he feels as though he's just stuck in logistics, or the business side of things. Fun fact, this music video is the only one written and directed by Josh Dunn himself. Midwest Indigo. Midwest Indigo is the fourth track off of Clancy and is 3 minutes and 16 seconds long. This song is simultaneously about the state of Ohio and a callous friend or ex-girlfriend or something. The chorus. Reaching out on my way home, you can be so cold, I'll try again. You make me sad and second guess myself. You can be so cold, Midwest Indigo. For those who live outside the USA, Ohio is in the Midwest part of the country, and indigo is like the shade of purple and also a variant of a flower that grows in Ohio as well. If this song is about a person, not a place, this person is emotionally cold and someone who seems pretty emotionally toxic as well. Verse 1. Running late so I didn't have the time to scrape the frosted windshield like we're barely scraping by. Concentrate on the little gap in the ice that seems to be about as wide as our chances. Tyler is running late and meeting this person or getting back home that he didn't have time to scrape the ice that forms on car windshields or have time to warm up the car before driving. This is kind of just producing an image that he's driving blind and you're trying to kind of like see through the windshield when that ice is still there. All he can do is hope to stay in the lanes, and the road between the ice, barely scraping by, makes me think that this is about a failed relationship that's always on thin ice. And referring to this relationship as having thin chances makes me think that this relationship was characterized by like emotional manipulation and distance, and the pre-chorus kind of continues this idea as well. Did you pull up yet? Not yet. Did you forget that we're tight on time? This is a conversation between Tyler and this individual, and Tyler is driving back to meet this cold person, and they're not very happy with the fact that he's running late. This line is probably a double meaning, one that they are running late and short on time to get where they're going, simply, but also that their time is running short as a couple, or this relationship is running out of steam. Verse 2. Cloud coverage matched my outfit to a knife. I requested counsel with the counselor, and he canceled twice. It's a different blue, it's deeper than it's been. I'll be pulling into the parking lot before the heat kicks in. The dreariness of the Ohio winter atmosphere is as gray as his outfit. Everything just seems to be very drab. In this song, there just seems to be this profound sense of being stuck in a cold, sterile environment or relationship. Whether that's Ohio or this girlfriend, at least I think it's about an ex-girlfriend, or the counselors that flippantly cancel on him. All of these things have no regard for his feelings. This song is just kind of like this melancholic, hesitant love song about his home state of Ohio. Routines in the Night. Arguably the most popular song off of Clancy, track 5, Routines in the Night, sitting at 3 minutes and 22 seconds. This song is pretty self-explanatory and we'll go through it pretty quickly as usual. The chorus. Walk the layout, routines in the night, some doors have stay out, spray painted in white. While all the world's asleep, I walk around instead, through the memories, down the halls of my head. What we're seeing described here is a visual of someone's headspace being presented as a house, with different rooms housing different memories and anxieties. Some doors don't and should not be opened, but it always seems like the most delicate problems unearth themselves at the nighttime when you're trying to sleep. This house of personal issues is something that gets fully explored as the night goes on. This could be for his own personal self-awareness or self-betterment, or to process something in his creative journey. Verse 1. Here comes a new night, but I'll send it through. I'll probably jump on the next one. I'm testing the limits of what a mind can do. I'm keeping my eyelids up no matter what. These lines suggest that he is foregoing sleep to get to the bottom of this problem or to fully explore this house, going as far as saying he is testing the limits of his mind. He is forcing himself to stay awake in order to figure it, whatever this thing is, out. The fact that this song is called Routines mean that this is a frequent habit as well. Lots of stuff on the self-titled and Vessel about staying awake at night to try and solve problems. The pre-chorus. So beautiful the space between, a painful reminder and a terrible dream. I've been here before and I've got time. I'll give you the tour to show you why. This mental space that he finds himself in Routines of the Night is right on either side of this painful reminder and a terrible dream. It's almost as if he's reminiscing on past painful memories. Picture frames in this metaphorical house that holds memories of traumatic experiences or something like that. Verse 2. Reoccurring keeps coming around. REM cycle skip, night psycho trip. It's reassuring you keep coming around. It's tough to find good company. Reoccurring days blurring. I'm still learning what this is. Just keep me company. A REM cycle is the period in your sleep where your mind and body recover the most. It's the most crucial part of sleeping at night. Skipping this for a prolonged period of time is just a one-way ticket to actual insanity, which is being referred to as this night psycho trip. This continual cycle of foregoing sleep to walk around this trauma house is something that seems like he is used to doing alone, and so this person, whoever it is, showing up when they did is beneficial to him. This section is delivered in the Blurryface voice, so we can infer this person is giving him company as he continues to battle Blurryface in the nighttime hours. Vignette. Vignette is the 6th track on the album with 3 minute and 22 second runtime. Tyler here talking about addiction and what this song represents.
there's a few interpretations of it. I think for me, it makes the most sense when I look at it from perspective of addiction and what that can feel like at times, a certain type of season of that. And that's why this song is very special to me, and I'm glad now that it's out.
Verse 1. Not sure when it started, peeling from his bones, piece it back together all alone. Hope it held together long enough for he to pitch the greener grasses and hope that she would agree. Fresh off a binger in the woods, flesh covered in bites, testing what is real, what is good. Man, it's been a long night. The image I always get of this song is someone who took way too many drugs and has found themselves waking up in the early morning in the middle of a forest, covered in bug bites. This person is trying to hold themselves together for their significant other or whoever is caring for them and pitch the greener grasses, pitch a brighter future for themselves as a relationship and also individually. The greener grasses are just this promise that this addiction will end or that it's just not that serious, probably claiming that the relationship depicted here, like I said, will be better than ever once this individual gets over this addiction. We then get a pretty vivid image here of this person being caught of the throw of addiction with the bug bites, waking up in the forest and being consumed by these bumps. Also, this could all just be a metaphor for the nightly struggles that he faces, waking up after a long night of tossing and turning and being tormented by mental demons, perhaps just the aftermath of routines in the night. The pre-chorus. It's a tribute to zombies of which I've become. Where do I go from here? Comparing himself to a zombie due to the lack of sleep, or this could be compared to the zombies that we see in Heavy Dirty Soul, the zombies of rash decisions and selfishness. The chorus. Clinging to promises, fighting off the vignette. Tunnels cave, visions fade, swallowed by the vignette. These promises to me are probably just biblical promises, the good Christian boy that Tyler is and all, but it could also be the promises of another individual or just simply the promise that things will get better. Also, a vignette kind of looks like this, visually I'm showing you. It's like a closing in shadow, feeding into the haziness of the song. Verse 2. He's thinking there's no way I'm heading there, always sure-footed, educated, and was never scared. Now he can't hold out his hand without it shaking, hounded by a bunch of dead when the search party found him. This verse details the characteristics of someone in addiction, specifically someone in denial of their addiction, not believing that they could stoop low enough to be someone that is shackled by an addiction, or someone that's just in straight-up denial. But if this person just holds out their hand, it's proof enough for you and for anyone else to believe otherwise. And ironically, despite this person's claims, they're found in the woods surrounded by these hallucinations. The post-chorus details a continual denial on the side of the addict. No, not me, it's for a friend. No, no, not me, it's for a friend. Denial. The substance of this addiction is never fully identified, but we can assume that whatever it is, it has a tight enough hold around this person that they feel incredibly defensive whenever their motives are questioned, claiming that it is not for them but for someone else, like a child being caught with their hand in the cookie jar, so to speak. Pretty realistic portrayal of someone suffering with addiction. The Craving. Jenna's version, the single version, they're both the same lyrically. The Craving, track 7, a runtime of 2 minutes and 54 seconds. This is a song on the record specifically for Jenna. Although I will make an argument later that it could also be Tyler's relationship with his art and the creative process and the music industry. Verse 1. Seems I get in my own way. The more I think, the less I say. I hope I communicate the craving. Now I see intentions don't mean much. Simply put, Tyler is so much in his head that he ends up jeopardizing his relationship with Jenna in some ways. He's caught so much in overthinking that he may not fully communicate his true appreciation and love for her to the fullest extent. This will not be the last time we see Tyler's thoughts about intentions. Say enough, did I let her know, If I found my body in chains, I'd lay down and wait and hope she looks for me. The chorus is pretty much just a confirmation of what I was saying about verse 1. He's worried he has not sufficiently communicated his love and appreciation to her so that she knows. Now, I want to quickly explain the music video, even though it's not lore related. I just want to talk about it because it kind of proves my theory about this also being about the creative process in the music industry. In this music video, we see Tyler and Josh dress up this shotgun shell. They paint it, they make it look nice, they also make a nice box for it. It's a painstakingly thorough process. The shotgun shell is then given to these guys in suits, shot off, declared a miss, and discarded. And that's it. This basically, I think, is talking about the music industry and how quickly and callous it can be. Receiving works from new artists, shotgunning it out into the world, trying to hit popularity and financial success, and moving on to the next thing immediately when it doesn't seem to work out. Artists give a part of themselves to this industry just to be discarded when something doesn't do well. This being the message they choose was especially pertinent in the aftermath of Scaled and Icy, as I've already mentioned. However, back to the song also being about creativity, maybe Tyler is saying that he hopes that his passion for creating and being come through enough in his music that it won't be rejected either by the industry or the fans. But let me know your thoughts. Lavish. Oh boy, here we go. Probably the entire reason you clicked on this video in the first place. Track 8, Lavish, 2 minutes and 38 seconds of Pandemonium. Let's just go into this, I guess. Verse 1. You try your best to look like this is not your first time. You're fighting for the front row, that's a nice try. You're looking real nice, smelling like worth, walking like you deserve it. And if your feet are hurting, then that's when you know that you brought the right equipment to put on a show. And let it flow, let it show, shine. Let it show, let it flow, shine. This song is mostly just painting a caricature and mocking the lifestyle of luxury and the rich, essentially. This first verse details someone with like an imposter syndrome, being in the high class atmosphere and faking it until they make it, basically. It's like this facade of self-confidence and being deserving of the lavish lifestyle that they're a part of. And the chorus further confirms this. Welcome to the new way of living. It's just the beginning of lavish. From the floor to the ceiling. Welcome to the style you haven't seen in a while. It's lavish. I'm just going to go ahead and go into verse 2 for you sickos. I can't believe I'm about to say all this and like try to dissect it into like something, like substantive. Got that penny loafer squeak across linoleum. Big flex, complex, Napoleon. I say whatever and whatever that I want. I sip a Capri Sun like it's Dom Perignon. I'm talking tough happily with someone in front of me. Room on the payroll, everyone can live comfortably. I'm coming in hot, hot shot hypocrisy. NDAs for the folks that talk to me. So tell your friends and follow bots anonymous. Keep it cool, keep the mood androgynous. Here we go. I see your problem is your proctologist got both hands on your shoulders while you're bottomless. To me, all this kind of just paints this picture of like a little kid in a mansion that gets power hungry, sipping Capri Suns like it's a luxury alcohol. He's kind of like tongue-in-cheek flexing his wealth and status, stating that he can pay for everyone and that the people that talk to him need a non-disclosure agreement to talk to him in the first place. This person is so full of themselves, like they want to have people sign NDAs just to have like basic conversation with them. And now, the line. A proctologist is someone who treats problems with people's rectum, anus, and colon. And as most doctors do, they work with their hands. And if you're a proctologist and your hands are elsewhere, they are on the shoulders of someone, and you happen to not have pants on, and again, he's your proctologist, well, he's Navigating. Welcome to track 9, Navigating. 3 minutes and 43 seconds. This is another track with lore connotations, and as always, we will discuss those at the end. Verse 1. I can't seem to turn the page. This haze around my face makes me feel all alone. I know you see me standing still, but when our fingers touch, I feel my way back home. He can't seem to move past his problems and move on to a new chapter in life. He's overthinking to the point where he feels isolated and alone, but there seems to be this other person that grounds him to reality and helps him find his way back. The chorus. Pardon my delay, I'm navigating my head. Disassociate, I'm navigating my head. Give me some advice, I am wasting all this time. My, oh my, don't know how long it's been. We get this picture of Tyler going in and out of an awareness and dissociation from his present state. feels like he's taking too long, wasting his time, and is in need of someone to come and rescue him from getting lost in the four corners of his head. This song is very similar in theme to Routines in the Night. The bridge. Since I responded to your question, if you really want to know what I'm thinking, it kind of feels like everybody leaves, feeling the reality that everybody leaves. My dad just lost his mom, I think that everybody leaves, and now I'm trying to hold on to you because everybody leaves. The specific reason for this particular introspective journey is Tyler wrestling with the reality of death. He brings up losing his grandmother as a catalyst for beginning this thought process. He's dealing with the harsh reality of the circle of life, and maybe even the thought that because death is real, he truly may be alone one day with no one to hold on to. This is like another callback to Heavy Dirty Soul. Death inspires me like a dog inspires a rabbit. The song is a full manifestation of him channeling that raw fear into a creative work. In terms of the lore, the music video picks up right after Overcompensate, with Clancy and the Torchbearer arriving on a new shore, greeted by 3 banditos who guide them through a forest to a massive bonfire. As they travel, imagery of fire and burning objects is shown, emphasizing the massive destruction and transformation that is to come. At the bonfire, a hooded figure emerges holding Clancy's mask. It's revealed to be the Torchbearer himself. Clancy realizes that the Torchbearer was never physically with him since his capture and Levitate, but had been like this psychic projection of sorts guiding him all along the way. That Torchbearer wasn't real. There are 3 Torchbearers, and if you're confused, so am I. But here's kind of the difference.
You know, we could talk about the Torchbearer, and he also has an ability that we call he has the ability to guide. And so that's why there is kind of like a triangular existence of him. But I will say, to clear it up, the Bandito Torchbearer is the real one.
He's kind of the most handsome one too, I think.
So basically, Tyler confirms that the Torchbearer has this ability to send versions of himself into others' minds for guidance. And it being like 3 persons is probably a religious tie back to the Christian belief in the Trinitarian God and to the Trinity of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. But I'll let you decide. Snapback. Snapback is the 10th song on the record with a runtime of 3 minutes and 30 seconds. And according to Tyler, this is actually his favorite song on the record.
I don't know. I feel like that's the song that I feel like I'm going to be the most defensive about. Like my little brother or something. Like I'm going to want to protect him. It's one of my favorite songs on the record. It's probably going to get lost in the rigmarole. Actually,
Least favorite.
Least favorite.
The chorus. Got a bad feeling that I'm about to break. Been a good streak. The pressure's overweight. Is it even good for my head to keep track? If I'm gonna snap next, then I gotta snap back. Got a bad feeling I'm gonna lose the lead, running from a thing that I kicked in 17. Is it even right for my head to keep track? If I'm gonna snap next, then I gotta snap back. I like to view this song in the aftermath of Vignette. He specifically mentions getting over something in 2017. Perhaps this is that addiction that he's referencing, or just a reference back to the Blurryface era and the mental struggles that maybe he had during this time of his life personally. This song is also good to view within the context as something before Paladin Strait and City Walls. It's almost just like Clancy is like hyping himself in a way to begin the final battle, to get in his head on straight before the final showdown. If he's going to snap Nico's neck, he's got to get back into the game. He's just got to lock in, you know? Verse 1. Have I burnt all the bridges? Bite the hand that helps me, give it finger stitches. Blacklisted from forgiveness, fool you once, it's been 25 times. And I want to go ahead and go into the refrain. It's a backslide. I commandeered a hot ride, drove it till the engine died. All of that progress lost today. I think verse 1 speaks more so towards his religious trauma and issues. He feels as though he has burnt all of his good graces back to God, bit the hand that feeds him, and is so messed up he is incapable of being forgiven. In the refrain, we see another reference back to Heavy Dirty Soul in commandeering a hot ride. The car is a huge metaphor within the lore and within the mythos in general. Additionally, we see a reference back to backslide here. With these verses being kind of sandwiched between the choruses and the refrain, it's like it details a mental conversation going from the state of like guilt and shame of one's shortcomings and moving forward into getting into a more locked-in mindset to get ready to fight for a larger battle and purpose. It's hard to win the battle if you've already lost to yourself. The bridge is one of my favorite parts of this entire album. I've been praying for my elasticity to return to the way that it was. Elasticity refers to the stretchiness and the ability of something to return back to its normal state after being stretched. Think of it like a waistband or a rubber band. Once you stretch it past a certain point, it no longer, in an unstretched state, is able to go back into that original form. This is what he is saying about his mental state, and perhaps a reference to neuroplasticity. He's been so stretched mentally that he is unable to return and be the same person he was before this traumatic event or time of mental darkness. But even so, he prays that his elasticity will return to the way it was before. Oldie Station. Oldie Station is the 11th track on the record with a runtime of 3 minutes and 48 seconds. This song is a fan favorite and was also written for the fans.
Yeah.
I will say Oldie Station, though, it reminds me of Midwest Indigo in a sense that Midwest Indigo is it's kind of a letter to Ohio. Where Oldie Station, not to get too serious, but I felt like you guys were owed, you guys deserve to know how I'm doing. And maybe how I got here through my journey. And I just want to say thank you guys. And I was thinking of you when I wrote this.
Verse 1. Only consistency in your periphery is fear and the bridge of your nose. And as you move about, you learn to tune them out, but they say they continue to grow. Simply put, this character's life is flying by, and the only constants are the fact that life is flying by and the anxieties that come with that. Although that may be true, this person is still continuing to grow even in spite of that reality. Pre-chorus. Fear of the past and relative pain. Future's coming fast, you've got nothing in the tank. In a season of purging things you used to love, everything must go. This character is sandwiched on both sides between fear of the past mistakes and fear for potential dangers in the future. I've always wondered if this line is a double meaning in terms of relative pain, meaning pain relative to this person's circumstances, but it could also maybe mean relative like a family member. Chorus. Make an oath, then make mistakes. Start a streak you're bound to break. When darkness rolls on you, push on through. Tyler's message to this character, to this audience, to this fan base is to continue to press on. Continue to make goals for yourself even if you do not live up to them. And when those dark times that intend to jeopardize those oaths come, and they will come, push on through. It's the quintessential human need to never give up. To continue to walk the slow, arduous path of personal growth with conviction and courage. To always move forward. To always push on through. Verse 2. Then before you know, you lose some people close, forcing you to manage your pace. Found your capacity for love and tragedy, embracing how things always change. As you grow up, your capacity to handle the harsh realities of life grow. You find your own personal limitations and boundaries, and all of these cannot be found by sitting idly by. It requires you to be hurt first. These situations may have you completely depleted, but it's all about learning to adapt and manage your pace. Embrace the constant that is change and work it towards your benefit. The bridge. You don't quite mind how long red lights are taking. Push on through. Your favorite song was on the Oldie Station. You have it down, that old fight for survival. You're in the crowd at her first dance recital. If we continue to push on through, this is the picture that Tyler paints of the end result. Patience, full of perseverance, living a long life. At the end of the day, this song is a plea to make it to old age. Sometimes it's only then that we can look back at our life and see the good, bad, and ugly, and see that it's all really the same thing. It's all a vessel which have shaped and formed us into the person that we are in the present. He gives an example from his own life. He's in the crowd at his daughter's first dance recital, something he probably at one point in his life thought he would never have ever dreamed at being at. But it's little moments like that that down the line make us realize just how far we've truly come. At the Risk of Feeling Dumb. At the Risk of Feeling Dumb is track number 12, second to last track off of Clancy, and is 3 minutes and 23 seconds. This song is essentially about checking in on friends who struggle with mental health, even if they are saying that they are okay and fine. I'm going to do the pre-chorus and the chorus section first. So please keep in mind, check on your friends every once in a while, even if they say, into the chorus, I don't want anyone, know me or not. See me at my lowest, you don't have to drop. Don't have to drop by, nothing you can do this time. This sort of details a conversation with someone who struggles with mental health but doesn't want to be a burden on other people or is ashamed to be seen in a weakened state. So instead, they turn everyone around them away and insist that they are in fact doing okay. Even if they say they are fine, Tyler is encouraging the audience to be persistent on checking in on them. Verse 1. Used to be you and me matching Kawasaki Z's, riding around 270 in Kawasaki T's. Two fighter jets matching energy, trying to forget that we're in ejection seats. Kawasaki Z's are a type of motorcycle that Tyler details riding around Highway 270, a highway in Ohio outside and around Columbus in. This person is very similar to Tyler and seems to share a lot of memories with him. It kind of seems like Tyler is reminding this person of the fact of their shared memories, for the fact that they will maybe even open up to him and be honest about how they're doing mentally. Verse 2. If I'm being real, man, don't know how I feel, man, about you sleeping so close to a weapon you conceal. Those night terrors are not something to take lightly. I know that it's a risk saying this, don't fight me. Tyler reveals that he knows that this person is struggling with suicidal thoughts and that this person also has the means to do it, referencing this weapon in their nightstand. It's unclear what specifically this weapon is, but we can obviously guess. But either way, Tyler knows that the mind can be an unpredictable thing and doesn't want them underestimating how far they would be willing to go for reprieve from it. Even posing this question does something to put their relationship in jeopardy, but again, at the risk of feeling dumb, he does so anyway. The risk of feeling dumb outweighs any possible outcome in which were something to happen and he never asked. It would just not be worth it. The post-chorus. At the risk of feeling dumb, check in. It's not worth the risk of losing a friend. Even if they say, just keep your plans, I hope that you never have to drop. Paladin Strait. The final track on the album, Paladin Strait, 6 minutes and 28 seconds. Although a lot of the song is bird noises, to be fair. This was originally thought to be the climactic end to the whole lore and era of Blurryface, but alas, we were left gobsmacked. But switching things up, I'm actually going to talk about the music video now rather than later. The video shows Clancy and the Banditos solemnly preparing for the battle against Dima, the final battle. They march toward the city where the glorious Gons, necromantically resurrected soldiers, are summoned from the neon gravestones. These zombies use the neon gravestones themselves to fight against the Banditos. A battle erupts between the two parties, and Clancy infiltrates the main tower, climbing to the top, where he confronts the 8 bishops, using the weapons of psychokinesis of seizing, and he swiftly defeats them. As he catches his breath, a door opens, and Nico, Blurryface, the leader of the bishops, flies in and grabs Clancy by the throat. Verse 1. I can't be alone, guess I never told you so, making my way towards you. Tracing out a line, a route I've mapped 1,000 times, making my way towards you. Obviously, the song is probably one of the most lore-heavy and dependent in the entire discography, but he is detailing a final confrontation with Blurryface, his enemy, the darker half of his being. Something he has set out to do countless times, but he is never able to fully defeat him. The chorus. I would swim the Paladin Strait without any flotation, just a glimpse of visual aid of you on the other shoreline. Waiting, expectations that I'm gonna make it. The Paladin Strait is the body of water between Trench and the island of Violence, Voltsoy, which we talked about in the Scaled and Icy portion. It's an in-between place of an already dangerous and harsh world. I think that the person he talks about in this chorus is different than the person of Blurryface that he talks about coming and fighting against in the first verse. It could be towards the Torchbearer, God, or just the other Banditos. A sign of life will do, a proof of existence or support. The belief of this other party is something that Tyler can use to pass these treacherous waters and encourage him to make it to the other side. The bridge. Here's my chance, time to take it. Can't be sure that I'll make it, even though I'm past the point of no return. I'm all in, I'm surrounded, put my money where my mouth is, even though I'm past the point of no return. We've gone from backsliding to a full frontal assault on Nico. He knows that he needs to put his money where his mouth is. This is also probably true just career-wise. It's been 10 years, probably need to defeat Nico soon, or maybe defeat Nico. He needs to end this once and for all. We then are given a few minutes of birds just singing. To me, this harkens back to the Goner imagery and the song off the self-titled Isle of Flightless Birds. The birds sound free. They're no longer in their cages. They have broken themselves out and are singing their songs. The outro of the song details Clancy confronting Nico for the last time. On the ground are banditos, fighting while I find Nico, even though I'm past the point of no return. Climb the top of the tower. Show yourself, I yell louder, even though I'm past the point of no.
So few. So proud. So emotional. Hello, Clancy.
Clancy ends in a misdirection, but within its contents lay a fabric of work concerned about progression, regression, and stagnation. And what's the point of any of it? This figure, Clancy, is a title. The title of the record is a title or rank given to someone. It's given to those who seek to fight, adapt, fail, polarize, morph, overcompensate, navigate, backslide, snap back, but ultimately it's all about leaving the city. Leaving the city once and for all. This album details that struggle, but would it all ultimately be worth it? Well, we've got one more album to see if it all was. If the 10 years of story building and the 15 plus years of songwriting will culminate into something worth a conclusion of this magnitude. Breach would ultimately hold that key.
The Line is a single created for the League of Legends animated series Arcane. Obviously, the song has meaning within the universe in which it was created for within Arcane Season 2. However, it also came out at a pivotal time and can certainly be viewed as a lore-adjacent song within the confines of the Blurryface saga. Sonically, The Line is a very orchestral and vocally centered track, and it debuted in November of 2024 and was written about Tyler's grandmother's passing.
A little context, how it came about. The team over at Riot reached out. I was excited because I am a fan of the show, Arcane. And they sent a scene to me. It was in crude shape as far as the animation. It was still the beginning phases, but the emotion was still there, and I realized, like, oh, okay, I know what they're trying to say here. Coincidentally, I had just gone through my grandmother passing away. I was actually in the room with her when she passed. And it was a really, I don't know, it was sad, you know, it was more than that though. It changed me. And so anyway, I was able to really tap into a personal experience when writing the song, while also keeping the scene in mind. I could never really write something that was just about someone else's show. I have to find what is my story inside of that. And I think that's what makes Arcane so great. There's so many characters and stories inside of it that you can relate to. And I'm really proud of the song, really proud of it being in this show that I love.
However, this song can hold multiple meanings simultaneously, and so I want to focus specifically on how it pertains to the lore. This song released during the Clancy World Tour, sandwiched between the album release of Clancy and Breach, where the FPE exhibits were hinting at Clancy becoming more and more corrupted. Whether through the letters between banditos, the robe with Dear Clancy written on it, or Clancy's continued hesitancy in taking the jacket from Torchbearer. Lyrically, my body's on the line now, I can't fight this time now, I can feel the light shine on my face. Did I disappoint you? Will they still let me over if I cross the line? The quote-unquote line can be viewed as a separation between an original place and a point of no return. It could also be seen as crossing a line in terms of a relationship, which is another way of saying breaking a boundary. Although this song came out before Breach, you could say that crossing a quote-unquote line is a breach of trust or a breach of contract, something that would be expanded upon in the release of the album Breach. Tyler also sings about keeping the memories of who he was before he changes into a final form. In so many ways, this was a foreshadowing of what was to come in City Walls. It's a song about hesitancy and potential regret, something I'm sure Clancy had in his final days and moments before deciding to take on the mantle of Nico and continuing the cycle rather than destroying it. The line can be about Clancy's lamenting to Torchbearer and the Banditos on him being torn between accomplishing the original goal or becoming a whole new manifestation of Dima's power, becoming a new Nico.
We've finally made it to the final album, Breach. Breach is the culmination of the lore, but more importantly, the bookend of some very central ideas and themes to the band as a whole. Themes and ideas that have been present since all the way back in the self-titled album, Regional at Best, but most prominently, Vessel. Breach would release on September 12th, 2025, and would actually debut on the Billboard Top 200 at the #1 position, a feat that only the album Blurryface can claim beforehand. This was such a big deal because it's not often that a band releases this successful of an album after what was thought to be a charting peak with Blurryface. 10 years later at that, and 10 years of storytelling really just paid off.
Forget who we were, what you may have fallen in love with in the past, but to be able to release a new record and for it to go #1 on Billboard. I don't like talking about that sort of stuff on stage especially, but man, not to just that everyone here, but anyone who's watching when you post it later, whatever, our whole fan base, thank you so much for supporting us in that way. I don't know. I'm getting misty. You would like that, wouldn't you?
With all that being said, let us go ahead and start the end of our journey together. City Walls. Surprisingly enough, City Walls is the first track on the album at 5 minutes and 22 seconds, but in truth, it's the very end of the lore. City Walls is the declaration of a new chapter in life, a confrontation of the things holding you back and moving forward with a larger purpose, even in the wake of a defeat. Verse 1. Square up with me, I can take your right, throw a left. Pair up with me, I'ma take it right to the chest. Warpath etched in the surface, lines of the yellow tape, they're moving quiet like a serpentine in a formation. Buddy, that's my team, pretty impatient. Now they're waiting on me. It might be the furthest we've reached. Now move it up, it's a breach. These are fighting words directed towards Nico, Blurryface, the antagonist for the past 10 years, for us as a listener, but a whole lifetime for Tyler himself. This line here could also be like a preview for Dragpath. He talks about the Banditos here, referenced by the yellow tape, something the Banditos are known for in their clothing and appearance. This breach is some sort of way into or out of the city. If we take Dima and what it represents, this breach can represent a new plan of action or a new healthy coping mechanism against the struggles of mental health. Breach represents new effort, new tactics, and a renewed purpose in breaking through the darkness. The chorus. I wonder where you are, I wanted you to show me. The way around the city walls, the way on through. I wonder where you are, I wanted you to show me, but now the night has fallen, abandoned by the sun. This you he's talking to in the chorus is a different you, I believe, in a different audience compared to the first verse. This you here, in terms of the lore, is probably directed towards the Torchbearer himself. And Torchbearer is a pretty clear analogy for God. Either way, he's asking this person to help him find a way out of the city, a way to leave the city for good. This portion is very reminiscent of the desire seen in trees, the desire to know and to be known. Whoever this person is, Tyler feels as though they are too late. The sun has gone down, the night has come, and with all the nightly demons emerging to lay waste to any sort of peace he may have. Verse 2. Square up with me, I can come to you, tell me when. Pair up with me, I can run on you in the end. I write a promise in pencil, but my loyalty's in pen. Use a mistake as a crooked stencil, then we trace it back again. From the mainland to the island of violence, it was the same plan for a while, decided to send me up and rip you out of your seat. You see, in a city with no entrance, there is not a retreat. I'm wondering what you thought would happen, what you thought I would be. Was it a side swipe, or did you picture this in a dream? Buckle down, this is probably the furthest we've reached. Now move it up, it's a breach. In this section, he is talking about how he may break promises or let people down, but he will never betray them. A little ironic, don't you think? Promises are written in pencil, something that can be erased and rewritten, while loyalty is written in pen, something that is permanent. He then uses his slip-ups, his breaking of these promises as a chance to rewrite these broken promises, sort of make an addendum that puts him more in the right. Here we see another reference back to Migraine with the Island of Violence, a place of, as we've already said, importance also within the lore with the island of Voldsoy. This line here is really interesting to me. This city, Dima, has no seeable entrance. We've only seen the banditos escape underground. It's almost if people are born into this city. There is no entrance. Like Clancy, you just wake up there one day and there you are, a citizen of Dima. This may be pointing towards how some people may have an inevitability, or more so a predisposition to struggling with mental health. It wasn't their choice to wake up one day in a city without an entrance or an exit. The only way is to climb up the tower and take out the foe, or go underneath the city. The bridge. My smile wraps around my head, splitting it in two. I don't have a clue how I can keep the top half glued. These lines are highlighting the dual nature of him and Blurryface, and these two faces were presented back in Blurryface in the track Goner. This top half of the head, the half that holds onto the brain and to the thoughts and analytical processes, is the hardest part to remain intact due to this duality. And finally, the outro. Entertain my faith, this is the last time that I try. Address my soul, address my soul, address my soul. Entertain my faith. We've already had a handful of callbacks to previous records, but this line is really the line that holds the most weight. All the way back to Holding On To You, entertain my faith. This confirms to me that the song is written to God, at least this portion. He's mustering up the strength to confront his demons one last time and needs his efforts to not be in vain, for his soul to be addressed. But as the song and the music video suggest, the cycle starts over again. The song ends with the beginning sounds of the track Heavy Dirty Soul, and the cycle begins anew. I won't go too in-depth into the music video because everything I want to say regarding that and my thoughts on it can be found in the lore video I made, but long story short, Clancy loses. Not because he lost to Nico, but because he lost to himself. In the world of Trench and Dima, Clancy is supposed to be you. Even if you set out with good intentions to defeat what's oppressing you mentally in life, the reality is that the struggle is new every day, and it's ever-changing. A relapse doesn't mean a loss. Part of our gut reaction to why we don't like Clancy losing in this story is because it speaks to an inherent belief within all of us to what we all know is true, that we have to keep fighting. There will always be a Clancy out there. That's why the lines with the torchbearer at the end of Always looking for another one is so important. The Clancy we have been watching over the past decade and in these videos is a Clancy that has failed in destroying the shackles of Dima. However, there is always hope within each new cycle, within each new Clancy to learn and grow, implement things that work and throw away methods that don't. And even in this cycle, we see that this Clancy seems to have made it further than any of the ones before him. The black paint being lower than that of Nico alludes to evil having a looser and looser grip on each Clancy as they go throughout this cycle. Clancy is not a person, as we will talk about many times throughout this section. Clancy is a rank or a title. It is a rank or a title for those willing to take the steps towards leaving the city once and for all and destroying the powers of the bishops. Before we go into the next tracks, I just want to say that I like to view the rest of the songs on the record as all taking place after the events of City Walls. They are a reflection of how far we've come, how this cycle has gone, and how we can move forward. Also, just bonus content, this song has a crazy instrumental piece, you know what I'm probably talking about. It's so interesting to me, and I just wanted to show this clip of Paul Meany, the producer, revealing what it actually is.
It is a saxophone sample chopped up. When I pitch it down into the key of the song, just really had a vibe. So the two together started making this sound combined that was just otherworldly. Very unique.
Raw Fear. Raw Fear is the second track on the record with a runtime of 3 minutes and 22 seconds. Another fun fact, the screaming you hear at the beginning is sampled from Tyler's own daughters. This song is also the only track with fully capitalized letters. If solving puzzles for this band has taught me anything throughout the years, is that fully capitalized words are probably an anagram. If you rearrange the letters of Raw Fear, you get the word warfare, a term that fits very well with the theme of this track. The chorus. Raw fear moves me, sounds of empty Uzis. Life is just forever, nipping heels, never slowing down. Raw fear moves me, sounds of empty Uzis. Life is just forever, gripping feels, never slowing down. Raw fear is kind of the continuation of the death inspires me like a dog inspires a rabbit line. Here is the raw fear, life forever coming at you, never slowing down. An Uzi is a submachine gun that fires very fast, and if you were to fire an empty mag, it would just make a clicking sound very, very quickly. I think this is pointing towards anxiety of the future. It sounds like a clock ticking very quickly, just like the fact that time continually marches on. Just when you feel like you have a grasp on something in your life, life continues, always having to move, whether emotionally or mentally, onto the next thing. The verse. You know what scares me? Nah, it's stupid. You've met my fears, they're all regulars. Wait, who's the new kid? You know what kills me? Not getting stronger. And now I can't seem to sit still any longer. This is an example as why I think that all these songs after City Walls are a retrospective look at the past and the demons that it held. We've met the fears embodied by the 9 bishops, but now there is a new kid, a new fear unlocked. This march forward in time feels like running in place, all the pain and suffering gone through without seeing any meaningful results or fruit. But he wants to continue on and figure things out, not because he necessarily wants to, but because he is afraid of what will happen if he doesn't. That is the raw fear. The bridge. Learning all that really matters is a slow and painful lesson. It is not pass or fail, but a poisonous progression. Try to microdose to immunity, but you'll never ever get it. What's the matter isn't helping. I wish your parents would stop yelling. I could build a tower with the times I was pretending. Try to microdose to immunity, but I'll never see the ending. A lot to unpack here. Tyler's basically saying that the answers to life and mental health are not an easy answer that are obtainable by a mindset change or habit stacking or something like that. You can try to do these little things incrementally to try to work towards this betterment, but something new will always come to rear its head. Instead, it's like a paradoxical version of growth, a poisonous progression, similar to the duality of something like chlorine. It's a process of rupturing and repairing. In order to grow, you have to be hurt. You cannot escape this pain by slowing down the process or trying to microdose to immunity. Not sure what this line means, but perhaps a past traumatic experience or something about himself maybe. This line is interesting here because each bishop has its own tower in Dima, each bishop representing a unique fear or insecurity, and ironically, Tyler could build one of these towers with the fear that he has in this inevitability of the process that we've been talking about. That is the new fear, or the new kid mentioned earlier. The very fact that growth requires sacrifice, requires you to hurt, is a fear in and of itself. And he does build this tower in a sense. Clancy becomes a bishop. Very lyrically dense song. Let me know if you have any other thoughts. Drum Show. Drum Show is the third track on the record with Josh vocals and runs for 3 minutes and 23 seconds. I've always imagined this song about being about Josh and maybe his early 20s or teenage years and his love and passion for drumming. Hence probably why he has the vocals on this song and why this is about drumming itself. And I think the first verse starts us off well in continuing that idea as well. Complete a checklist for today. Now they have to let you out of your cage, feeling stuck between a rock and a home, to places you do not want to go. I'm going to refer to the main character of this story as Josh because it's got to be. I mean, it's just got to be. Josh has finished what he needs to do, and now the authority figures in his life, whether that's a boss or his parents, have no reason to keep him working or studying or whatever. They have to let him out of his cage, give him freedom to do what he wants. His life is surrounded by hardship. Maybe that doesn't match the energy and passion he does feel when he gets to drum. Hence being stuck between a rock and a hard place. Here, a rock and a home. But he is stuck between these two places in his car, putting on a drum show in his car. The chorus. Even now, he'll take the longer way home. Even now, he'll never ever say so. He drives fast just to feel it. He drives slow if the song's not over. Drown it out. This drive is the only place he feels free and can drum away, even if it's just the songs on the radio and hitting his steering wheel instead of real drums. He'll even take a longer route to get to his house because it means more time in the car listening to music and tapping away. He times his routes to allow for the music to play in its entirety and matches his speed to the tempo of the tracks. These are the only times he feels alive, even going as far as seen in verse 2 to swerving in the road just to feel some adrenaline in his veins, using the music and the sporadic driving as a way to drown out the noises in his head. Very similar to the issues presented in Car Radio. As I've already mentioned, this album cross-references older albums more than any other. The bridge. I've been this way, I want to change. It only took us like 8 albums to get Josh vocals, huh? Whether because he doesn't want to be the kind of person who has to endanger himself to feel something, or because he doesn't seem to find any joy in life in this time, except in transit, he wants to change. Garbage. Garbage is the 4th song on the record at 3 minutes and 16 seconds. Verse 1 and the pre-chorus. I feel like garbage. I feel like my systems are operating at 20% or less. I'll walk you through the numbers. I'll show you nothing's left. Pretty simple. He's physically unwell, probably an outward manifestation of internal strife and confusion. 20% is also probably referenced because this is when iPhones go into low power mode. The chorus. I'm binding down on my shirt sleeve. I'll lash out when you're in arm's reach. I'm so lost, like what is happening. Like, I feel like garbage. When people are physically unwell, this can also manifest itself in behavioral issues. This line is speaking towards anxiety, and biting on shirt sleeves is a way to self-regulate. And this is talking about lashing out in anger whenever people close to him try to encourage him or help him out. Because feeling like garbage physically has distorted his reality. Verse 2. I can't decide if I could feel more or I just knew less. When I was younger, bright-eyed with wonder, do you know which name it's under? He can't decide if he was happier as a child because he knew less about the hardships of life, or because as a child he could just feel those emotions more deeply. Perhaps both. Perhaps growing up and seeing the calamities of the world has made him numb, no longer bright-eyed and filled with wonder. This line some people think is a reference to Tyler's solo project, no pun intended, but to me this doesn't make much sense, as if you listen to that album, he, let's just say he's not certainly filled with bright eyes and wonder. It's pretty similar content and a heart posture. The bridge. Would you move closer if I grew quieter? Maybe this is you, maybe you don't fix, and you like it like this. Again, another reference back to Vessel, and this time it's semi-automatic. In the past, Tyler has posed that God speaks and moves closer to him in the silence. In this plea of desperation, he poses the question that maybe God needs him to be in a state of helplessness. Also a reference back to trees now that I'm thinking about it. Silent in the trees. Maybe God needs Tyler to remain in a state of desperation so that he has no choice but to fully rely on him rather than himself. The Contract. The Contract is the 5th song at 3 minutes and 45 seconds. This song also has a lore music video, however I'm going to be honest, probably out of all the lore videos that were ever made, this is the one that has little to no ramifications for the story, so I probably won't be talking about this one. But let's go ahead and go into the lyrical content. The pre-chorus. I check the doors, check the windows, and pull the blinds. I check the clock, wondering what he'll pull this time. I have a feeling that Necromancer's outside, and I'm just trying to stay quiet. I kind of get Routines in the Night vibes from this one. We see Tyler in a metaphorical house again with a Necromancer outside. This Necromancer is obviously Blurryface or Nico, and he is outside going to do something, probably break in and cause issues for him in the nighttime hours. The chorus. I don't sleep much, that's crazy, how did you know that? Keep myself up, that's maybe how you know that. Promises and contracts I used to keep. It seems as though he keeps himself up at night in case Nico tries to pull anything. He would rather go through a sleepless night alert and awake than wake up in an ambush. But then he brings up this contract, an agreement with someone to do something. Something that we can infer he went back on his word on. And in regard to the lore, this contract was written to the Torchbearer, an agreement that they would defeat the bishops once and for all. And, well, look where that got them, am I right? I mean, obviously, Clancy declines the jacket in this music video, which is representative of his mantle as a Clancy, as someone who is determined to take down the bishops. This would manifest itself in the Clancy Poor live shows as well. This exchange of the jacket is the contract. It is the album cover for Breach. It is representative of the agreement between Torchbearer and Clancy, the agreement that was ultimately broken. Downstairs. Downstairs is the sixth track and the longest track on this album at 5 minutes and 26 seconds. Musically, this song was actually an old cut from a web series from the early 2010s, a demo track called Korea. It was remastered and remade to become the track you hear today. I'll leave a link in the description for it, and I'll try to play a portion of the original demo, but check it out.
It's called Downstairs. Fun fact about it, it's 14 years old. This demo has been playing on Josh's computer for 14 years. I deleted it. For some reason, he kept it. And he came to me and said, I listen to this demo every once in a while and I always loved it. What if we, finish the song and put it on this album? And I thought it was crazy at first. I mean, it's an old song. I'm different now. I've changed. But then we finished it and I realized, no, it's just an awesome song.
This song is probably the most overtly religious we've seen Tyler probably ever in a professional setting. In the Soul live performance as well, we can see him looking up to the sky as if looking up to God in heaven. Verse 1. You can have all I've made and all I've ever known. You can have both my lungs if you ask me so. Because I want to be one after your own heart. And I might doubt the process like I doubted the start. Here we see him in a rare state of humility towards God, offering God everything he's made creatively and all that he has and will ever be, going so far as to offer him his lungs, the pivotal instrument for his self-expression and creative expression, the means by which he has all he has today. All because he wants to be one after God's own heart. This is a common Christian expression for wanting to be formed into the image of Christ. I can call back to doubt here with this last line, a plea that God would not forget or abandon him ever when he had doubts in God's plan for his own life. The pre-chorus kind of harps this home, but into the chorus. Downstairs, I feel better in the cellar, down there. It's some shelter from the weather, I wear all of my heart on my sleeve. I'll take what I believe and I'm hiding it downstairs. The basement has always been an important place for Tyler. That's where he learned music, began writing and making his own, and where he continues to create even when he could choose to do it in some fancy studio in a big city. Downstairs, he feels as though he can hide away from the noise, the drama, and the chaos of the outside world and focus on what is most important to him. He's not afraid of showing his emotions and is able to reach a state of vulnerability he would otherwise find difficult to showcase. In fact, most, if not all, of these songs are a product of his time downstairs, a product of his time being vulnerable and honest with God in his basement. Verse 2. Feeling like I'm nothing, feeling like I'm run down, was afraid of nothing, now I'm just ashamed how. I hide my face from you. Another callback to Vessel, and this time it's Scream. He is reminiscing on how he doesn't understand how he could hide something from someone who knows everything, and it makes him feel ashamed. The bridge. Oh, what have I become, dirty and wretched one? Am I on holy land? Have I forced your hand? After spending too much time outside of the downstairs, he realizes that he has become something else. Maybe it's the reason he feels abandoned by God. He feels as though he has become unholy land, something that a holy being couldn't communicate or be in contact with. Or maybe he has reached a point so low and his mental situation has become so dire that he is forcing God to reveal himself. Kind of hearkening back to Forrest of lighting his treehouse on fire. Like holding himself hostage to prove God's existence and care for him in his life. This song is certainly one of the most impactful and passionate songs on the record. Let me know your thoughts. Robot Voices. Robot Voices is the 7th song on Breach and plays for 3 minutes and 57 seconds. This song is actually sampled, at least lyrically, from a small indie band called Blanket Approval and their original song, My Soft Spots, My Robots. Tyler liked the verse and decided to make it the chorus and worked with the band to create the final version that you listen to on the album. People think this song is about Jenna, people think this song is about artificial intelligence. It's not super clear, and I'm really not sure what it could be about. But let's go ahead and go into verse 1. They keep me company, the robots and machines in my room. In understanding. The beeps and tones they make, the only advice I take, the inside jokes are landing. Now I'm waiting for the changes everyone sees, feeling so fancy. Now that I'm reading this out loud, this is probably about social media or our culture's addiction to our phones, and this could be talking about a false company or sense of community that being online can sometimes produce, whether that's being in an echo chamber or doing these things, these changes, only for the purpose of posting about it and letting it be seen by others so they think that you're cool or something. I'm going to be honest with you guys, I really don't know how to interpret this pre-chorus, but I'll combine it with the chorus itself. And I just want to dance and style and stay a while. The lines on the floor. How did you find me? I wasn't looking for love this year, but my robot told me that I shouldn't fear. When I met you, I found you safe and warm. Then the robot voices would reassure me. Is this about falling in love with an AI chat model? About the rise of AI-induced psychosis? Is it about coping mechanisms and building little voices in our heads to reassure and justify our actions? I don't know. It's probably any of them, and all of them could be correct. Could be like a manifestation or reincarnation of Ned, maybe. So maybe he's talking about creativity. You can really take it any way you like. I'm really just confused about the lyrical content of the song, which is fine. Verse 2. The half-drawn blinds are casting lines on the floor as my metal friend flashes in time. The daisy chain power strips generating a newfound loneliness, so I'm waiting for the changes. This verse paints the picture that these robot friends are the musical equipment maybe that he's picked up over the years. This flashing in time is probably like a digital metronome or something that keeps tempo and time. He's working on this music with his new friends, which are all just electronic musical pieces of production equipment, which produce a feeling of loneliness if that's your only friends, I would assume. As you can probably tell, I'm just at a bit of a loss for what this song could be representing, even though it is probably my second favorite song on the record. Center Mass. Well, this one's going to take a little bit of explaining. Center Mass is track 8 at 3 minutes and 48 seconds. There's a bunch of sound bites at the beginning of this track, and I need to probably explain them. The first one is the "My Death" line. I mean, just roll the clip. Yes, I don't know why he said it like this. It's sampled here. Pretty funny. The second clip is of when someone stole the bass drum in the aftermath of Trees, and this is the sampled part of the clip.
Girl, I really don't think you should take that. Nope.
There's a lot of little fan Easter eggs in this first section, and really this whole album in general. Verse 1. A little softer than I used to be, used to mouth off often with artillery. Now it's cough drops and soft spots in the middle seat. Chivalry. A tighter space than I used to know, spread out wide no more, pinch my shoulders closed, hoping they misplace my reservation. That was quite the tongue twister. Here we get two different pictures of Tyler. He's used to being aggressive and loudmouth, but now he is much more tame. The mention of cough drops here could mean that he has even lost his voice, whether physically or metaphorically. He's lost some sort of authority over his own life. He's stuck in the middle seat, stuck between two people, the least desirable of all the positions in the car. And this feeling of being pinched is further built upon with his pinched-in shoulders and feeling squeezed. The pre-chorus. I thought you had it figured out. I know, I know. You said you made it to the top. I lied, I lied. So tell us, how did you make out all right? This pre-chorus details a back and forth and is an example of why I think that you can view the songs on this record again after the events of City Walls. It's just like a post-game reflection on the story of Clancy. Tyler sees all this pressure of having to conclude this story and resolve it with a nice bow as difficult. It's almost as if he's preemptively expecting a response that is dissatisfied with its conclusion. It could also be just referring to his music career and how people may criticize him for still dealing with these problems of mental health after becoming someone who's rich and popular and all the thing that the world values for this band. The chorus. I pull on my shirt sleeve to cover half of my hands, bring my arms closer to my body, get as small as I can. They call it center mass, that part they aim for, shrink it down to nothing and forgetting what the pain's for. I believe this portion is simply talking about anxiety, shrinking down physically and psychologically, abandoning ego to avoid whatever it is he's talking about. Center mass, as a term, usually is used in the context of firearms. It refers to the central area of the body and primary organs, basically your chest down to your stomach, where most of your major organs are that require you to stay alive. We need to remember that this chorus is a response to the pre-chorus question, how did you make it out all right? How did he make it in the music industry, perhaps without becoming corrupted or bitter or letting the drama get to him or something like that, maybe? He makes himself small and shrinks down his center mass. Not reveal too much of his personal life, maybe? Give the media, the industry, nothing that they can damage. And I think that this idea is continued in verse 2 with allusions to what I think is drug use. Right this way if you're frustrated. Your first mate in the 5th grade tried to persuade. Try it once, he was shown on the bus. Chains off my huff, anxious enough as it is. Gotta walk, never looking up once at the kids in the park. What a day, getting dark. What a day. I think he's probably talking about drugs here. Like if you're frustrated, try this drug out. You've probably seen it in your own life being offered to you by a classmate or friend saying like, what's the harm? He's offered whatever this is by someone on the bus, which makes him instead walk going for it instead of taking the bus. Not wanting to try these drugs because he is anxious enough as it is and doesn't want any of the side effects. I don't know, that's just my hypothesis on what this could be talking about. This song feels very personal to Tyler, and I think that he says as much in the pre-release album showings commentary.
You're not gonna like it. There's a lot going on right now. This first listen, you're not gonna like it.
I like a lot.
It's one of those. It's one of those songs. So yeah, especially standing around with a few people that you don't really know and hearing a song like this. Yeah, this is not gonna go well. You're gonna come around once you get your hands on this thing and you listen to it a few more times. I think you'll see why.
The breakdown. Found out what I'm worth, I run to you. I hope you understand this run-on sentence. My tattoos only hurt when meaning fades. I think my skin got worse with good intentions. I don't want to say what happened, I just want to let it go. Nothing was the same right after I went to the funeral. I miss you so much. Take what you want. Take what you want from me, took you for granted. This whole section is additionally confusing because I think that's kind of the point. He's talking this whole time about being shrunk down and limited and not revealing too much, and this portion is just blown open lyrically and sonically for that matter, and is just raw emotion and honesty. Tyler's tattoos are very personal to him, and he won't explain most of them in any interview setting and only in a one-on-one situation. People obviously say getting tattoos are painful, but for him, they are only painful when the meaning behind them fades or becomes blurry, or either because of personal growth or current hardships. They no longer have any meaning towards him. That's when it hurts. They hurt now because they are a permanent fixture on his body that he cannot remove. And this is backed up by the next line where he hints that he got his tattoos for some good intention, but he may be regretting it now. This could also be a reference back to Clancy, as Clancy becomes enveloped with the black paint as he becomes the new head bishop. Now this whole section details the loss of someone, maybe one of his grandparents, maybe someone we don't even know. Seeing as Cottonwood is on the next track of the record, I don't see it as too much of a stretch for it to be a grandparent. But whatever it is, he doesn't want to talk about it specifically, he just wants to move past it. We see him throughout this whole song talk about keeping yourself small and not opening up, and this portion is like blowing the lid off and saying whatever he needs to say just for therapeutic purposes, being emotionally raw as possible and exposing his center mass. Very cool concept. It feels like a journal entry rewritten into song form. Cottonwood is the 9th song off of Breach and has a runtime of 3 minutes and 8 seconds. This song is about Tyler's maternal grandfather. Cottonwoods are a tree found in eastern North America that produce these white cotton ball-like tufts at a certain time of the year, and Tyler's grandfather Robert was known for his strikingly white hair, and so throughout this song the cottonwood tree is a representative and a symbol, I guess is the right word, for him. Verse 1. Can't believe you're gone for good, someone chopped you down. Thought you'd just fall in the woods, but she heard that sound. No I don't remember. Last we spoke. No I don't remember. This section is Tyler grieving the loss of his grandfather, working hard to remember the last time that he spoke to him. The line that says someone else chopped him down kind of suggests a darker reason for his passing, but there's no public knowledge of that, so I'm not going to speculate. Saying this line here suggests that he just thought he would pass from old age, but instead she, presumably the grandmother, the spouse of this grandfather, heard the cottonwood tree being chopped down instead. The chorus. I look back in time through a telescope. I've been catching my reflection already looking. I see this chorus as Tyler looking back into his memories or maybe even seeing himself in his grandfather. That's this reflection. Perhaps he could have just known this day was coming for a little while, or he foresees him becoming like this grandfather. Verse 2 kind of continues this idea that maybe his death wasn't a normal or quote unquote normal thing. Most are blown down in a storm, but the wind was tame. You weren't waiting anymore. Were you sad or brave? No, I don't. No, I don't condemn you. Back and forth. No, I don't. No, I don't condemn you. This storm could have been an illness or something, but it represents natural causes, kind of something that you would see happen to someone in an older age. This line kind of suggests that however he passed was outside of a normal case and was something of his grandfather's own doing, maybe. And that's why he's debating whether he condemns him or not, going back and forth between condemning his grandfather for what happened or not. I don't really want to speculate, and I don't think that we'll ever know, but at the end of the day, his death tore him up more than he could know. One Way. One Way, track 10, 2 minutes and 43 seconds. Not a lot explaining here for this one, but the song is most definitely about the music industry, the record label companies. Chorus. I wanted to fly, but they say a system's come again. The chances are high that this is a one-way. I see this as a confrontation with the music industry and maybe upper management at the record label. He wants to fly, an analogy for being free, but these people are telling him that a system is coming in, basically a storm that they won't be able to successfully fly on their own. And instead they must go one way, the only way, through the industry. Like a one-way street. It only goes that direction. Verse 1. Am I dreaming? If it's so, can I take back who I was before? If it's no, then all my dreams have not been interesting in a while. This has not been interesting in a while. I see this first verse as Tyler looking back on maybe some of the business decisions potentially that he's made. If it was all just a dream, he would go back and change some things, do some things differently, not sign the dotted line here or there. But if he's not dreaming, then he sees himself at a point in time where his dream of the music industry has not been fulfilling or freeing as he thought it would be. It's not interesting to him now that he's actually living in that dream. Verse 2. Me and my scene just ain't gelling. Someone next to me keeps yelling. Why am I still walking? Something must be wrong here. I just don't belong here. Maybe this has something to do with some of the Fueled by Ramen record label drama that's been happening over the little bit here. He's not a big fan of the people around him in management, and they make it a stressful work environment, maybe. He wonders why he's still walking. He wanted to fly. That was his original dream. It's not what he had hoped, and thinks that something must be wrong. The ending of this song ends with a phone call about this song, very meta, and how it will transition into the next track, Days Lie Dormant.
My days lie dormant.
Days Lie Dormant. Only a few more left. Days Lie Dormant, track 11, 3 minutes and 26 seconds. People have speculated who and what this song is about, but I think it's about either Jenna or Debbie and the dynamic of their relationships whenever Tyler or Josh are on tour. Verse 1. You say I should chase it, I'll never say no. Too narrow and too tight, somewhere you can't follow. Face something else altogether. The wife is saying that he should go and fulfill his dream or do this show or do whatever he needs to do for his job, but either logistically or for some reason this person cannot follow. Whether because of logistics, like I said, or what have you, they're saying this one thing, genuinely wanting their career to succeed and to do these shows or what have you, even if they're emotionally feeling downcast that they would have to leave again, that they would have to go to another country or another state or another city where they can't follow. The chorus. My days lie dormant because I just can't afford it, to waste time in a city where no one knows your name. My days lie dormant because I just can't afford it, to waste my time inside a place you're not. Don't make me waste my love, it's everything I've got. This is basically saying that his days and hours feel empty without his wife there to share the memories and time with. Wasting time in a city where no one knows her name, where nothing is familiar. And at the end of the day, the love he has for her trumps any other priority that he may have to the band, to the fans, to the music, whatever. Perhaps a more recent realization that they've had due to the longer break that they're going to be taking in the aftermath of this album's release. Fun fact, some crazy people somewhere, somehow, I don't even know how. Found out the beginning noises of this track are somehow from this TikTok of Debbie and Josh. I'm gonna play it back to back. I have absolutely no idea how people figured this out.
My days lie dormant.
Tally. Second to last song on the record, track 12, Tally, 3 minutes and 32 seconds. This is probably my favorite song on the record. Tally is probably the best example of a track being made from the perspective of Clancy in the aftermath of the events of the lore. Verse 1. I lost my rank and title, I turned my back on it. Sold it all at a discount. I wanted to progress things, I wanted my soul set free. Lost it all at a discount. As I mentioned in City Walls, Clancy is a rank or a title. It's not necessarily a person. It's a mantle given to those who seek to fight against the systems of Dima. This song also has a lot of religious undertones as well, and feelings of abuse of God's grace and forgiveness. The audience could be Torchbearer, the other Banditos, the fans, Jenna. They really all work here. He basically is saying he breached the trust of someone close to him for something insignificant, something that was at a discount, something that really didn't matter too much. And all the progress that he's made up to this point has seemingly gone away. It's been lost. The chorus backs this up as well. You want to tally, I lost the count. You want to love me, I'll let you down. Still now, you believe in me somehow. When I replay it in my mind, I see your heart break every time. Still now, you believe in me somehow. Tyler thinks as this person is keeping track and counting up the times that he's betrayed their trust to maybe use against them or something. Tyler himself has even lost count of how many times he's done this, but instead this other party doesn't seem to keep track of the wrongs that Tyler has inflicted upon them, and it continues to believe in him and believe that he will grow and get past whatever these issues are, even at the expense of trust and the constant breach of trust. This song and portion specifically is very similar to The Line, the single, and Backslide off of Clancy. Verse 2. I liken our fight to two lightning strikes, strike on cue. Like right when a storm hits, sight set, right set, circumstantial proof. You should go your way, I should try mine, even though we both know we should just cut the line. This verse provides a lot more religious imagery, sort of like Tyler wrestling with the existence of God and being like, if lightning strikes right now, he's real or something. And lightning does strike, but then he dismisses it as circumstantial proof, as there's a storm there. So of course there would be a lightning strike. Kind of like what we see an implicit demand for proof in the self-titled album. It's a push and pull of Tyler believing and not believing. Maybe it would be best if they would just end this relationship altogether and go their separate ways. The bridge. Somehow I figured you were keeping track of every time. Just figured you were keeping track of every time. I let you down. I breached your trust. I let you die. Just figured you were keeping track of every time. This continues the idea from the last verse and chorus. Tyler figures he has messed up or doubted in this person too many times that they will no longer have a reason to keep a relationship with him, as a relationship is ultimately built upon trust. The breach of trust has happened too many times. This is surely what happened between Clancy and the Torchbearer with the rejection of the original plan to overthrow the bishops, and it's not been the only time. The I Let You Die part is something that we haven't seen in a while, something from way back in Self-Titled and also in Vessel like the Run and Go, feeling like he's killed a man. Tyler feels as though he has some sort of responsibility and feels guilt about abusing this grace that is akin to killing God or Jesus on the cross. But still, you believe in me somehow. This song ends with a hopeful undertone. Intentions. The final song on the record, track 13, runtime of 2 minutes and 15 seconds, the shortest song on this album. And if we haven't had enough callbacks to Vessel already, the backing track of this song is the song Truce off of Vessel played in reverse. I am starting it all over once again. Did I learn a thing? It is painfully fitting that the beginning of this whole story is hidden within the ending. The whole story of the lore is one of cycles, starting all over again, and setting out with good intentions, falling short, and trying again. The important thing is that you have learned something to help you move further in the next chapter. The chorus. Intentions are everything. Intentions will set you free. Intentions are everything, but let's define intentions. Intentions are a determination to act in a certain way. Intentions are the object for which a prayer, mass, or pious act is offered. I'm reminded of this verse from the Bible. God examines the heart's intentions, valuing them over mere outward appearances, as man sees the outward appearance, but the Lord sees the heart. The work, this work, the 8 albums that we've gone through so far are all just a prayer, a plea for his faith to be entertained, his soul addressed, as we saw in City Walls. You may or may not agree with that, but that's just what it is. It's an intention of finding God and peace, the intention and pursuit in healing his soul, the intention of refusing the infinite chasm between us and perfection, to allow grace to speak, the intention of trying again, even if it feels like you're trying again all over again, the intention of being purposeful in your life to try again. Struggles are a guaranteed part of this life, as we've seen many times in many of the songs, and overcoming them is what ultimately brings you purpose. Even if you mess up and fall on your face in the pursuit of overcoming these demons, it's better to have tried than to not try at all. Some would say it's a cop-out to build up this whole lore, all these songs, to end it by essentially saying to just, keep trying, try again next time. The message could be seen that we are destined to lose in our struggles, but you cannot lose if you never give up. You will fail most every day in every way. Did you learn a thing? The intention to continue wrestle with what it means to try. Don't let the failures of the past stop you from trying in the present. In honor of the last words on the record, the intention to just try and be. The song cuts off here. There's not an answer to try and be what. Only you can fill in the answer of what you just need to try and be. The page is left empty on purpose. What will you write in? Well, friends, we finally done it. All 8 albums, just one single left. What a journey it has been. Breach proved to the world that the band who creates for their audience can still reach the highest of heights years after they were thought to have peaked. Breach is all about breaching trust, whether that breach of trust is against God, a loved one, a friend, or yourself. The important thing is that you keep moving forward with good intentions, to continue to try and live your life and to stay alive. That has and will always be the message of this band. Breach is the end of the discography, but it is also the beginning. As in life, every end of a chapter is the beginning of a new one. Now we wait and see what the next chapter holds. Well, here we are, everyone. The final song. The final single, Drag Path. I will be using the digital remains version for this explanation because it's just longer and kind of just better, to be honest. For those of you that are not aware, this song was originally released a few days after the release of Breach in a piece of an additional content that you could purchase. And the song was then later released officially months later as a single, but was altered so that the fans who had previously purchased, as I had said, had something that was unique and only something they could get during that specific time span.
We're going to release it with a slightly different edit to it so that those who bought it have a more original version of it. Josh, what do you think?
Yeah, we finally like the song now.
And here we are arriving at Drag Path. Drag Path is a self-reflection of this entire journey that you have also been on within the past 7 hours. The journey of all these songs, all of 106 songs. It's a self-reflection on the lore and the ending of the lore and what it means to Tyler and Josh. And it's also a celebration of the night coming to an end. The ending of not just a chapter, but the whole book. Verse 1. When I see the devil's eyes, a current travels down my spine. He found me. Seems as though I've lost again, a story told ad nauseum. He found me. Maybe once or twice or 3, he tried his hand at drowning me, but I'm still on fire, at least I'm pretty sure. The devil is the character of Blurryface. It's really crucial that in order to fully understand and appreciate this song that you understand the lore. But really quickly, Clancy continually works to escape Dima, always to be brought back by the head bishop Nico. And they are known for their yellow glowing eyes, something we saw all the way back in regional at best. This cycle continues over and over and over again, hence the story told ad nauseum. Clancy is found by the head bishop, and then it says he is still on fire. And that goes back, not too far back, but to Trench to leave the city, where he talks about how he's tired of tending to this fire. Now, this fire could be representative, as I said, of faith or his will to live, and he describes that leaving the city is leaving that fire barely alive. But here we see that he knows and acknowledges that he is still on fire, even with this hint of doubt of being pretty sure. Let's go into verse 2. When I see the devil's eyes, I'll look away and smile wide. You found me. 'Cause then I'll know you're also there, 'cause proof is in the adversary. You found me. Compared to the first verse, we see here that a second character has entered the situation. Whoever this character is someone who makes Tyler not care about the devil in front of him, and instead actually makes him optimistic, or at least okay with the presence of this evil. You found me. That there is another individual that has found him, not just Nico. There is proof in this adversary. And I don't really know how else to explain this, except for, you know how in video games, when you are running into enemies, that generally means that is the right way to go, the right direction. You're going to progress the story by going after the enemies in front of you. This presence of evil in Nico is pushing Tyler to believe that there is good. Now, in terms of the lore, this is the Torchbearer finding Clancy again, starting the cycle all over again, but still choosing not to give up, but choosing again to fight against the powers of vilism. But for Tyler personally, I can't help but see this as a final resolve of acknowledging the harshness and brutality of this cycle, but again choosing to put his faith in God and to faith in others. The chorus. A drag path etched in the surface, as evidence I left there on purpose. A sad sack laying on the surface. Can you find me? I dug my heels into the gravel as evidence for you to unravel. This drag path that is etched into the surface is all of the evidence of Tyler's continual drive to try and try again. It's the marks in the proverbial ground of his demons drawing him back again and again, but also escaping again and again. With the lines in the sand being forced to go back and deal with these problems, they're evidence that he tried again. It's evidence of never giving up, of never being taken willingly. He's left these marks in the ground not only to encourage himself, but as an evidence and trail to follow for the Torchbearer and for God to follow. Perhaps this evidence for him to unravel is to make sense of what you have seen throughout most of these 106 songs, to make sense of the evil and suffering that is in the world that he experiences, and for him to unravel it, to make sense of it all. Together we've gone through 106 songs, and each a drag path in its own way and right. But each song was meant for someone else to unravel. Going all the way back to the first song in this series, Implicit Demand for Proof. All the way back even then, I'm not sure if Tyler could have believed where he would one day say that the proof that he wanted was in the devil he saw standing right in front of him all along. That all of the hardship and the struggle that he's been facing throughout these years of mental health, it's not actually a hindrance to his belief in God, but rather evidence that he is with him. Perhaps true freedom from suffering is realizing that quote-unquote not suffering is not the answer. Anyways, we go into the bridge of Tyler asking for this person to please hurry, and then into the final outro of our final song. Then the sun begins to rise, you made it through the darkest night. You found me. All the way back to truce, the sun will rise and we will try again. We've been in the night these past 106 songs, and it's been long and arduous, and the demons have run rampant, but now the sun is finally beginning to rise. This does not mean that the night will not come again, but for now the sun is here. He's no longer asking for this person to find him. You found me. He has already been found. This outro is actually taken out of the release single, and which is why I wanted to talk about the Digital Remains one instead. I'm not sure why they cut this part out, as it is the ending of Hope. It's the bookend to this entire book. It's the reason he's been fighting, and it's the outcome that he's been pushing for this entire time. The ending of the darkest night. Again and again, he's put forth his intentions and has been met with continual cycles of disappointment and shattered expectations. And we're finally sitting here at the end of it all, where we are found. We have made it through the darkest night. So who has found you? Well, everyone, that's it. We finished 7 hours strong. I won't belabor this outro or anything. I just want to thank everybody for staying on this journey with me. It's actually been a 145-page document and 68,000 words kind of journey. And I'm really tired. But hey, if you enjoyed, stick around, like and subscribe, please. I'll try to make more soon, you know? Hope you enjoyed.